All right. Good morning, kids. Uh, I'm doing this because it's my only time to do it now. Because I'm working a regular 7 to 3, which ends up being 7 to 4, 7 to 5, kind of. Really, by the time you get all your driving around done and cleaned up, and then I'm still, having to do all the parenting things in the after times, and so it's good, but life is busy. But what prompted this morning? Because I have been Lance, good morning, my good man. I have been very out of the corner this week because the way that my new job is, I don't really have time or opportunity to listen to things. I mean, it's just uh, dirty and grungy, and it's a new job, so I'm learning things. And Tayo, good to see you, bud. And so I don't have my phone on me. I don't have my earphones in me. It's actually been pretty sweet. I like it. It's just there are aspects of I mean, everything. To be gifted is to be cursed as well, to quote my boy Clem Snide. What a great lyric. Sorry about this is my flashy. This is my shoulder. You guys get to see my shoulder. Morning parlato. So what I like about the job is I love to work with my hands physically. I really do. And it's hard work. I mean, it's a landscaping job, and so I'm doing a lot of shovel work, which is great. It's going to be great for my obliques. It's fantastic. And wheelbarrows, digging, chopping, lots of hand tools. It's really rough on my old hands. You see them all beat up. And so my hands are even tired, where like at the end of the day, I can feel my hands being sore. And so hands are going to get thick. I'm going to get fat, working man fingers. Because normally I just don't. I've done that. I've been sporadic on and off my whole life doing that kind of work. Because I'd do jobs like that with my dad in the summer, construction. And like I was telling people this summer, sometimes I remember one year in particular where I started working with my dad one summer, and the first job we did was build a pole barn, which, if you know what a pole barn is, it's essentially like a rough, quick building. A lot of times they don't even have cement or finished floors, and they're just for storing, I don't know, equipment or stuff that just needs cover from the rain, the wind, the elements. And you build it's built with 8x8 posts that go, I don't know, up 20 foot in the air. And then you build, I guess they're called purlins, like 2x6s that connect them all. And that's the rough frame of the building. And then you put raised ridge steel on the sides, and then rafters go on the top. And so it's just a rough structure. But in the 2x6s, you drive in these ring shank nails, which are probably, I don't know, 6-ish inches. And when you're used to just desk work and being a student and going to school and whatever else, mainly like high school and college, and then that's your first job on site, and you drive 6-inch nails through 2x6s into 8x8s all day, just with a hammer. At the end of the day, it gets to where you can't even hardly hold your hammer, and you try to swing left-handed, which you get moderately good at, but not that great. And then at the end of the day, your hand just like automatically does this. You open it, and it just automatically just closes, because it's just so gassed. And your forearm, you just can't. But it's nice because you, I don't know, just feels good to work. And I was also telling my wife last night, we were having this little conversation. One of the other things I like about it is it's so simple. Like, it's just, for somebody that's wired like me, which is, if you just take big 5 metrics, I guess, and whatever, you are not your personality. I know that too. I'm much more feminine, higher neuroticism, super like 88th percentile compassion. And so relational trauma, like all of my anxiety, pretty much is not big picture what's going on with the world. It's relational. It's relationships. It's worrying about communion. Really, that's how I operate. And there's none of that on the job site. It's just super easy. I'm getting to try to speak a little bit of my terrible Spanish with some people because the people doing the bulk of the hardcore physical work are me and a bunch of Spanish speaking people. And it's cool and they're great. Like I love people that work for a living with their hands physically. It's a different culture. It's a different kind of people. Um, it's hard you know, to be blessed is to be cursed as well. It's not universally better. It's just different. And in a lot of ways, I love the simple. I don't know. I was saying I was working through a lot of my, because the only time I have to really interact with stuff is to and from work, driving there, and a little bit on breaks, but not much. I mean, there's just not that much time, and I'm still trying to engage with people at work. And so I was sending some messages with a friend, and I don't know, they were comparing it to Ernest Hemingway, or what I was articulating to Ernest Hemingway, which I could see, I guess, from the little I know about him, because I feel torn. Like one of the owners of the company came by the site just to check on things because they do that, and to meet me as a new worker, and we started talking. I don't know how we got there. I think he just asked me the question, like, how'd you get here? And I don't know. It doesn't take me very long when you ask me a really generic question to just dive into all the kind of shit that I used to that I talk about, How do you get here? Well, laying out my general story, a lot of stuff that I talk about on here. Didn't take us very long, and pretty soon we're talking about religion, the meaning crisis, even though I'm not using those terms, metamodernity, philosophy, small. Like, essentially, I was talking about the TLC, but without using the name, and small, public, but not really, but a lot of times private. I don't know. There was some article that came out last week or a couple weeks ago about how a lot of the most, potentially the most culture forming conversations happen in small, private arenas. They're not these broad public conversations. Those are really, it's almost like a trickle down effect. A lot of the conversations that you'll hear publicly on bigger platforms are trickling down from smaller groups. And Parlato, you're here. Rocco, what's up? Uh, yeah, dude, I've been realizing this too, because I'm still doing my intermittent fasting, so I just don't work. I don't eat all day. I don't eat till I come home at night, and my eating window is even smaller because I'm tired. Because I get up at like 5:30, and I've been working physically hard all day, and so I'm shot. So I clean up, do stuff around the house, eat, sometimes make dinner, mow the yard, whatever else, and then just gassed, and I go to bed. Like, I start falling asleep about 8 if I sit down, if I'm done, and so I'm like in bed by 9. So it's pretty limited. Like, I have a 2-hour eating window, and I'm physically working nonstop all day, sweating, and so yeah, I'll probably get jacked, which is sweet. Another good side effect. So anyhow, this boss comes to the job. Back to what we're talking about, and I feel like I'm whatever. I feel caught between two worlds. Whatever. It's a two world mythology: heaven and hell. Man is the meeting of heaven and earth. I grew up very poor, rural, but now like live and operate around a lot of professional people, academics, autodidacts. I like philosophy and theology, and so I'm two people crammed into one body. I'm many people. I'm legion crammed into one person, and it's fascinating. I don't know. It's just that's another thing I love about the job is I love people, man. It's given me another. I almost joke with my wife that just being predominantly at home and isolated from other adults for a long time has made me. It's just like where I'm not good at small talk anyhow, and it's made me even worse at small talk because I'm just like, I don't know what to talk to you about. Like, I don't. But being at a job like this all day is you just have little I don't know, piddly, seemingly inconsequential stuff to talk work stuff. You just talk about work stuff. I guess that's what a lot of people talk about. And so that's given me, I don't know. So it's interesting. It's been fascinating. But again, circle back to TLC stuff because I want to get there because I don't have a ton of time. I don't know when my kids are going to start waking up. My weekends now are super packed and busy. Dance recitals today. Mother-in-law's coming to town. Social engagements, just lots of other things happening. I got to fit all the other things in now on the weekend. And so my life felt busy and now it's even busier. So we'll see. I don't even es no mames. Mames? I don't know what mames is. See, I'm really bad at Spanish, man. So a lot of it's the accent too, pronunciation stuff. Because I speak like an Anglophone person. So I'm talking to this boss guy, and I don't know, we just start talking about all sorts of things, culture, broader concepts, long form conversation, sincerity, and I can tell he's an interesting guy. We start talking about classical education because his wife's really into classical, and so like I don't know, it was an interesting first week, and it will continue to be interesting, and it's great. And I don't know, there's so many social dynamics to talk about with it. It's just its own thing. But then this morning, what brought back the TLC stuff to me is I checked Discord, which I don't regularly do, and what's up, Neil? And and I saw that Julian, one of my tags or whatever was Julian had watched the Brandon Graham Dempsey, the new hot girl. And he said, who's the last person he talked to recently? He was speaking to somebody, maybe it was Chad's conversation or someone's conversation. He's like, I've been doing the rounds. I've been talking to too many people. People are gonna get sick of me. I'm just done making videos for a while. Normally he writes a lot, but he broke his hand. Anyhow, Julian saw our conversation and liked it, so I just went back to check it out. Sometimes for like the first day after I had a conversation, I'll keep it with the comments. But then what YouTube notifies you of is interesting, because if you're getting if it notifies you of everything, it'd be too much depending on however many followers, interactions you have. Like if for PVK, for example, if it notified him of every time someone liked a comment or interacted with him, it would be a billion notifications, and you can't manage all that. So I went back and saw there were a bunch more comments on there that I hadn't seen, and some of them were really great. And so I want to talk to some of them. Laura made some comments. Yosef has since seen the conversation, made a lot of great comments. I did catch some of the live stream after work or sometime on my way home last night, I think, of PBK's live stream yesterday. And a lot of the stuff Yosef was saying was fantastic. I mean, it was a great conversation. I'm just not going to be involved in those really anymore, I don't think. But I can after the fact. And I wanted to engage with some of those because, hey, McMo, what's up, buddy? So I'll probably share the screen and read some of these because there were some of these comments that were fantastic. Julian didn't leave any comment. I don't know how. I'll maybe text him, see what he thought about it. I don't know when I'm going to talk to him though. Yeah, I don't know. What it made me think of, I saw a lot of comments too from Clint, and it made me think of Alan. What's the guy's name? What's the song Working Man's PhD? Should play some of it. I don't think I can though. It's like this 80s country, man. It's my title, or it's my subtitle, PhD. How come when you type it into Aaron Tippin, now we're talking about it. That guy, look at him. I'm going to share the screen because look at him. He's got a beautiful tank top on in this video. Working man's PhD. Look at that. Because I'm working on a working man's PhD. I don't have that deep of a voice, but he's fantastic. Anyhow. Okay, let's remove that one and let's share a different screen, which is my conversation with Brendan. Sorry, Brendan. so we can look at some of these comments because they were good. All right. So, one of the comments, let's find some. I don't want to miss any of those. Khezi was making some comments right away, which is great, and that's also part of the reason for my part of the title of this is I love the Jews in our corner, man. Jacob and I have our issues like PVK and Jacob, but I love Jacob. Jacob's fantastic. We owe him huge debts of gratitude for many things in the corner. A lot of what he brings to the corner is really good. He's really needed in the body of TLC. Jacob is a necessary member, I would say. Jacob's a big necessary member of TLC. He's our big member. And okay, let's find some of these comments because Laura left some comments that I thought were great. So like this one, yes, this is a good one. Can we see this? Should I zoom in? Oh, is this authenticity? Probably. I don't know. I don't understand all that shit, Paul. Like authenticity, sincerity, prophilicity. I guess those comments made more sense to me. Who brought this in? Is that sincerity feels like faithful. It's sincerity almost to me is like Taylor's porous selves, or it's almost more of like an Eastern pre-modern, pre-Western, non-Western form of identification. It's pre-ideological because it's not your since it's not sincerity to this is what's weird though. It's become sincerity to ideas, which Western consciousness has become. Its sincerity has become to ideas rather than to tribe or ethnos or a narrow tradition. And so sincerity is that, whereas authenticity is to your term, secret sacred self, which could be the subjective self in and of itself, the individual. But authenticity to me I've always used the term authenticity as like a white stone name. And this is what, once when I was coming after you for the secret sacred self stuff, Paul, that was the distinction you brought up. I think you see that distinction is that when I use authenticity, or when I have throughout my time in TLC, I'm using it in terms of integration, being integral. So it's being personal in the fullness of what that term means. And you're breaking it up with your sincerity, authenticity, and then prophilicity is kind of a weird different thing, which Nathan Woods, I see, is here. We were going to talk about that at one point, but I couldn't do it. Okay, let's get back to this comment. Okay, so Laura says, should I zoom in a little? Can I? Yes. This whole conversation is fascinating. Enjoyed your discussion of history. Here's an anecdote to consider. The 12th century French hermit Saint Adjutor, went on a crusade in his youth. He was taken prisoner in the Holy Land, but claimed that one night he dreamed that Mary Magdalene and Bernard of Tyrone visited him and led him out of prison. The next morning, he woke up in France with his broken chains next to him. 5 men whose names are recorded in an official account later attested that they had been in prison with him on that date in question, and he had mysteriously disappeared. People in France could attest to the date he appeared there. Statements like this generally count as good evidence for historians, but most historians would conclude that this evidence did not occur as reported. Why? The narrow myopia and framework and dogmatism of materialism, of physicalism, it's the same reason why people don't accept Rupert Sheldrake's evidence when he does his studies, even though they are completely scientific, because their worldview, their meta-narrative, their ideology does not permit it to be assumed as evidence. And this is why, who was it? Oh, the second point is, so I don't know if Christian is here, Christian Baxter, but in his second conversation with Brendan, sorry. I have a friend, Brandon. That's probably why I'm defaulting to that. But Brendan Graham Dempsey, because Brendan kept bringing up evidence, and this is one of my Lukeisms. Drink. I don't think it's on my bingo yet, but it's a Lukeism. Evidence is in the eye of the beholder. And that's very true because everything is in the eye of the beholder. And that's what I mean by the hard problem of all perception. And this is why I've always loved Barfield, and why, even though he's inaccessible to most people, including me, because Barfield is still before his time and he's dead. Because he's just next level. Like, if you want to go deeper, there's always a further up, further in. There's always it's like the rich young ruler. Which things do I lack? And Jesus is like, you're fine. Oh, you want to go further? If you want to go further intellectually, go into Barfield. Because he's talking about the nature of perception. And like, this is why these conversations are so difficult, is because, like, if you're not consciousness, the nature of perception, most intellectual conversations are way too superficial because they're not talking about perception. And this is why I say the person is the nexus and the locus of all perception. It's why I've been talking about personalism since my first times in the TLC. It's why I've been talking about relational ontology. And Paul, I know if you're still here, I'm the first person that brought it up. I could go back and check the receipts probably if I wanted to, but just take my word for it. Relational ontology. It's hot now. Vervaeke talks about it, so we talk about it, but it's true. And Barfield's still a goat. So anyhow, that's that comment. Sorry, I'm stroking my ego. I apologize. Here, this comment is very true, what Yosef said, and I'll show you my reply. So he said, seconding Chezi, we have plenty of historical critical discussions in TLC, but they aren't happening so much around Luke's parts of TLC. Very true. And I noticed that the other day in a live stream. Whose live stream was it? It was like Sam popped on, and I sent this to like Sam and a couple other friends in a private message. Sam was in there. A bunch of different guys were in there. Probably Michael Sartori was in there. I think Boz was in there. There were a bunch of guys. And it was talking about, it was funny. It seemed, this is where I'm two different people. I'm like a woman, man. There were all these guys in there, and they were talking about ideas in a way. Like, the historical critical stuff isn't as important to me, and I'll tell you why. And that conversation was just all about ideas. It was just very idea-centric. And guys like to play with ideas like they play with tools or cars or racetracks or trains or whatever other guys tinker with, because they play with ideas, like, because guys are concerned with objects, right? Girls are concerned with relationships primarily. That's the stereotype, but the exception proves the rule. And I like the ideas in as much as they serve relationships, because I'm emotionally a woman. So a lot of these discussions are between the Christians and the non-Christians of TLC, and are especially fueled when Father Stephen DeYoung pops in, or when someone is very into Heiser or Tabor, who we also engage, blah, 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 Finkelstein, Boyarin, Adler, etc. And then, of course, our resident Unitarian Sam Adams and his historical critical breakdown of the development of the Trinity, exactly, in the early fathers. Most of these discussions are focused on the Second Temple area, both Judaism and early Christian movement. And I think this is my reply 41 minutes ago. Yes, the historical critical stuff doesn't matter very much to me. Knowing what it means is more fundamental and preeminent. Faith is primary. Because again, the person is the nexus and the locus of all meaning. You can study the historical critical stuff all day. If you don't know what it means, it doesn't matter. Hence the meaning crisis. The matter with matter. Ian McGilchrist knows this stuff, because what does it mean? What does it matter? It's personal. It's you, which is always going to be relative, but it's not the divided man, subjective, objective, but it's always going to be relative, but it is not going to be arbitrary, because we are relational, and we have a Russian nesting doll, many nested fields of relationality, because that's what makes up the person, not the autonomous, isolated individual. All right, let's keep going. Onward. More comments. Theo Von Nod. I would love to see the Chezi Sparrow, Brendan Graham Dempsey. Yeah, see, Matt Parlato gets it. I said this to you, Parlato, too. You get it. Hard problem of all perception is what I usually say, aka the person, aka the interpretive structure. Not the interpretive structure, the interpretive person, the interpretive being, because being itself is the multi-unity relation, the person. So this is why you can historically critically analyze the Trinity and the person forever, and you're never going to get to the end of it, because the iconic nature of all reality, because it's relational. Okay, there's probably lots of comments in here. Sorry. What? Woo man here. Woo man. That's me. That's good. Apologia. Woo man. That's what I am. That's what I'm going to start saying my name is. Woo man. I love wordplay. So fun, isn't it? I'm going to put it up here. This is going to be my new title. or my subtitle or whatever. Why is it not letting me post? Woo man. Okay, back onward. I'll come back and see comments. Sorry, I haven't even gotten to the main one that prompted this. Clint, this is basically when I'm just talking about Father John Bear. I re-listened to that segment this morning. I do have a great sweater that I bought for my wife, which she didn't want to wear because it's wool and it's itchy. And so I'm like, well, now that's mine. And it is a sweet sweater. Okay, don't get distracted by other comments. I love Michael. Don't see him as much anymore. Where's the comment? See Alan, always making jokes. Also, Alan with a Y. Pff, get out of my face. Ridiculous. Spell your name right or change your name. I mean, just at least have the courage to spell your name right or change your name. It's ridiculous. Okay. This actually, I went back and re-listened this timestamp. It's funny how even when you're in a conversation, you miss things. And I went back and re-listened to what Brendan was saying, and I'm like, yeah, that's solid. I don't, it seems like you get it because reality is infinitely salience, right? Then there's infinite things to focus on, and because of the polysemy or the multivalence or the what's that term from Ted S. from his poetry seminar? The it's essentially multivalence or polysemy, but language is not univariable. Like language means many things. All language, all words can mean multiple things, and this is why, like Semitic language, Hebrew, for example, like these, we talk about this all the time, like spirit, word, or spirit, breath, wind, it's all the same thing. And that's why almost like the Hebrew, ancient language consciousness is such a fantastic thing. It's so fascinating. And when it gets into McLuhan, I don't know, I'm going to distract myself if I go into that. And like English and how it's connected to, there's too many things. I can't keep track of it all. And I'm out of practice because I haven't been thinking about this stuff all week. The Phoenicians and the development of Phoenician language and marketing and selling, and we made a language. You try to evolve this language to be a universal language so you could sell things at scale. It's Babel. It's language. It's the language aspect of technological Babel. Okay, onward. Sorry. No, not that one. Okay, let's just. Yeah, this is a great comment from Yosef. I'll read it quick, and then I'm going to make it to the main comment, and then I'll look at comments, and I'll open this up. I'm sorry that there's a lot. I'm trying to cram a lot in. So this is a very complicated argument about archaeology, trying to work in science and what I'm talking about. And archaeology is not a hard science, and even archaeologists, especially more recent ones trained in postmodern anthropology, keep pointing out the fundamental weakness of archaeology. For a less postmodern take, archaeologists Adler, Yonason of Judaism clearly lays out, after bringing in a large archaeological argument to bear, the inherent weakness of archaeology beyond just its materialistic skew. Biblical archaeology is a poor example, points perhaps for your point, because it's an extremely contentious field, often because there are a lot of explicitly religious and anti-religious people involved in it that have very strong narratives they are trying to support. Surprise, surprise. Almost any other part of archaeology would be less of a minefield, and your ports would have landed better. Yes. Okay. This is a good comment by Laura, too, because I say everyone's conservative. She says everyone's liberal. Guess what? They're both true. I think that's very true, because our conservatism is under the auspices of a larger implicit liberalism. Okay. Is this? I think this is it. Yes. This is the comment. Okay, that I was thinking about. So Fritz Stevenson, 7850. Are we doing all right here? Okay, let's read this. Brennan's concern or aim seem to be centered around practical and plausible pluralistic unity at a global scale, as facilitated through metamodernism, which, yeah, I'm cynical of, or skeptical of, is probably a better word, thinking about the other Hart brother and his skepticism, cynicism article, or skepticism versus cynicism, kind of, which is good. This would be a unity of westernized Islam Islam westernized secularism and westernized Christianity. PVK and large swaths of TLC would assert that the particulars would be shared Christian values regardless of self-identity. And this connects into the Jordan Peterson cosmic skeptic Alex O'Connor conversation. Why like the meme or Jordan Peterson everywhere he sees a Christian. Guess what? Me too, largely. Although I think Yosef's pushbacks in that conversation were so good, Yosef, and I want to have conversations with you about that too, but I don't know when and where and how. Yosef and I are like Yosef is a gem. He really is, and like everybody's singing his praises, and Hezi's been singing his praises because he is like he's a his knowledge base in like a left brain particularity is so vast, it's unbelievable. Like he's read everything. But then he also gets the right brain stuff, and so he doesn't. My criticisms of like smart dumb or like left brainedism, that's not Yosef. And so like he's a really good pushback and challenge for me because he sees the myopia and the detail and the information in a way that is very valid often as far as I'm concerned, but he does it much better than me. So Yosef's fantastic. And his pushback on this in the PVK's live stream was really good. Okay, back. So PVK and large swaths of TLC would assert that the particulars would be shared Christian values regardless of self-identity. Even the premise of a desire for unity at a global scale is Christian and Western. I think that's within Judaism too. I think Jews would say that often. Like that's my understanding, as far as I've heard all of our Jews in TLC articulate themselves, is it's the tip of the spear. It's the promise of Abraham. It's for the blessing of all nations. I think Jews do see that. What's the term? Multipolarity. It's not this monolithic liberalism, urban monoculture thing. I think Jews do see that the particular special unity, the exclusion for inclusion thing I'm always talking about. I think Jews see that. Where I differ from Judaism is the universal particularity of the historic person Jesus Christ, which you want to get historic, Brendan. That's probably my historic assertion. But then how you know that, the difference is that I'm not going to take a modernist approach to how you know that. I'm going to take a John Baer mystical approach to how you know that and say that you know that personally, which is not historical critical. Okay, if that makes sense. Chinese secularism would have no voluntary unity of any of this. Russian secular/Christian nationalism is severely at odds with this. True, because it's unipolar. A whole menu of traditional Islamic views have next to no common ground with Brennan's perspective or TLC's. What is stopping any of these actors with significant and separate identities from using the tools of science, modernity, technology, and culture in ways that benefit the in-group? Yes. What is? Because that's the postmodern criticism, or that's the power. All is power. And the criticism of honest postmodernists of the supreme one ring of power meta narrative to rule all meta narratives. So what is stopping them from using all this stuff to benefit just your particular in-group, your unipolarity, and you're ignorant of all the other polarities because you just don't see it. It's the fish not knowing they're wet. This is Steven Pinker and a lot of people that are always on Rogan talking about their universal Western colonizing values. And that's hard because like I do think Christian Jewish values have overtaken the world and in the modern world. So it's complicated. Why is there good faith when your frame is that you're objectively playing a materialist game theory for the end group? Why should any weird country values sincere what is this sentence? Why should any non-weird country value sincere pluralist self-sacrifice? Okay, what is he saying there? Any non-weird country value sincere pluralist self-sacrifice. I don't know. I gotta think about that. The fundamental point of friction here is that TLC mostly arguably believes that the grounds for globalist pluralism Brennan is pursuing is Christ, not in sum or essence, but in part. Or like for our Jewish friends, it would be the divine spark. God in me, you could say. As a Christian, I would say Christ in me because that's the same thing in the way that I understand it fractally and the particularity, because I'm Christian, of that historic instantiation of the universal. the universal particular. That is Jesus Christ. McLuhan. Jesus Christ is the one place where the medium and the message are the same thing. And that is practically radiating out to all of creation, each in their own time, in their own place, at their proper Kairos moment. Okay. Brennan's points are important and significant, so I'm not trying to devalue his wisdom and perspective he's bringing to the discussion. I appreciate his contribution to a spirit of intellectual honesty in Christianity, as there have been many stubborn thinkers who have stuck to dogmatic assumptions that overlap with science, flat Earth geocentrism, young Earth creationism, etc. Yeah, that's a great comment. Yes. Okay. I'm just gonna stop there because I don't know how much time I have. I'm gonna go back and look at comments and open this up. I'm getting pushback, which, all right, Rocco is hitting me up. But I really I'm going to disappear in a half hour, if not sooner, like fairy godmother. Like, let's open it up. Okay, let's go back, look at comments. How far back should we? Mandy, good to see you. Rocco, good to see you. I just want someone else to not tolerate ethno-supremacy from any group. I mean, I just talked about multipolarity and I don't think, from what I'm saying, from my understanding of Christianity and what Judaism is saying, it's not ethno-supremacy. I don't understand. Paul, thanks. Are you still here? We need to, yes. Is relational ontology also known as love? Yes, I think properly understood. But that's why love, the greatest of these is love, Paul in 1 Corinthians, because love is the greatest of the transcendentals. Truth, goodness, beauty. But then love is like love, or even wisdom, Sophia. I mean, that's why all these, what's the icon of Sophia? The three things, isn't it? It's faith, grace, charis, and wisdom. Yeah, those are the three. That icon. Why can I not think of that right now? But anyhow, yeah. And love is almost like the mother of those things, because it is universally particular. It's both. It's the same. It's the same as the incarnate Son of God. Love, but it's particular. It's particular through its incarnation. But it's generically, we all know it. Everyone knows what love is, genuine love. But it's very, very hard to name, but you see it. Okay. Michael, man, you're mentioning the most impactful cultural conversations being the product of small private conversations caught my imagination. It does seem like there isn't any generativity without real union. Yeah, it's because those things are personal. That's why it's scale, like these large, broad. I think it's always going to be that way, because it reminds me of this great Father Stephen Freeman quote, which always has resonated with me and stuck with me. My hair is also like, I built this, me and this other guy built this stone monument wall thing. And so we had to cut all this stone all day with this big cement saw. And so my hair, like the hair on my legs and everywhere else my hair feels really weird because it's just covered in stone dust and I couldn't even really wash it out. So it's strange. It's like I have natural product in. Sorry, going back and forth. I'm all over the place. I'm a crazy lunatic, the woo man. Yeah, the person is the nexus and the locus of all meaning. Until you understand that, it's maybe like the fact is no man understands anything. Until he understands that, that's his first tottering step, not towards understanding, but towards capacity of one day understanding. My George MacDonald Lilith quote. Until you understand that all meaning is personal, pursue your knowledge and your facts and your information and your meaning all day. You're not going to know as you're known. You're not going to do that 1 Corinthians kind of knowing. All right. Exactly. Tayo, Thank you. Luke coming out as a woo man on his first day of Pride Month is hilarious. I am. Happy Pride Month. Woo man here. Wittgenstein broke his brain because of poetry. There's a quote on my phone. I don't know who said it. Poetry heals the wounds that logic inflicts. I don't know who said that, though. It's a great line. BGB combos for me is too much ideas, not enough Yes, exactly. And this made me think of PBK mentioned this on the live stream. It's a little bit that I caught. I haven't watched the whole thing. But there's apparently some, I think it's maybe a priest. It's maybe even a priest with a Dutch name who could have a conversation with Paul at some point, but it needs to be personal. It needs to be a randos, not just about ideas, which is why PVK is the center of the corner spiritually. He's our spiritual father because it's always been about the people and not the ideas, which allows it to not be about egoic intellect. Because people that are better at left-brainedism are going to be able to traffic in ideas in different game theory models, in gaming models, and they're going to be better at it because they're almost they're more. It's like the Mandy, get in here. Morning, friend. Because it's more like my buddy Cal talks about the kind of autism schizotypal thing, which I kind of map to left brain, right brain stuff. It's not exactly the same. But if you don't know how all the details fit into the bigger mosaic, you're never gonna know what they mean. That's why the right brain always has to be the master.
He doesn't seem that comfortable from what I've watched, like with personal questions. I don't think that's really what he's about, but that's kind of what TLC is more about. So I feel like it gets weird sometimes. I mean, I didn't watch all of them, but like I feel like Christian Baxter tries to like be more relational, and I feel like Brendan just wants more ideas. He doesn't really like that.
We all do, man. At least somewhat. I think, I don't know. I move in and out of those zones pretty fluidly, but like what Chad's doing, what Christian does, what a lot of people do. Karen Wong, actually, I don't know. Her channel's pretty intellectual, actually. But the relational aspect has always been huge for the heart of, I think, what is the TLC. And with Brendan, I don't know if it's, yeah, I don't know. I agree with what you're saying because I've observed the same thing in him. I don't know if it's a discomfort with the relational aspects or if it's just like fear, anxiety, trauma for all of his religious history, because it could be that. That's often what I've thought it is with
I
him.
think that came up though, and he got kind of like I think he said Paul had said in something, he referred to him having trauma or something, and he was like bothered by that. But I can't remember.
Trauma is a traumatizing word
Yeah.
nowadays. Yeah, I don't know. Brendan's an interesting test case, and he probably feels a little. He's also an introvert, I think, and
Yeah,
so
he probably doesn't trust anybody because he doesn't know anybody. So why would
yes,
you? And you're on the internet. So
yep. I think he's starting to understand what TLC stuff is, but that's also the weird thing for somebody that's not involved and initiated in it is you don't get it because all true knowledge comes through initiation. And so when he said in that conversation with Christian, he was saying he's surprised at really the true intellectual and ideological diversity in TLC. And that's an interesting data point that he's surprised by that. But because TLC is so relationally, personally focused, that diversity isn't surprising. When you get that, the diversity isn't surprising anymore, Okay. I'm looking. Can I just talk about your comments while you're here? Let's see what else. What other comments we got? So you can speak whenever you want. I'm just looking at comments.
I comment much.
No, you're good. You're also one of those. I always say this to my wife. I'm not really that introverted, obviously. I think I'm 90th percentile extroverted, but I love it's kind of like the grass is greener. I'm envious of introverts because I always think I usually think introverts are. Notice how I just use 3 different completely meaning different things descriptors as my brain is processing. I often think that introverts are much smarter than they are because they're just not speaking. And so I just am just like, what's going on
Yeah,
inside of
that's
that
not
head?
true. I'm not speaking because I usually don't know what's going on. I just enjoy the listening.
I was like, you're just sitting there because there's all these proverbs, about there's the non-biblical proverb about like it's better to be thought a fool and remain silent than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Like that one, which is great. But then there's a lot of really great proverbs about just keeping your mouth shut, which have always been convicting for me because I never keep my mouth shut or very rarely.
I feel like American culture much more values that though. The extroverts are always like everyone that's introverted are treated like they have a problem. Like it's always like you need to be
Hmm.
more outgoing, you need to be this, and no one ever tells the extroverts to shut up and just listen to people because it's like you should be like that. You're gregarious and bubbly, but
Mhm.
introverts are weird and quiet. But it's true. I don't know. We are weird and quiet though.
I don't know. Well, and a lot of that, even that, it just seems like insecurity to me. It's just different. Like I don't think introverts are weird and quiet. I find them fascinating because I want to.
So high in openness.
Yeah, that's probably
I
true.
actually assumed most people on the Discord were all like introverted because I feel like that's why I love the internet so much. Is because it feels like safer, especially like the Discord when it was just typing. This is a little
Yeah,
weird, but
yeah,
a lot of people were very extroverted. I didn't. I always thought people that were more into ideas were almost mostly all introverts. But
yeah, and that's something I've observed too. With introverts is I often think that because some introverts, like Neil has described himself as an introvert, for example, and I've met a lot of introverts who are really chatty. But it's only when they're stuff they want to talk about, which is often stuff I want to talk about too. And so then I'm like, this doesn't seem like you're introverted to me. Like you seem very extroverted. But yeah. Uh Jacob, that's right. You should call yourself the necessary member. Um Alan with an E. I'm changing the spelling of your name because the true spelling of your name sucks.
What the heck? This guy already just shots across the. All I do is try and be kind and loving to Luke, and I want everyone on the stream to know that I was praying for him this morning for about 2 hours. And in the second hour, I really just thought I had a breakthrough, but just immediately transgresses my boundaries, and
I felt that. I felt that.
you
I
know,
felt that breakthrough.
but
I started glowing. When was this? What time exactly? Because I started glowing at
well, I'm
some
on the
point.
Eastern Seaboard,
Okay.
so probably
Was
on
it?
like 32.0133 longitude. So that
Hmm.
put it like if we're in Greenwich Mean Time, I mean it's
Are
gonna
you
be.
doxing yourself?
If you want to
I
come,
don't even I don't even know what this means. Stuck at level 6, Luke? Is that like I'm stuck? I don't
yeah,
want to be stuck.
that's funny. I think that's spiral dynamics, something
Is it?
that's been
Okay.
like popping off.
See, I
There's
like
levels to
spider.
personality, yeah. But
Okay, what is this? If God in you works, Luke, Christ is not necessary. God in you is Christ. That's Christ in me. What are you talking about? Like, I don't get it. I don't know. Sometimes I don't. Do I not understand what you're talking about? What's happening? Okay, Paul is still here. My blue collar arc. My blue collar bully arc is going to be amazing. What does that mean? Because I'm bullying people with how blue collar I am? Is that what's happening? Okay. But conversations in text because we got to talk about introverts, extroverts. Weird. This is I never heard this until a guy from my book club said this to me, and I was like, why have I not heard this before? Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. It's a great definition of kind of the modern liberal urban monoculture kind of idea almost. I think it's good. Also, this is true. People think extroversion equals happy. Not always, my friends. Sometimes it means very sad and just frantically searching for a connection as hard as you can because you're so sad. But that's like me being an extroverted Enneagram 4. It's just like intense longing, sadness, romanticism, coupled with like a neurotic exorcism. Which is why I'm a crazy person.
That's what unites most of the TLC people. So we're a little bit crazy.
Yeah. What? Oh, we got this guy. This guy's been showing up the self, who's just like an Islamic apologist. This is great. It's like that quote that I read from the what was the quote? Let's go back. Let's share it. Let's go back to what I did. Mandy. She was just taken up. She was
taken up in a cloud.
She was. She's been united with Christ in the heavens. Did you grow up kind of dispensationalist, left behind style, Alan? Were you like, if somebody was gone, you were like afraid that you were left behind?
No, I grew up very suburban, generic, go to church, but never, ever, ever speak about church. And, I'd rather, very not like very almost not Christian, like if.
Okay. I haven't seen that's on my list. That's like one of those things. I saw your conversation with Chad and I was like, and I want to watch it. And I'm just like, when am I going to watch that? Damn it.
No, that was fun. But yeah,
was that like a good randos where I actually learn about Alan, or is that you guys just joking the whole time? Like you and Neil.
the jokes are I don't get it. Everybody talks about how they don't want propositions, and then you like have an actual conversation.
I do. I do
and
like
then
it.
It's
actually.
Like, where are the propositions in this? This is jokes.
No, you're right. I do like that because that's one of my kind of breaks from heady intellectual stuff or from like hardcore podcasts. Is I'll listen to then comedy podcasts, or something. So that is one of my breaks. So he said in here, what is it? Here, this would be the unity of westernized Islam, westernized secularism, and westernized Christianity. This idea of metamodernism, this kind of plausible pluralistic unity. And so, but here's the thing, with what I've seen from old Mr. Self here, the stuff that I've seen though is like he's a colonizer, he's a conversionist, he's a unipolarity. He doesn't. From what I've seen of him, he doesn't believe in a unipolarity thing. He's like, everybody needs to be Islam. And in a sense, like my Christianity is that way. Like, I think everybody needs to be Christian at some point, probably. Like at the end, that's because it's personal. I think reality exists in Christ, but I'm just not going to insist on the propositional dogmatic stuff as like the primary mode of getting there, because I just don't think that's how people work, and because I don't know everything. So like when Yosef and Chezi or whoever disagrees with me about those propositions, I'm just like, okay, well, you might be right. I don't know that I'm right about those because I don't forefront the propositional stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you guys?
Well, that's one where, I really struggled to understand even what the corner really was outside of PVK and his channel for a long time. And I was listening to one of PVK's podcasts and he's like, we're going to Chino. And I was like, I can remember where I was. And I was like, oh, that's for the insane people who go to podcast conferences, not like me, a normal, cool guy. And then I was like, wait, if I'm listening to, an hour of this podcast a day or more, you kind of have to just say like, okay, maybe your self-defense of being a normal, cool guy is slowly breaking down since you're participating, at least lurkery.
You're like, that's not me. Wait a minute.
What the? It's the part in the movie where he finally looks in the mirror and he's like all pockmarked and scarred. And you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's the grizzled detective who realizes his work has overcome him. So, but like to get to the next point of like, like obviously the core, I think it draws in people who like ideas. If it's in, I've like listened to so many podcasts. I just like that, but I think it's not meant to be that soup song of like, oh, a little of this, a little of that. Oh, let me listen to the Wall Street Journal podcast. Let me listen to the New York Times. Let me Joe Rogan. oh, did you see who was on like the Bill Maher podcast? You know, like
Mhm.
if you really want to participate here, you like it's the face to face, it's the meeting, it's the like being together that's going to be like the actually interesting part. And that's why I like try and go out of my way to be on live streams. Is like this is the part that like guys like walking into church and being like, actually, Luke Thompson said that you guys are idiots, and here's everything that I learned from Paul Vanderklay, and it's
I
like,
don't know who Luke Thompson is.
yeah, no, it is like obviously everyone at your church is just gonna be like, you're gonna corner the one nice grandma who's too unassertive to tell you to F off. So she's gonna be like, oh, really? Love is everything, and Christ is the lamb that was slain at the foundations of the that's so sweet. Oh, here's a hard candy, and you're gonna be like, no, you gotta believe it.
That's right.
And it's just, it's like, guys, like I mean, I have no problem with the propositions, but if you think that's like what we're here for is like the propositional Thunderdome, it's like, oh, really? Like this we're gonna walk out of here the strongest. It's not gonna be like the new atheist. It's not gonna be any of these other. We are going to crash the stages of the mega churches and grab the microphones and be like, I have been in the corner for 40 years. It is time. I am now. So yeah.
I love that. I think that's really good. And it makes me think of like even the Jordan Peterson, Alex O'Connor conversation, or any of these conversations. This has kind of always been my beef with Christian YouTube. Like there's an implicit spirit that goes on in those conversations that to me is still fundamentally modern. You're seeking to know things. You're seeking proper knowledge through divided man. You're not communing. Like Vervaeke will talk about this stuff because he talks about dialogos and he's getting into relational ontology, but it's very like high level esoteric philosophy. But like to your point, the TLC's always been different. It's been the Discord, it's been the live streams, it's been it's this thing that is we talk about ideas, but we also just like, I mean, I try to, without doxing myself and talking about my family, talk about like all the aspects of what makes a person a person. We talk about all that stuff. And Alex O'Connor and Jordan Peterson aren't having that conversation because no one gives a shit because it takes 12-hour live streams because it takes too much time. They're trying to shortcut it. Like that's the trick is like you think you know things through. There's a propositional tyranny implicit in the spirit behind what they're doing that they don't see yet. That's my criticism of it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think
I don't know what you're talking about, McMo. Anyhow.
Yeah, no, I mean, in my like PVK, I mean, it's taken me so long to realize the importance of that like summer camp I worked at, and like when you're with people for 7 to 9 weeks and you're not locked in, but like when you're on a campground in Maine, in rural Maine, like, yeah, like there's a lot of stuff that suddenly the rest of the world just like recedes in its importance. And I remember talking to friends, and I was a college age kid when I was a counselor. I remember my friend telling me about parties and like what he was doing and everything. And I was on the phone with him late at night, like, and I was just thinking to myself, I don't care about any of the stuff you're telling me. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, it's incredible. Like, I'm just talking to him on the phone, but I'm like, wow, all of this is like you describing a dream you once had. Like, it's just so not part of what I eat. And once I get back to college, of course, I'm going to care about the parties and the girls and the like. That's
I'm just imagining you as Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber when the girl at the bar and he's just like bartender. Like, help me.
So, but yeah, it's like if you have, it's easy to like slam dunk on people as like less than, and that's. I watched the latest Simone and Malcolm episode yesterday, and they had someone from the Free Press, and you could just tell that they're just like so craving. I mean, this was a unique episode, but the writer from the Free Press was just so craving to like go to New York City and find subcultures and like, oh, here's young men who are obsessed with Wall Street. Here's young men who live in their houses. Here's women who are shaving their heads and having mullets. Here's like, what are these trends? Like, what do they mean? Like, oh, we got to squeeze them down and put them in the Thunderdome. Make the ants fight the grasshoppers. I'm like, I get it. It's cool to see like, oh, did you know that young men are now putting cheese on their feet? Like, what does that mean? What is that like? Oh my gosh. Like, you know, and to like do even subculture, not propositional, but subculture Thunderdome. But it's like, yeah, when you have an actual community you care about, the Amish aren't like, wait, what are young men in New York City up to? Like, I need to know. They, you know, they at least have that freedom to be like, no, like the things I care about are in front of me because they spend all day, every day with that community. And there's no way to get from there from here to there just thinking about it, like out of the thought prison. Because if you keep thinking about it, you'll be like, no, it is good that I read the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal every morning.
And that's what you just said. I don't know why this reminded me of it, but one of the things that I watched or listened to this week that I hadn't had time for until just now, but it's came up in, you know, the fire hose of TLC months ago is Ethan and Maya Hawke had a conversation with Bishop Barron about this movie that they were making of Flannery O'Connor because apparently both of them really love Flannery O'Connor, and so they made a movie about it, which I really want to watch now. And that Bishop Barron conversation was fantastic. Fantastic. So fantastic. But one of the things they discussed in there is, number one, Ethan Hawke would fit in this corner perfectly. He's a total corner person. Like the dude he's reading a lot of the same things. He's all over the place. He's super high energy, extroverted. Well, I don't know if he's extroverted. He probably is. He seems extroverted to me. But he's really into religion too. Like I didn't realize he was that religious, that Christian, Catholic-y. And but he said in there one thing, because he was talking, because a lot of it was such a personal conversation, because they're talking to Bishop Barron about Flannery. They're a father-daughter thing. So it was like ideas, relationships, faith. It was like such a corner conversation. And he kind of gave this advice because he was talking to his daughter about, he said in there at one point, I need to go back and clip it or re-listen to it, about pursuing what you love. But then that really begs the question. It's kind of a little bit of the platitude of follow your heart, which I think is true though, is if you really, I'm thinking about this as a parent also, is if you really pursue what you love. I'm trying to think of why this is connected to what you were just saying. Rather than ideas and trying to follow, like it's almost different than like a truth first approach. It's a love first approach. Like what really lights you up? What do you love? Like what would you do? Like right now, like I have no time at all. Like I'm strapped, but I'm doing this. Like why am I doing this with my time when I'm strapped? And whether or not I should be, who knows? Because I should be cleaning my house because my mother-in-law is coming and my house is a disaster because I've been working all week. But you really need to figure out what you love. But then it's just like, so, but to figure out what you love, it almost makes me think of this Calvin quote about knowledge of self and knowledge of God, and why everything's fundamentally personal. Because what you love is like depending on you. Like it's necessarily you. And if love is the biggest thing, well, you have to figure out who you are. You have to figure out what love is. And then you have to figure out how to, in a lived, embodied way, to pursue that which you love, you know? And that's like the most important thing in life, right? And I don't know. I don't know that I haven't done that well. Anyhow, man.
But don't you think that can also just spiral into like self-obsession and narcissism and silly interests that aren't actually important? Because if love is what you're pursuing, sometimes you only discover actual love by embodying Christ, which sometimes is doing things that are the last thing in the entire world you'd ever want to do, like go hang out with like dying people or like in a children's hospital. But then that's actually like the most close to truth you get, instead of reading all these books and all these ideas.
But what that makes me think of though,
it's not like I sit there going like, I love that. That's what I want to do. It's like that's the last thing I would want to do.
Yes, but that's almost more of like a divided self thing. Because like there's that little clip, which is another thing I need to go find. But like it was just like one sentence that Jordan Peterson said in his Russell Brand conversation, where he was saying really life and the fullness of life includes death. You have to integrate death into that, and that's sacrifice. That's voluntary self-giving. That's the henosis by kenosis, is what I said. It's like the at one-ment through your own self-emptying. It's the zitzum that the Jews are talking about all the time. God's own self-emptying, making room for the other. What you love is necessarily going to be self-giving. That it has to be. That's what love is.
So the problem would be people's definition of love. Then yeah,
It would be.
That's where it gets weird.
Yeah, it would be saying love in a superficial way, in like a hedonistic, self-serving way than a self-sacrificing way. But that's not really, you're not serving the true self. Then you're serving the false self and you're self-serving. I mean, then that's not gonna, yeah. But that's a great, I need to find that. That's a great, and that's the thing, is like, and we all know that. Like, this is the thing, we can sit here and talk about this propositionally, like telling people that, but you know that too, somewhere inside yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to, or I assume you have to.
Yeah. Also, I think that just the word love is just, I mean, it's, any philosopher will tell you this, but like the word is just so abused and misused as to what anybody actually means by it. And, it's sad because people use that to the advantage of like, yeah, you have to be loving, but you also have to be razor sharp and tough and, and like really what feeds the kids at the end of the day is, and that's where you get the, these other principalities and powers that take over people's lives.
They use love to defend euthanasia.
Right.
It's like the most horrifying use of the word. And abortion, I mean, all of it. It's the loving thing to do. The baby's deformed. Oh, it's the loving thing to do. Just kill it.
Yeah, death. But then that's like the Christ and Antichrist. Is you're not going to get away from death. It's just like a nasty, just like what's the word? Morose, like evil obsession with death that you're like calling love. It's like a sacrifice, but it's like everybody else sacrificing. It's not the voluntary self-sacrifice. It's like when Jordan Peterson talks about all these technocrats doing everything for the good that's just going to end up killing a ton of people. And he's like, oh, really? But it's just all the other people dying, not you. That's not good. That's not love.
Dang. It is going to be so beautiful when everyone else in the corner dies for me. It's just like, how much love you guys are going to pour into that. It's really...
Yeah.
When
smell the sacrifice, the sweet aroma.
The prayers of the saints are lifted up to God in a sweet aroma, and just, when the SWAT team comes and I give everyone's name and address to the CIA and NSA, I'm going to be like, wow, they get to sacrifice so much. I wish I could be like them,
All right. I'm going to hold myself. I struggle with self-regulation. I struggle with boundaries, people. Everyone knows this. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to respond to comments about my shirt, and I'm going to excuse it because I've had these white shirts since I was probably in junior high. They're very old, but they're also cozy, and I'm not going to sew them because they're just whatever. They work around the house, and I just decided to live stream with one on because my wife is sleeping. I probably could get other clothes. I didn't think about it. It wasn't intentional. I'm sorry you had to look at my shoulder, McMo and Emily. Okay? And you guys, keep going. Keep chatting. Keep saying jokes.
I have to go take care of my kids, though.
Okay. Alan, you want to
just do some stand-up? Just do some of my old bits before Christ bits?
Do you have stand-up? Just prepared stand-up? Like, do you have 30 minutes you could just throw out if you wanted to?
No, I mean, I used to have like maybe 10, 15 minutes, but it's very, very before Christ. So it's not, I wouldn't do it again.
Let's hear some of it.
Yeah. And here's the bits. All right. What do you want? The abortion jokes or the...
Oh, man. Sometimes, comedy is one of those interesting things because sometimes it's just, I don't mind, like, I don't know. I'm obviously not like overly puritanical when it comes to use of language or anything. But sometimes with comedy, I'm like, that's such low-hanging fruit. Like, try to actually think about it and be funny.
Yeah. Well, there's the problem of, especially old school comedy, you had to go to a nightclub in the middle of Detroit and then the next day go perform in like the heart of the Bible Belt. So you have to like get what mass appeals.
Yeah.
And often it's nightclubs where it's seedy people, like it was 11 p.m. And I mean, the stuff that was said, not just like how absurd it is, but just like I bet like before video cameras, the most crazy, like people would just go on. I mean, to this day, they have recorded. There's like a mainstream comedian who like just went on like a rant about the end times, the biblical, like his interpretation of biblical end times.
Who's this?
It's one of the guys on the Dave Chappelle, like he's on the Chappelle show. I forget his name. And
Neil Brennan?
No. It was one of I think it's the guy who did Ashy Larry, the character. But the point is just like he just went off on a rant, and it's like people paid whatever $50 to see this, and then he's just like, it's 1 a.m. like this is the late show. I'm going to talk about whatever I want to. So
yeah.
But the point, to get back to our original point of like part of comedy is transgressing boundaries, and so saying like just awful stuff is just the lowest common denominator, or like one of the lowest common denominators of being like of making comedy, It's like one of the lowest common denominators of
I get it. I do get it, because we started to go to comedy shows occasionally, and the last one, we've only gone to a couple in the last year, and we went to one, and I wish I could remember the guy's name. He's from New York. I think he's very Jewish. He talked about being Jewish a lot, but it was fun. Like his comedy was it was all like wordplay, language stuff. It was like it's probably more highbrow in general. And you could tell like there were earlier comedians that were just doing like what I consider to be shitty lowbrow humor. But then, yeah, it is that kind of diversity of a church or a comedy body where like a lot of people were just eating it up. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, you think this is funny? Like, this isn't funny.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing of like, if you aren't able to, like the thing I think, if you aren't able to bring someone else into relationship with you, which sounds like super cornery, but like good comedians, like when they say something like, and then my mom saw me do that, like it's not just them saying my mom saw it, they've built up the fact that you're like, oh my gosh, their mom seeing them, whatever it is so crazy, because he's already set up that his mom is like this crazy lady or this puritanical lady or whatever, so that him, even though he's not saying like, and then I poop he's not saying anything crazy, but the idea of his mom walking in on him as the punchline is so in his world is such a transgression of the norm or the boundary that you can laugh at it without it just being like, okay, I'm going to build nothing. I'm just going to get up on stage, and whatever boundaries there are, which are extremely limited because we haven't built any as a group, I'm just going to immediately just say, I'm going to go up on stage and say the most depraved thing, because that's the only boundary to push against. Whereas if I build up like, oh, this is who I am, and I love money, and I'm this rich guy, and then so if it's like, and then I lost my money, or this woman, that this thing happened, or I made a bunch of money, like you're like, oh, that's so funny because I know that this guy, I know what he's feeling because he's exactly this kind of guy. So it's really funny, even though if I got up on stage and I didn't build anything, and then I'm like, and then I dropped $5, like, everyone's gonna be like, why? That doesn't matter at all. So, him building up his Jewishness, him being like, oh, and this is what it's like to be Jewish, and this is what it's, like then he's like lulling you into his world, without you really even noticing it. And, and sometimes it plays on stuff you build during the set, and sometimes it plays on sort of what we believe, our presuppositions about someone, Yeah,
that's so I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to leave if nobody else shows up. You can keep talking if you want. But, because Lance is in the background. You can't see that. So he's here to just be here. But to your point, I just had this connection with comedy because I think everything you said is spot on and great. Because you got to build something. Well, then that makes me think of building TLC and structure, because you do have to build something. You have to bridge those connections. So you start talking about your mom. It's like deep calls to deep. There has to be something in you to resonate with something to me, and it's the comedian's job to build that structure conversationally and with his jokes so that this calls to you and appeals to you while also being funny. Because otherwise, I have an example of of not going through the hard work of just building the structure and just throwing something out, just like this extreme thing to set just like a ridiculous boundary. But like that's cheap and that's easy.
Yeah.
But there's this local comedian, I don't want to say it because it's very crass, but there's this comedian who did this joke, it's this lewd sexual topic thing that's like people have started talking about in the last 5-10 years. And he like just went on this joke bit about it. And I'm like, oh, come on, dude, that's dumb and easy. And there's nothing like that. I don't relate to that.
Yeah.
You know, and no one else does except at a superficial level. But also I guess you got to give a little grace to the comedian because in the same way that I always say you don't know anything except through initiation, they're learning.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you know, you got to mess up to figure out how to get better at stuff, I suppose. If you keep doing that your whole life, you're probably never going to have a career because you're never going to be relating to people on a deeper level.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, that's also a hilarious part about like people think like as someone who's performed a lot, like it makes me laugh so hard when you see random people come to like an open mic or something. And then they're like, you can kind of see them being like, wait, I thought this was going to be good. And I'm like, yeah, being a comedian is not like being a doc. It's not like a set of props of like, all right, he's got his diploma from Comedy U. So like, he's really good. It's just like, yeah, especially, I mean, at open mics, obviously they just all suck. There's zero boundary, but like even at a show, like the opener could be just like, did kind of well at 3 open mics. And then someone was like, I need someone to open for me.
Right.
So
even that, like being a doctor, you know, there was at
levels
the
of
beginning of that institution, there was probably a time when that meant something where that label, like you're a doctor, you've gone through this structure, like you're good. But that's not necessarily true. Like I go to doctors a bunch where I'm just like, I don't think you really know what you're doing.
Oh yeah. No,
Like,
and sorry. The connotation of doctor, I don't know if this is true or not, but like when you go to like talk about when you talk to history people be like, oh, the doctor was the last person you wanted to go to, you know, in the 1700s and the 1800s, like, oh, doctors, they're bad. And now we're thankful for them. So it's like, I always think that's funny because I'm like, so, you know, like what doctor meant was so different prior to sort of like advancements in medicine because I'm like, is that the same identity? And I guess it is. It's just different stages of the same identity. It's just, you know, a period where a doctor, you know, I don't know. I don't want to get further because I'm sure people will say like, no, doctors are still evil to this very day. But
so I just want to say, so I'm going to shut this down because no one else showed up. But Emily just asked this question of like, this is Kill Tony. So
yeah.
I tried to write that comment, and this is what's funny. Like it blocked me. YouTube rejected your comment because I wrote kill. Like, why would it block your comment? That's what's so funny. It's a show, YouTube. It's a show on your thing that now has a deal with Netflix, apparently, because it's so damn successful. Tony's funny often. It can be pretty wild sometimes, too. It's also mean. I was saying this to a buddy the other day, or a guy at work that I met who liked Kill Tony, and I was saying, you've seen it, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I almost guarantee there are people who've killed themselves because of like Tony just riffing on them because of things. And you could maybe excuse it to just be like, do you know what you're getting into? That's what he does.
Yeah.
You know, and so you should expect that. But like, that's where I'm too, whatever, my 88th percentile compassion, I could maybe do what he does.
Yeah.
Like theoretically, but I could never do what he does because I would be terrified of how they're taking that. I just can't be that mean to people. It's too, no matter how funny it is.
Well, I mean, I know you have to jump, but that is like, so, I mean, that has to do exactly with the, oh my gosh, this guy.
Right. You guys keep going.
Kill Allen.
Yeah.
Love you.
What the? Dang, this McMo guy. But yeah, my point about Kill Tony is just, people don't realize like getting up on stage is just you go from like, I'm having fun, I'm doing whatever, to like you are under the microscope. So yeah, I can totally see someone killing themselves because they think like, oh, this will be fun, or this will be good, or like interesting, or cool experience. And then you just get the most intimate annihilation in front of hundreds or probably hundreds of people. So
Yeah.
that
Yeah, there's the two perspectives on that from the inside, right? You've got the Rogan, his view is something like he said before that people think it's easy because it's just talking, and they're like, I can talk, and so
Yeah.
I could be able to do that. But then you've also got the Jerry Seinfeld famous bit where he's like, people would rather die, or what is he like the
oh yeah, the biggest
yeah,
fear.
the biggest fear, yeah, number one is public speaking and number two is dying. And he's like, that means at a funeral you'd rather be in the coffin than giving the,
Yeah.
the whatever.
The
So
eulogy.
the eulogy, yeah.
What's the
Yeah.
deal? Yeah. No, I mean that's the like, I mean that's the way out of the propositional prison is like yeah. No, I mean that's
Oh, Chris, you're gonna have to mute YouTube. We got to echo.
I mean that's the way out of the propositional
Yeah,
prison.
so you should have another tab that's got YouTube open. Oh, sounds like it's gone.
All right, we should be good. Great.
Hey, Chris, I don't think I've seen you before.
Good morning.
Is this your first time on a stream?
Yeah, I appeared on one PVK question thing or something one time. I think that was it.
Cool. Well, what gave you the impetus to hop on today with us weirdos?
Oh, you're talking about people embarrassing themselves in front of a crowd. I thought I got to get in on that.
Welcome. Yeah, embarrass yourself with us.
I went to a small church for a while, and they came to me and said, "You're the new music leader." And I said, "Why?" And they said, "Believe me, you're the best choice."
Somebody heard you singing.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. So yeah. It does make you wonder what's the fault in someone's personality to actually want to do that. There's a thing there, but I'm not sure if I want to go there.
We could go there because I got all of them. I got every reason in the world to want people to like me. I've got a infinite hole in the center of my person that seems like a dark abyss that can never be filled.
Yeah.
And only, and I worship the adoration of men when I should rest in the security of the adoration of God. So,
like Peterson is on this. Jordan Peterson is on this world tour, like he's what's her face, the musician, Anyway, and
Taylor Swift.
Yeah. Taylor
playing
Swift,
in arenas in Nashville.
There's a nexus there, and it's like I don't know really what to do with that, but that's okay. He shows signs of humility, so it's not like he's totally self-absorbed, but it's
well, Billy Graham was doing the same thing, right?
That's true. So yeah, I guess
he was breaking
of thinking you have something to give to people too. That's in there.
Yeah, I'm sure it comes with, like you're saying, it comes with a whole lot of temptations. There's probably a huge temptation and a lot of risks. You might end up in a coma in Russia. That's
yeah,
not good. That's certainly a counting the cost situation, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of like buying lottery tickets. It would be really fun to win, and it would be really bad to win. And so, I don't know. Anyway, so
I wouldn't mind trying,
Yeah, exactly. That's my hero's journey. Is like, give me 200 million and see what happens.
Yeah, I want to do the Buddha in reverse. Yeah, just go from enlightenment to being a prince somewhere with all the delicacies that such status and wealth affords.
Yeah.
Parsons, what's up, dude?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Did you come to embarrass yourself too?
Yeah, definitely.
Sick.
You're in a van or something. You're driving.
I am. I'm working, driving to and from spots. I just drive around and work. And
cool.
It's usually when I'm hopping on streams and listening for the time in between sites.
Very cool. Well, did you have any insight for us to glean?
No, I was just thinking too, like, just this thing of, like, we really wrestle for that recognition from other human beings. Is like, I don't know, it's like, the Christianese slogan, don't, the fear of man or the fear of God, I constantly heard growing up. But it's like almost like you don't get to be, you know what I'm saying, a human being without the recognition from another human being. So in getting that recognition, from your parents first and other people, hopefully eventually, that, Peterson talks about a ton with, peer recognition. It's almost like, how do you, I think it's almost like, I don't know, set up that you got to have that to form an opinion. But then it's almost like you said, Macmo, you get hooked, those hooks in you. And it's like, then you struggle with, oh, my ego is just this constant recognition. But it's almost like it has to evolve into something else. I mean, that's sort of the devastation of in front of peer groups or telling jokes in front of people would be devastating. People may, take their own life or something if, they're just totally wrecked in front of groups. So I don't know. It's like, how do you navigate that? I don't know. I was just throwing that out there to maybe.
Yeah, that's a good, that made me realize too, like, I do think public speaking is a skill that you can learn and get better at. Like, I grew up singing in church because my dad was the music minister. So I kind of got a little bit initiated early in just kind of being in front of people. And it was a really safe space, right? Because I was related to half the little Southern Baptist church I went to. And so it was kind of a, you couldn't imagine a safer place for somebody to embarrass themselves. And they had, these same people had kind of raised my dad. They had seen me in diapers and my father in diapers. So it was a very deep community with deep ties or whatever. But then you go to, and then there's an element of personality where, like, even as a young person, I was an attention seeker and I liked talking to grown-ups and I liked, being the center of attention and, making people laugh and all of that stuff. But then there's also just that practice that you get, it's like if you throw a baseball every day when you're a kid, you're going to get pretty good at throwing that baseball. And then there is also just like, yeah, so that tends to scale, right? And so then when I worked at a mega church, I had to stand up in front of 750 people at a time and feel that kind of like actual, there's a feeling. It's a weird kind of, you can feel the gaze of the other and all of those kind of consciousnesses focused on you. You can feel the attention, and it's powerful and it's scary. But even it can be kind of like it can become routine, or like you can get used to it in a way and get comfortable with it. But there is also still in the back of your head that kind of very, I think, almost animalistic, but so it's a pro-social feeling of like, I really don't want to be turned on by this many people, right? Like I'm in front of the whole community. And I actually heard somebody, I think this might have even been Jerry Seinfeld, but it was along those same lines where, like, back in the day, the only reason why you'd be speaking to your whole community was essentially to like defend yourself from being cast out or, thrown away or killed, like, so that would be like the only time you would have a reason to be like, hey, everybody, listen to what I have to say. It's like, you only do that when you're defending your life. So there's some good reasons why people might not want to do that, and so yeah, that was basically what just came to my mind when you were saying that, Parsons.
Me too, like, now you see, like, with comedy, I mean, I'm not trying to say there's like an evolution of comedy, but like you have somebody like Dave Chappelle who now like sets a trend for comedy. I mean, I guess the Kill Tony guy's a little different. Jerry Seinfeld was kind of the, like, what they call him, like the neoliberal 90s comedy where he's just pointing out stuff and the contradictions of society. But now you have somebody like Dave Chappelle, he kind of does that too, and he takes you on a journey, but he's also self-deprecating. So like that builds up a connection to community of people, like now that we don't look for like the strong man, we look for somebody who connects to us. Like, I mean, he constantly talks about masturbating, getting high, other stuff, and like you're like, oh, he's just an average day guy, and then but then
he's about to say, yeah, relatable.
Obviously a genius, because then he points out some structural, imbalance in society, and you're like, okay, that was really deep, you know what I'm saying? But it's almost a rhetoric, you know what I'm saying? Like you're saying in ancient times, that's like, people would have went to sophistry and other things to learn how to rhetorically mesmerize a crowd. But then,
Yep.
then it gets turned. But now we have politicians who do that now. But now we're like, oh, you're full of shit. You know what I'm saying? You're giving us nothing of, like, I don't know. But I mean, but the point is now you have somebody like Donald Trump who can't. Everything has to be, I'm the strong man you look to in a way. But I don't know where I'm going with it. But I mean, it's just interesting to see. I mean, again, like I sound postmodern in a way, but it's like we're constantly bouncing back between these forms.
Right. Well, maybe we take a step past postmodern and go ahead and go into the future re-enchantment of the world. And I think that like there is an element where comedians are like level 9 wizards. And like the things that they're able to, I mean, they're able to make you think things, and they're able to make you not think things and hide things from yourself. Like probably my favorite joke of all time, because I think it actually has philosophical and religious significance, is Norm Macdonald's retelling, I should say, because it's not original to him, but he spruced it up. But it's Norm Macdonald's telling of the moth joke, which I know Alan is familiar with. But Chris and Parsons, have you guys heard of do you guys know what I'm talking about when I say the moth joke?
Yeah, I saw it on YouTube when he passed away. Then that was kind of a thing that came up.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of summarize it, Parsons. And of course, when you summarize a joke, it's nowhere near as funny. So obviously, it's like I'm removing some of the magic of it, But he basically tells this joke where he's on Conan. I can't remember what particular version of Conan, but he's on with Conan O'Brien, and he basically he says, okay, so here the joke is something like, so there's this moth, and he's got like severe depression, and he walks into an optometrist's office, and the optometrist says, okay, like, what can I do for you, Mr. Moth? Like, what's the problem you're having? And the moth begins to basically talk about how his whole life is kind of falling apart. He like works this job where he kind of makes above average money, but it doesn't really matter because his wife is sick and his daughters are like about to become adults, and they've got all these suitors that want to marry them, but all of the suitors are just bad dudes, and there's no good prospects for his daughters, and his life is just in shambles. And the whole time he's using all of these like Russian sounding names, so that sounds like Leo Tolstoy or Dostoevsky or something like that, like this Russian literature. And so it's dark and it's heavy and it's sad. And then Norm tells this whole story of Mr. Moth's sad, existentially life of despair or whatever. And then the optometrist finally says, I'm sorry, sir, but that's all very, very horrible, but like, I'm an optometrist. Like, why did you think, like, I can't help you? Like, why did you think you could come here? And the moth says, because the light was on. And so, like, to me, that's kind of like a pretty cool example, I guess, of that kind of like wizardry with the word and with narrative, and kind of painting this whole picture, and then kind of making it all meaningless, but then also in a way kind of backdoor redeeming it, but it's but you could also see how that could go the other way, right? How like you could set it up, it could be this very dark, deep joke, this cynical take on reality, but then because you present it in this way that's like meaningless or not taking things as seriously as you should, how that would still kind of trigger that weird, funny, humorous, like laughter response, but it would be in a way that seems more like sophistry, than rhetoric in the purest sense or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember I don't want to get off track, so let me know if I'm doing that. I remember when Norm Macdonald passed away, and then they had all this stuff on YouTube, and he's like the comedian and all that kind of stuff. I hadn't realized that there was like formulas for jokes. I guess I never put any thought to it, that it's actually like quasi scientific, that they figure out how all of this works. Is that true? Is that a thing? You can buy a book that become a stand-up comedian?
I don't think so.
No, I mean, the problem is, to the point earlier, is comedy is about subversion of expectation. So any formula, besides a few fundamental formulas that every mediocre comedian loves to recite because there are like rules of three and a couple other things. But like the second something becomes standardized, it's no longer going to be funny because it's been standardized. And even the best comedians from prior ages, you're like, that's not funny. In the same way that of like slipping on a banana peel, like that sort of Three
Well, some things will
Stooges.
always be funny.
I mean, the classics. But slapstick comedy works so well because I think in a society with a lot more boundaries, it transgressed the boundaries of like, oh, there's that rich lady. What happens if we throw a pie in her face? Like that would be really funny in an era where there's almost like a de facto American aristocracy and a literal aristocracy in Europe because there's that crazy boundary between people. So transgressing that is hilarious. Whereas now, even the richest people in the world dress like probably worse than you and I. You see Mark Zuckerberg in a t-shirt and like baggy gym shorts. And
just watching a guy with a big ripped shirt. Yeah,
I know, yeah, I know.
I'm dressing for the job I want.
So the point just being of like transgressing boundaries. You can't be like, oh, and this is how you transgress a boundary, because then that no longer becomes that no longer has the potency it had prior.
Yeah, it's a craft and art, and so yeah, it's kind of a creative domain. So whenever anybody wants to make it into a science, it's going to be helpful for people who aren't as creative. But for people who are creative, who are going to end up rising in that kind of dominance hierarchy or whatever, the formulaic is always going to be looked down upon as like lame. Like as soon as it becomes easy for everyone to do, the people who do things that other people can't do are going to get itchy and want to do something different that they know, only they can do, kind of a thing. But the fact that Lance would compare it to autotune.
Your microphone is doing funny things, I think, or maybe it's my speakers.
Is it me?
That's better, much better.
Okay, my unshaven beard was getting in the way of my fancy earbuds. The robots will never win, as long as we grow out our facial hair. Now, can I remember what I was saying? Oh, just that Lance saying that it's like autotune. Autotune is a tool, Lance. It's great. It's awesome. Don't make me call you a boomer on stream, Lance, without you coming in to defend yourself.
Then another thing about the McDonald thing, though, was then they would show clips of him doing really, really lame jokes on YouTube. And so he would like bring it all the way around to like, Mr. Sophisticated Comedian. And now he's telling these knock jokes, or they were really bad. And then all the other comedians were like, oh, that's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
That are, anyway.
Yeah.
I made up a knock joke.
Viral these things, it's like go around and then see ourselves from behind, it's just really strange.
Yeah.
We do that so many things.
I made up a knock joke one time. Do you guys want to hear it?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Knock.
Who's there?
The wrong joke.
The wrong joke.
Who?
To get to the other side.
No, this guy's a genius. Mo guy, handsome genius over here. But
sorry, ladies, taken by the most beautiful woman in the world.
Hey.
Not even close.
But the great thing about Norm is I think Norm's in my top 3 comedians of all time. Maybe he's number 1 if I really thought about it, but
he's my top 1 for sure.
Hey, one with a gun. He
besides myself.
If I'm not including my own comedy works, you can catch my comedy at the basement of many bars in 2016. All right. But he also legitimately is doing this high wire act in that people don't like Norm. Not in a I go out of my way to dislike him, but if you show him to people, I would say 3 out of 4 people will not get it and hate it. And the fact that everyone that some people can know, like, oh, this guy's being lame on purpose, and he's this old codger who's sort of daring to embrace the old codgerdom, and that, like, if you are smart enough, you'll catch, oh no, this guy's actually like a genius. This guy's one of the most brilliant people ever, and his whole act of being like this, like, what's going on? Picking blueberry. Oh, this whole act he has on that most people are like, why is this old, like, pulled out of the 1970s old, like, Borscht Belt circuit comedian? Why is he like on Conan O'Brien? This makes no sense. But it's because he's doing this high wire act, which is that when you catch that, you're like, oh, he's transgressing the boundary of, like, oh, the comedian has to be cool and fun, and he has to be modern or stylish, or he has to fit one of these archetypes. And instead it's like, oh, this guy is just completely embracing being lame, but turning it into its own art forms, which is why, like, everyone hates it, but, like, the people who love him really love him.
Well, I mean, too, like, isn't that, like, I mean, I'm maybe not try to get this jumbled up here, this thought, but, like, in a sense, like, once we map something consciously, we're constantly as human beings wanting to move on to the next thing, and we're like, that's done. I've got that behind me. And I mean, but that's where, like, almost consciousness, it's almost like you hear, like, Paul Vanderklay and I think Jonathan Pajot and Peterson, they keep going to, like, a Sam Harris or another person, and they're kind of like, or the materialist atheist, and they're like, you just repeat the same thing, or Bill Maher, and that's kind of, we're way past that now, and there's so many critiques to that now, like, the conservative Christian position or taking a religious position, that now they're kind of turning toward that in a sense that, like, what we just took is consciously something is almost like it's kind of, we totally missed it.
Yeah.
And you got consciousness moving, and almost hearing these jokes, like you see Norm Macdonald, he's like that's what Luke was talking about. You get the person who's up there just transgressing the boundary almost, or, I mean, I'm not trying to
Keep going.
transsexual thing, like, I'm LGBTQ, whatever, I don't mind, going, but to the point we just got bashed with it, to the point where we're like, you're not making any type of new substantial movement, which I think the homosexual community did to a point in the 90s to, like, open people's eyes to things. But now it's just like, no, you're not making any transforming movement. But
yeah, if you go to a pride parade, I think they're doing some movements I've never seen before.
McMo, that's why I saw you there. Just you were taking movements.
We only really pay attention to things that are, like, new or changing. If it's the same, then we don't pay attention to it anymore. Everything is all, and then
maybe that's bad. I don't know. Like, but go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to break you there.
No, I'm with you. And then what happens to the people that come in late? I just come into the TLC thing 2 months ago or whatever, and all these things are going on, and you guys already have, like, a culture, and and VNA, what is that?
The cult is solidifying.
Yeah, exactly. And then so you have to have some way of getting people an on ramp, to talk. PVK is talking about the CRC, and they have that kind of issue where they've got all these things that are solid, and then they have new people coming in, and how do you integrate them? And it's like, but it's the thing. So that's why you get into the steady churning, I think, is because you got to have to keep moving and new, and to grab your attention and try to restart. Every day is like a restart, and it makes life interesting, but also very difficult.
Yeah, I see that 100%. Like, I'm glad that we've got some responsible adults back in the stream, but yeah, it's almost like we're it's like we're on this rocket ship, and then there's people, and some of us who are almost like Sherry trying to knit a rope back to the earth for those who are like, hey, I see that rocket ship, I'd love to be a part of it. And so it's that kind of integration. It can be like jumping into a stream, especially at this point where we're literally jumping into streams that last 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So Mo, hey,
Wait.
on that auto tune thing, I just wanted to say that there are genius, like for example, there are people who are sampling and using that in a genius way, right? And I was just asking the question, right? So I think there are people that, totally, there are people who are doing that. But like you were mentioning Norm, Allen, and some of that, and then there are others that are virtuosos that have spent time in a craft and can free flow, right? And go in different directions and so on and so forth. And it's just a different skill stack and a talent that, like, formulas are good, right? Like you can write really hooky pop songs that people are going to love. Like that's a gift, right? There's a craft to it. Like there are some people know that they can go out and, just know that they're going to crack out that stuff, and it's good, right? And then, I like the poppiest, hookiest pop. I mean, they're hooky. That's why we like them, right? And so I appreciate some of those other things in terms of systematic theology. I just wanted to say one thing, and then I'll just shut up. I was behind the scenes and talking offline, and we're talking about lurkers kind of deciding to come back in, kind of been hating the sideline and kind of not really wanting to jump in or whatever. And to some ways, I think one of the things that I think could be good about TLC is, not for some, not for all, but for some, it might be that's the thing that's keeping them from connecting into some sort of community also in their locale. And if you bravely step into this space and you start participating, maybe that then opens the door for you to say, you know what, I'm going to go try and find another community in. So the practice of this for some people might be like, hey, I did that, didn't kill me. Maybe I can go do that somewhere in my locality. So that's like one little aspect I hadn't thought about a lot, but I'm like,
well, yeah, I think that sort of gradualism that you're talking about, Lance, I think that's why Van Donk finally capitulated on the idea of doing estuaries online not being necessarily a terrible thing, because maybe some people need that in order to work up to the idea of doing it in person. So they don't have to be competent. I think before he thought it would be in competition with the in-person estuary, which I think correctly sees this as the objective. But yeah, so we're not talking about that. We're not being thankful for the Jews anymore. That's kind of what got my attention and why I hopped in here. I don't know.
Well, in a way, talking about American comedy without talking about Jewish people is like talking about jazz music without talking about African Americans. So, in a way, but I'm a synthesizer, so.
and without the Jewish record execs, we've even have heard the jazz have broken out into the mainstream. So it's all thankfulness here this morning.
But before we get too far, one of the things of the not progressing is it does make me laugh of like some of the new atheism spirit we've encountered of, even if you don't believe any of it, the inability to even just be curious. Like I can read about Buddhism or Taoism and be curious about like, this is the mechanism, this is the goal, this is the orientation, this is how they like spread, this is the evangelistic techniques. Like, and yet when we have new atheist types in the corner, it's just like every point is just to stumbling block, to put up a wall, to stop the conversation, to make, and it's just like, it's just crazy to be like, oh, you don't care. You're so certain about your propositions that you don't care about transgressing the spirit of the conversation, transgressing the boundaries of someone else, like you don't care at all. It's just, how do I find an inroad to be like, oh, I went to church and I had a delicious cup of coffee. It'd be like, well, that church is actually founded on a lie. And it's just like, what the heck are you talking? I just said, if I use a Christian word.
Decaf, man, they're using decaf.
Yeah. It just shocks me that like, I'm like, this is so boring. It is incredibly boring to speak to you. And that's not an argument against what your position, but it is like a statement of like what it's like engaging with people who are running the NPC code, who are just like, I must get back to like I must get back to my points. I must get back to this that I must project onto you. And it's like, that's crazy. And then also the annoying part of like, okay, if that is your ultimate code, if that is like, you're just not afraid to do, you just have to get your points in. Okay, go to go to a country where they don't like that. Put your nickel down. It's like, we're just gonna smile and laugh and be polite, but like, go put your nickel down and fly to a country where you're not allowed to, where atheism is. It's very annoying, and I think it depends on the kindness of people to then not call them out on it.
But
Well, I was going to say that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Mo.
I was just going to say that, like, I do actually see I see comedy as a way to, in love, kind of jostle people out of the NPC code. Like, very much in a similar way that Bombadil kind of jumps you out of the, like, dark romantic drama saga of Lord of the Rings. He's just this kind of absurd spot of light. His boots are yellow. But like, I find it incredibly fun to interact with someone who, whether it be out of fear or out of despair or out of shame, is running the NPC code, because it's like not that hard to just be a silly little goose and see the actual real child of God behind that. And like, I think that that's why like people are embarrassed at their laugh, because like you can't really, like, if you can't like hide your laugh. And then there's some people who should be embarrassed at their laugh.
So listen, I want to reserve the right on all my streams that whenever I leave, I can just come back in and get to insert myself immediately.
You started the stream. That seems like reasonable.
Okay. So, to your point though, what you were just saying, McMo, what it made me think of is like a musician. I just got the image of just like someone, or like somebody just who's a drummer, who's just like kick drum, just more kick drum. Like what would make this song great is just more and more kick drum. And forget everything else. Like, we just need kick drum. It's like the self in the comments. Like, he just keeps saying stuff about Islam. Listen, I want to talk to Muslims in here about stuff. But if you're going to be a dogmatist and a colonialist, just saying things over and over and over and not listening, you're not being a good musician. You're not playing with the choir. Harmony. Pay attention to the spirit of the conversation. All right, that's all. Bye.
So I have an anecdote that's kind of like, it's related. It's not the kind of like, it's a little bit different than what you were talking about, but it's definitely related, because it's an example of someone saying something that had an edge to it, but that wasn't really a polemic or an engagement or invitation to debate. And when I was at Thomas Aquinas College, we had this old Jesuit priest. His name was Father George Steckler, German Jesuit, a very conservative Jesuit, not like that. And the first time I was introduced to him, he says to me, "Oh, Nathan, you're the one who thinks he's an agnostic." This is all. That's it. That's all he said. Just says it very casually. He just says it very casually. Like, doesn't try to start getting into an argument with me. Doesn't try to persuade me that I'm wrong. He just, like, in a very kind of like joking tone of voice, he says this. And so I know this means that he's read my admission essay. So he had to have been on the committee because that's the only way he could know at this point. So yeah. And obviously, like, that stuck with me for a long, long time. I had to wrestle with that. And that's all he did. He just said that little thing.
He said, you think you're an agnostic? Is that what?
Like, oh, yeah, you're the one who thinks he's an agnostic.
Like casting doubt on your ability to have doubt.
He was casting doubt on my doubt. Yeah. He was trying to point out to me that my doubt was really faith. And I just didn't know it.
That's like a level 12 spell.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
I keep having a friend pop to mind who's actually, now that I think about it, I don't know why I haven't brought him up before in the TLC conversation, but he's kind of I guess I'm scared too, because he's kind of like like, he might be more prone to Christian YouTube, we'll say, but he's like an author. I'll just say his name because I love him, but it's Harrison Scott Key is his name. And so he's like a comedy writer. He's been on the like New York Times best-selling whatever. But he was like, I met him in college, and actually a little bit before college, and he actually teaches comedy writing. He's a college professor, and he teaches comedy writing. And so he has some very interesting thoughts as it pertains to like comedy and faith, and too like the way in which comedy can be, or humor, we'll say, just like the comedic, can be such a grace in times of despair, and in like the really low points of life where it's kind of like you either laugh or you cry, and sometimes you cry so much that you can't cry anymore, and so all there is to do is laugh. And his life has been kind of a comedy of errors in that way, in which like he's had lots of reasons to cry, and he has kind of found that like turning it into, so this is his kind of like his
Did
kind of
you
formula
also
for
just
comedy.
explain why there are so many talented Jewish comics?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, and so he thinks that like basically talk like what is his formula is that like comedy, and this isn't his either, but it's basically the same as like comedy is tragedy plus time. And that idea that just like the fact that we're still breathing, we're still living, and we've kind of, in this moment at least, none of us are in the gulag, is like a reason enough to let out a sigh of relief and maybe a embarrassing giggle. Mic drop.
Yeah, no, that's really fantastic.
So shout out to Harrison if he ever hears this. Sorry I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, drive safe today.
There was
There he is.
Yeah.
there were actually some theological debates in the past as to whether Jesus laughed, because it's never the scriptures never actually. There's Jesus wept line, right? But the
Yeah.
scriptures never tell you that Jesus laughed. But I think because he was fully human, he definitely laughed.
Isn't
Well, that's
there a
like the
verse
end
where
of.
there's- Sorry,
Sorry.
there is a verse. I read it. I was like teaching Sunday school with children once, and there was a verse where the children like come to him and he's like laughing and playing or something. I can't remember it. I'd look for it again, but I can never find it. So I didn't know. But
Well, no, but I think that's that's good. I think that's like one of the places. I don't think it ever explicitly says he laughed, but certainly, I mean, the like some of the things that, I mean, it's clear that Jesus has an appreciation for children and for joy, and
Yeah, it's hard to be around kids and not laugh, you know. But also that's like the end of orthodoxy, right? The end of Chesterton's orthodoxy is like, I think it's like almost the last paragraph or something, where he basically says like the reason that it's not in the scriptures is that it would be too powerful. It's like too
right,
like
yeah,
to even have a conception of that is almost like you know, forgive us for speaking of things we do not understand, kind of a thing.
right.
well, I mean, isn't that the like back to the joking? Like that's the great thing about a joke is you thought you had it and you didn't have it, and somebody points it out to you, and you're like, "Holy shit!" Like it's laughable, and that's the point. Is it points at your preconception of something you thought you had, but totally breaks that. And I think that's another great form of like when new music is invented, or you know, whatever transitions. That's what you can see through all movements of music, that rap, rock, whatever it is. At some point, somebody comes up and hears something or does something that breaks previous paradigms, and you go, "Oh, it opens up." We thought the circle was completed. Whether that's Einstein in physics, like we thought the paradigm was complete, but it's not. We're alienated from what we thought was before, but in our alienation, it opens up a whole world of becoming something anew. And so, like that, I think that's the point that Luke's pointing at. TLC are people who come in and just want to ram their, you know, what is it? John Bervecki's 4 Ps, their propositional knowing. Is that the one?
Okay, so
ram it down your throat. Yeah, and you're like, and I think that's the great thing about TLC. Yes, we all have these things. We see something, and we're like, I want to show you my thing. But the great thing about TLC is, it's like, and I think Paul Vanderklay is the key to this. It's like he never is like, I'm going to give you the meta language that you're going to understand all of these paradigms by. He's like, I will not have any of that. And I think that's where, like, I'm not trying to point out certain people, but they have like, no, you need to put your foot down, Paul. And he's like, I will not do that. And I think that's like the embodiment of the movement of it. I mean, back
It's
to
also,
Sorry,
go ahead. Okay.
No,
It's also,
go for it. Go for it. My bad.
I was just going to make a dumb joke and say that it's also funny when you think you have invented a new form of music, but everybody just thinks it's weird, emotional. Nobody likes it. It's very funny.
Yeah. Well, that's me. I've always been like that. Like through high school, all the, and there's like a hit song out, and I'm like, I hate it at the point, but then like looking back, I'm like, I like that song. I don't know why that is for me, but I'm like, I couldn't like it because other people liked it. But now I'm like, I can sit back apart from that and now like it. And I don't know. But I was going to say something else too, like about like, like artists that like put out, you know what I'm saying? Like a bunch, their first album was the nitty gritty of everything they were suffering and their project. And they put it all in that first album, but they can never again recreate that thing again. You know what I'm saying? Like some people can, and some artists, I don't know if it's their drug addiction or whatever, they can keep creating like Dylan or something and recreate himself. But it's like, it's still something they never can get that spark again. I don't know, but.
All right. So Nathan Woods is in the comments is giving me yet another reason why I'm glad I'm not Orthodox. Because to me, that's a denial. That amounts to a denial of the humanity of Jesus. If Jesus didn't laugh, then he wasn't fully human.
Well, in the Psalms, it says God has people in derision. That's kind of like a laughy kind of thing, but it's
just like there's no way that's a correct position. It can't be.
I'll go a step further, Nate.
To be fair though, it's not just Orthodox. I mean, I can point to medieval Catholic thinkers who thought this too, and it's also wrong. It's just wrong.
Right.
It's like anyone who says that has not yet come to accept the full humanity of Jesus.
Well, and I'll go a step further. Maybe it's not a step further. Maybe it's a step back. But and say that he can't even fully be a man of sorrows without having laughed. Because I think even in the book of Job seems to make a few jokes. I can't remember them off the top of my head. They're just really old.
You think that all those times he's dining with publicans and sinners, he never laughs at their jokes one time?
People don't like being around people who don't laugh.
Exactly right.
Even if you're in the toughest, like most stoic environment you could think of, you could literally be a soldier in Sparta, and they're going to come up with some. Yeah,
it's such a reflection of everything that I don't like about Orthodoxy at times too, because there's like, and particularly like people that want to emphasize like this part of Orthodoxy where it's like, it's all like hard mode all the time. There's a real hatred of life in it sometimes.
Well, I'm brought to mind I was kind of surprised to see Nathan put that, because my understanding was that like Lance, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't one of the most recent saints like openly kind of a fool, quote unquote? Didn't he like go out in the street and like make people laugh like all the time?
Yeah, that's what I'd want. That's what I'd want Nate to do. He just to drop that in here and not give it some. I was reading some because
maybe laughing is the greater thing. Maybe laughing is the greater thing that we would do.
That's an important clarification. Yes, it is, and there are Catholics that have that hold that too. So it's not exclusively Orthodox. To be fair, I think I was just
reading a priest blog who's disagreeing because it came in with Basil at his sister Macrina's funeral or something. So you got to understand context of what he was talking about. I think it's been kind of misused a little bit. I was watching this Father Bill's blog, so I was like, this is odd because we laugh a lot in the Orthodox Church, and our priests laugh, and so it's not like we're not laughing, right? And then also this thing that you just said, like your harsh criticisms of it. That's not my experience of what my lived Orthodoxy is. Right. So
no, but the kind of Orthodox I'm talking about, though.
Well, yeah, but I love we talk about this, but these are the people online again, like the same thing, Nate. Like one of the things I keep trying to tell people is, and it's the same caricature.
Hey, Lance, I want to be very clear. There are Anglicans like that too. It's
right.
not
100%. and we can caricature what mega church is or whatever, right? And then there's the lived experience, and we all know what I always like to think, one of the things I think is funny about theologians or whatever, and it could be anyone, whether it be Jordan B. Cooper on Lutheranism, or someone on Orthodoxy, or someone on Catholicism, or someone in any Protestant tradition, is they'll start talking about these fine points of theology. But the masses that are sitting in the pews, like, that's not what they experience at all, or even have any concept of, or whatever. And there also is the natural, normal understanding people have, which might even be like wrong. You know what I mean?
Heretical.
Like, actually, yeah, it's like, it's so wrong. And that's why you're pointing to even Anglicans or whatever. But that's like the natural, normal thing they get out of kind of being in the waters, so to speak. So, but what I would say is, as it would relate to this, and this is an important distinction, this is one of the things that my wife struggled with a little bit. But also, you'll read saints and they will widely disagree on things.
Yep.
And you have to just come to terms with, like, well, Basil says this, and then Chrysostom says this. You're like, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Well,
hey, Basil needs to stay in his lane. Basil needs to stay in his lane, which is pizza.
So,
it can
be
frustrating.
Since we began this stream with an appreciation of the Jews, it's like, this is something the Jews have figured out how to deal with. It's like there's no universal agreement amongst the rabbis.
Right. Well, and to be fair to my Catholic brothers and sisters, I grew up in a very anti-Catholic, anti-Pope household, right? But if you actually read someone from Van Balthasar to other people, there's wide and varying views that are in the Catholic Church of people who are still in good standing, to some extent, right? From a bishop.
The Jesuits are still Catholic.
So,
and not all Jesuits are like those Jesuits.
Well, and then also, to be fair to, like, you can't just say Baptist. Baptists have as many flavors. I mean, I've been to totally different Baptist. I've been to really buttoned up, very strict Baptist churches. I've been to very charismatic, almost full Pentecostal Baptist churches. You can go to a very rigid mega church. Like, you can go to John MacArthur's church is a mega church, and it's rigid. And then you go to another mega church where the pastor's flying on cables over the crowd. I mean,
right. Yeah, this is an ecumenical problem. And I'm reminded of a bunch of things, but one is from my dad and one is from John Piper. So I'll just briefly say the John Piper thing. I once looked up on, like, Desiring God. Like, did he ever do, like, anything on comedy? And of course he had, like, a Ask Pastor John that was like, is comedy sinful? And and he basically came on the side of, like, yes. And the reason was, he was basically thinking of comedy as being mocking and scoffing.
Yeah.
And so, like, yes, mocking and scoffing are not Christ-like at all. That's very evil. Like, that's not, that's bullying also, you could say. But I also wanted to, I guess this is good because it kind of, my dad hates Piper. He calls him Hyper Piper.
That's so
because
good.
Because he's a hyper Calvinist. That's like, my dad is great with those little things that help you remember stuff.
He's
mnemonics.
also hyper too, McMo. Like, it fits perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my dad is a mnemonic machine. It helps that he's on the spectrum, so he's got a lifetime of, like, figuring out how to think of all these things. But yeah, we had a really good conversation one time, kind of surrounding the idea of the harm that the kind of caveat that people give when they talk about joy, in terms of it being like, oh yeah, the difference between joy and happiness is that you can still be joyful even if you're not happy. And so that gives some people this impression that life as a Christian should always be sorrowful. You should always be in despair, woe is me. And that even repentance is like this, that a life of continual repentance would be a life of sorrow and continual negative feelings, negative emotions, I guess. But that misses the whole point that, like, we're like, you can't, like, joy is, like, has to at least also be in happiness. Like, because what in the world would the word rejoice mean if it didn't mean to, like, laugh? Like, how do you rejoice and not laugh? And so when we're given these commands to rejoice in the riches of the love of God and this is still ecumenical, because even independent of what those riches are, that rejoicing is going to include the type of joy that is happiness and is smiling and is laughter and is like the blessings of God that you can only receive in community. And so, like, I don't know, the super seriousness is a place that I think that we could all really rally around, because it's kind of a like Pageauian Peterson thing of like your relationship to the sacred and times and places of solemnity and weeping with those who weep. But then there's also there has to be this joy. There has to be, Neil would call it a secret joy. I don't know. He doesn't keep it too secret. He seems like a pretty joyful guy. But like, this is, I guess this is what I'm just trying to say, is that it seems like we could all come around kind of lifting each other's up and lift it like through love, but we should not tamp down when that love and expression of the divine within us results in laughter.
Right.
Like,
well, and I think
Yeah.
I think one of the things is there's a time and like there's time and places for everything. There's a time for reverence, and solemnity, right? And that's the moment we're entering into. We can laugh all the rest of the week, but there's a time here where we need to do those sorts of things. And one of the things about comedy, what people don't get, like, here's the deal, and I believe this to be true. Most people don't have a sense of humor. They think they do, but they don't, right? And that's true. And some people think just saying mean things is a joke. No, see, the holy fool does things in a way that are funny. The person who's being, the king or whatever he's able to pull it off in a way, right? And great comedians, it may appear that they're saying mean things, but no, there's something different to it, right? It's truly comedic. And it might be pulling up an absurdity and putting.
Well, they also have to be modeling the ability to laugh at themselves, which all great comics do. Like all great comics, it's like they're making fun of themselves as much as they're making fun of anybody else. The truly great ones.
And great comics would say
there's humility to it, and they're actually inviting you to share in this kind of like humble ability to laugh at ourselves and not take ourselves too seriously. And this is a home run comment by Anselman here, because I think he's 100% right. Humor can aid in understanding and reconciliation. Yes, it can. When we can acknowledge our differences with humor and laugh about it instead of getting like all serious about it and being super protective of our identities, then that actually does open the door to reconciliation and understanding.
Right. And the reconciliation piece, that's the thing I'm pointing out to. True humor, something that's really funny, is not just a mean comment about someone. That's what a lot of people miss. Like, so that see mean comments, and you'll see this a lot online. Other sides will make things they're just saying mean things and they think it's funny, right? And that's not humor, right? And then there's the memes that capture something so well and expose it. Like, memes are amazing, and the great memes, even though they might, tick off one side or the other, like they just expose a distilled truth in an amazing way, right? And so I'm a big fan of the meme culture. I know McMo is too, and so I think that is the key. And one of the things I've learned is, like, even when I was making arguments, legal arguments or whatever, it's the winsome thing. I would say something in such a way to show its absurdity of what someone was trying to show, right? Like, because I'm trying to win minds and hearts. And the best way to do that is to put something up, wrap it in some funny sarcasm, right? Like, that's almost the best way to show, like, this other point this other side's making is silly, right?
Yeah, when I hear truth and reconciliation, I just start giggling. Yeah.
Well,
So
I think
our Muslim spammer, I just have to say, if that is true, then you do not exist, and so since you don't exist, we don't need to pay attention to anything you say.
Ooh. With the humor, guys, I don't see how you guys can laugh with what's going on in the world and how serious things are. And, guys, just as someone who like really cares, and like I read the word of God, and I just realize what a cross we bear, and
I would say that, yeah, exactly. Well, that's more the spirit of Greta Thunberg than it is the spirit of Christ.
Well, that's the funny thing about being in 12-step meetings is people will say things that would make normies toes curl, and they think it's like whatever, and then we all bust out laughing. You know what I mean? And you got to know when it's the time to laugh or whatever when somebody. But the stuff we will laugh about, like other people would say, that is awful. Like what they just described and what they did is just awful. But we get it because it's we can connect with it on a deep level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think well, to that point of like extending your understanding, especially having meta understandings of like I will laugh all the time in situations where even with other people where I'm like, it's not funny to me, it's not funny to you, but if there was a camera and people were watching this situation, it would be extremely funny. And I'm not the one that's like, oh, I'm outside the joke. You're not outside the joke. But if someone were outside the joke, they'd see the humor. And that's sort of the meta understanding, is to be like, oh, from this outside position, you can understand the dynamics. And, you know, especially when like you're transgressing, like, oh, like like, oh, I wore my shoes into someone's house and they didn't want me to, and I tracked in a bunch of, like I tracked in mud, and they're very serious, and I'm sort of like, oh, I'm sorry about that, but there's that tension. That sucks because I'm like, I transgressed your house. It sucks for you because your carpet's ruined. But to me, it's very funny because I'm like, if someone was watching this, they would see how horribly awkward this is and how destructive to our relationship this moment has been. And we've just gotten off on the completely wrong foot. And this is just a horrific way to start anything. And we're probably not going to like each other. But I will start laughing because I'm like, this is hilarious.
I've got a pretty funny story along those lines that I'm going to end with because I want to get off and do my little monkish things, I should say. So yeah, I have a dark sense of humor at times, but so I got to tell you about my grandmother, my mom's mom. She was like this wonderful, polite lady. She used to have this saying, like, if you don't have anything nice to say about someone, don't say anything at all. I know that's not original to her, but it dawned on me when she passed away that she was quiet a lot of the time. So just the idea of her constantly having things that weren't nice to say. But she also lived with my grandfather, who was like this jokester and this prankster. I don't want to go too deep. He's hilarious. I loved him. Yada yada yada. But she got dementia, and she just turned into this like sweet. She got like the good kind of dementia where she just became kind of like a very polite child, essentially. And my grandfather loved it because he could say the same jokes over and over again, and she would laugh. And so finally, like 2 summers ago or about that time, she kind of was on her last leg, and she finally, like maybe for like the last month or so of her life, was eating very, very little and kind of just finally passed away. And so I'm one of the pallbearers at her funeral. And so we get to the what's it called? The cemetery, and we're kind of unloading her casket or whatever. And I'm surrounded by like all of my cousins and like my dad and my uncle, and we're just, we're doing the pallbearer thing. And then I can't remember that the wind was blowing or something had like fallen in our way, so we kind of had to stop and just stand there and hold the casket. And when I tell you, it was way heavier than I was expecting. That thing was heavy. And so I just kind of under my breath, I whispered to my cousin, I thought they said she had stopped eating. And the whole casket kind of jostled as I felt him kind of like having to tamp down the laughter. And so that was just kind of like one of the happiest moments of my life, kind of a thing, in that midst of like very sad to see this old lady pass, and kind of gonna miss her, but then also like I know that if she was alive, she would have giggled at that. And and honestly, if I wouldn't make jokes like that if I wasn't born of people like that. So, but yeah, this has been a great talk. Thanks for putting up with me, y'all. I'm gonna
McMo, before you go, the reason I joined in, I only have a minute, but I wanted to join in, and it's tied exactly to your story, because I totally agree with you with joy, right? Like joy is a beautiful and great thing to experience, but I wanted to make a case for joyful sorrow. And the example I was going to use was just this last weekend, where I went and visited my grandparents' graves in my hometown, and a lot of my family made the effort to be there, and we were together. And obviously it's sorrowful to stand in front of the grave of your loved ones, but at the same time, we were gathered together telling stories about our lives with these people that we loved. And the only phrase I can use is that it was joyful sorrow. And I think that has a place in spirituality as well. I think they can live together. I think they can be joined together.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. I think that, like, yeah, the point that was interesting that my dad made was just that he had kind of always focused on that side of things and had never stopped to consider that, like, yeah, maybe I should have some times of joy that aren't
Yeah.
accompanied by sorrow.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yeah, I do agree that, especially in the Orthodox Church, you see a lot of people who are prone to the pride that comes from dwelling in grief too much. Right? There is because I was just reading this yesterday in Unseen Warfare, where he was saying there's people who they dwell in the grief of their sinfulness too much, and it's because they have an idol of themselves and they see themselves, this idol has fallen in front of them, and they're scandalized by seeing the idol of their good self that was supposed to be able to do all this stuff. He said they take on too much spiritually, and then they fall and they see the idol of themselves fallen, and it scandalizes them and it makes them feel sorrow. He said the whole problem is they expected that they weren't going to fall, and they expected that they shouldn't fall, and that they should have been able to do it on their own without relying on Christ. And he said instead you should take on less and rely more on Christ.
That's really good, and also especially if you take that in consideration, along with the thing that we were talking about earlier, where I talked about like the necessity of humility for actually really effective humor. Like there's no great comics are humble people. I guarantee it. Like they couldn't be great at what they do. No, they're really the great ones. Not great ones. Not merely good. Not mediocre. Great ones. Requires humility.
Yes, I agree. Well, I have to run too. I just wanted to add that. But thanks for letting me in, and good morning, everybody. I wish I could hang out longer, but I gotta go. See ya.
All right, bye, y'all.
All right,
Bye.
Bye.
Lance, I was trying to get you to take off your hat, so I put on my hat. I took off my hat.
Oh.
It didn't work. I need to go too. I haven't had a shower or anything. I'm supposed to accomplish things today, but it's been very fun. Thank you very much for letting me in. That's one thing I really like about the TLC stuff is you guys are very accommodating, very, very gentle. So see you later. Now I got to figure out how to get out of here. Okay, bye.
Bye.
So Nate, how are signups coming on Northwestuary? Doing good?
We have I just really started actively promoting recently. We're at 9 so far.
Okay. Well, you'll have 10. I just haven't completed. I was trying to figure out. I won a code on Twitter, and then because I was the first to respond. I was trying to process it, and then I got distracted. So there will be 10. I don't want, but by the way, I probably should have said that. That might keep some people from coming. I promise not to bother you if you come to Northwestuary. If I'm a problem.
Well, I hope you come. Yeah. I'm also I should I put up. I mean, I know that there are people that would want to come that may not be able to afford to come. So I have put up a. Let me get I did set up a Gibson Go that is pretty much designed to try to see if we can come up with enough money to where I can grant some free tickets to people who really want to come.
I like that idea. That's good.
So I'll probably start putting that in the links to that in the video descriptions on the channel, and I'll keep promoting it on my social media, etc.
Just don't interfere with Grimm's grip. I mean, he's got it. This is one of his.
No, this is Grimm's on my planning committee, so Grimm gets to come for free because he's on my planning committee. He helped me.
Don't out that he's trying to raise the funds for the group.
Well, that's.
By the way, I always support Grimm's grip. I think it's amazing.
Well, I know right now his grift is like he's trying to sell like so we're doing a bonus event on Sunday. So because Grim in our last planning committee session, he's like, "Hey, are you doing VIP tickets?" And I said, "Nah, it's not really my thing. It's like I wasn't planning on it." And he's like, "Well," and then he told me it was his birthday on Sunday. I said, "Okay." I said, "We'll do VIP tickets for your birthday on Sunday. I'll cook. John will run a D&D game, but we got to cap it at 12."
All right.
And so he's got a code. He's got a code for you have to go through, and you have to go through Grim to get the code. So Grim is totally in charge of giving out that code. I will not give out that code. Grim is the gatekeeper of that. So you got to go to Grim. Go to Grim, and he'll give you a code if he approves of you for his VIP list, and then you'll be able to purchase the VIP ticket to Grim's birthday.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Alan,
and the menu is set for the food I'm going to be serving at so the menu for the barbecue on Thursday is already up on the website, on the description. If you go to the ticket page, there's a description of the event there, and the menu for the barbecue is there. It's brisket, collard greens, mac and cheese, banana pudding, and peach cobbler for the dessert. But that's the barbecue menu. And then for the birthday party with Grim, he asked me if I could cook a bison brisket for his birthday party. So I'm going to do bison brisket, and then he wanted potato salad, deviled eggs, pumpkin pie, and rhubarb pie. So I will probably I make decent pies, but my stepdaughter is actually an extraordinary baker, and she'll be back here with us by then. Oh, actually, she might be in Renton. She might be in Renton because she probably will have started up. She's actually she went to college at Southern Oregon University in Ashland this year, but she's going to go. And she's actually, her grades were really good and she was doing great, but she was just very insistent that like she wants to pursue like becoming a pastry chef, and she wants to run like a coffee shop, pastry shop. That's what she wants to do. And I've had her work with me on some catering jobs in the past. We have a friend who has a food truck and a restaurant that she's worked catering jobs for. So she kind of like has some idea what she's getting herself into. And she's going to enter into Renton Technical College, has a 15-month program that she's going to enter in the fall. So she'll be living up there, although she might be available to make the pies, but the pies will be good one way or the other. They'll be better if she makes them than if I make them now.
All right. There it is. It's on the screen.
Yeah, that's who's coming. So we got Dr. Michael Martin, who Grill Country followers will know well. Paul Vanderclay, who of course everybody in the corner knows well. Dr. Chris Green, who people may not know. He's not really a corner person. He's somebody that I have had on Grill Country a few times. We've developed a friendship. I think he's fantastic. I just started reading I just took a class on his latest book, and I bought it like the day before the class and just barely got a chance to start reading it, but it's really good. And that's actually why I jumped on the stream this morning, because I saw what Luke had originally called it. So I was very much in a mindset of appreciation of our Jewish friends. This is Dr. Green's newest book. It's called The Fire in the Cloud. And this book is actually kind of like somewhat inspired by Robert Jensen's essay Toward a Christian Theology of Israel. And it's part of his like Christology trilogy. And he's trying to work through an attempt at a non-supersessionist Christology in this book. And it's really, I found some of it like, I actually felt convicted reading some parts of this book early on, like even as like someone who is like generally had very friendly, favorable relationships toward Jewish people. My wife is Jewish, I was able to see in reading this book some of like the subtle ways in which even I can be like patronizing sometimes, and may have underestimated the importance of the Hebrew scriptures for us understanding our own claims as Christians. So there's that. He's great. And of course, Karen, how could I not have Karen, right? Like Karen
He's an
kind
OG.
of like,
He's an OG.
right. And Karen is the one who like, kind of like first got me to come on camera and start talking on her channel. So I appeared on Karen's channel before Girl Country existed. I was on Karen's channel, doing stuff with Karen and Michael. And so, I wouldn't be doing like quite really like Karen is one, along with Michael and Sherry. Like Karen is one of those people. Like if it were not for Karen, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. And I think Karen is just a great voice, and she has such a unique perspective. And so yeah, then we have our artist and great synthesizer. That's what she is just such a she has such a great mind for synthesizing different ideas and pulling them together. And that's going to be, which makes her a great dialogue partner. So I'm really looking forward to some of the panel discussions. And I think Karen is going to be a force in those panel discussions because of that power of synthesis that she has. She'll be able to bring people together in ways that are going to be really amazing and surprising.
Well, and the conversations will be good. And I know one of the things that you, just by the way you talk, and also by the form of the event, is there will be great hospitality. This will be a place of great, because there will be meals, and so on and so forth. So when you think about encountering face to face, and down here you've got the C.S. Lewis quote. Where is that?
There will be. It's not mentioned here. We'll either arrange for a food truck or there'll be a catered lunch. And I'm leaning toward catered lunch, but I can't really I have to have like a close to a final head count before I can really set up. And then
also, catering. You love that, but one of the things you just know is that you need to take some of that off yourself so you can.
Oh, I'm not doing that. We actually have. I actually am thinking about a couple of different possibilities. I have like, so my catering partner, I might ask him, but I think barbecue twice. If people are saying if people end up getting into Grimm's thing, that's more than enough. We probably need some variety. Well, so I think you don't want to eat barbecue every day, folks.
Yeah, I think the food truck idea is a great idea. I think it's
so we have some friends that have food trucks. We also have friends who have actually like a box lunch catering service. So we also might go that route too. Mm-hmm. So we'll just have them bring in box lunches for people.
So people here, clearly you have face to face, and I think I can imagine what some of the themery around that was in terms of like your thing in estuary and thing, but I'd be curious to see the theme that you're were thinking about there.
Well, here's the thing. This is very interesting about that quote. I didn't know that Jess designed the website. I didn't know Jess was going to put that on the website. Obviously, I definitely approve of it. And it's definitely like one of the many things that I was thinking about. And I want it like face to face. I mean, I want to hear lots of different themes about what people think that means. Mm-hmm. And I think we'll get different takes. Like Karen's going to have a different take from Paul, and Michael's going to have a different take from, from Karen, and Chris will have his own perspective on it. And so they'll all have different perspectives, and then we'll come together and we'll talk about it, and we'll have different perspectives in our estuary breakouts as well. And so we'll be able to examine this from lots of different angles and find out there are lots of different faces. I think that's one of the things that we'll discover, right?
No, absolutely. Well, and I think
but here I want to tell a story though, because like one of the people who's thinking about coming is Evgeny Terekin, the Russian translator of the Inklings, whose Substack I just love. Mm-hmm. He's considering coming. I actually gave him I emailed him a code for a discounted ticket, which he also sent me a code for, or sent me a special link to get a copy of his newest book, which is just 44 mystical insights from the writings of the Inklings. This is his newest one. And he actually, before I had seen what Jess did with the website, I said, hey, if you come, I might try to work in somewhere in the schedule for you to do a brief presentation on C.S. Lewis's Till We Have Faces, because he's an Inklings guy, like, and he has like his insight. His insight is really amazing, because what he does, here's the reason why his insight is so good, is that he has to read their work very, very closely, because he translates it into Russian. So because in the process of doing that translation work, you have to really think very, very carefully about the words on the page, right? When you're doing that translation work. So he really like has just amazing insights into the works of all the Inklings.
Right.
And I think that would be just that'd be great. So if Genny makes it, there may be some bonus. So there's some bonus content that may be coming in addition to the main panel. And that's one of them if Genny makes it. And then the other one that's like more certain is I'm meeting with Graham Pardune, the poet, on Sunday. After church, right after I get out of church, I'm gonna hop on I'm gonna hop on, which, by the way, no one stream Sunday afternoon, because I need to have StreamYard open so that I can do just like a private conversation with Graham and Sherry. So Sherry's been talking to Graham for months. I was really surprised when it was Christian Baxter that ended up having him on. Because I just assumed it's like, if anybody brings him into TLC, it'll be Sherry. And then I said, hey, Sherry, did you see that Christian had him on? So apparently, like, he'd actually suggested it to Sherry for quite some time, but she'd just never done it yet. So, but in any case, yeah, Graham, and Graham, I would probably just have him read some poetry.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, it'll be fun. And like they did, one of the things that Luke mentioned earlier, Paul actually mentioned it. So there was this thought that one of the things that Brendan Graham Dempsey, some people kind of noted that
there was one at DC.
Nate Woods was asking, was there a TLSO conference in the Northeastern U.S.? And I just said there was one.
Yeah, there was one in DC.
Yeah, last summer.
DC. Yeah, I was there.
Yeah. And so one of the things that, thinking about the face-to-face thing is Brandon Graham Dempsey felt a little awkward when all of a sudden Paul started asking about the personal stuff. Because if you get caught in this propositional ideas and you just always doing these podcasts where people just want to talk about ideas, and Paul talked about he won't have someone come on his channel unless they're willing to share something about their story, right?
Right.
And one of the things Luke talked about is what made Paul great is Paul was focused on the personal because of his randos, right? And what we're doing here through these just chattings and everything else is that, yeah, we talk about ideas, but Paul has set the spirit of this little corner about the people in your story, and all of this stuff matters, right? And so many ways to kind of the meeting of the face-to-face. Again, there's a myriad of layers and levels to all that, but I do think that's one of the things that makes kind of this place very different is, yeah, we talk about ideas, but a lot of times people start telling their stories, right? And the personal stuff comes out, which is not what you see from a lot of slick debate type or slick production type podcast conversations or YouTube conversations you see.
I wonder if that's if I'm hearing you right, Lance, if that's a bit off from what his point was. Wasn't he talking there about a personal conception of God? Probably thinking of like a Pentecostal or evangelical experience where you have this personal relationship with God, and God is telling you stuff, and it seems to me that TLC is a lot of people are sort of reacting from that kind of experience of God, where it's a sort of volatile, am I experiencing God as God telling me something, and they find sort of a more grounded experience of God moving into something like orthodoxy or whatever. So I wonder if TLC shares that kind of
I would
concern.
say the only experience of God is always personal, and also, but I understand what I understand what you're saying, and I do like some of the like enthusiasm. Can be confused with the experience of God. I think when it's not necessarily the experience of God.
I'm curious when you say that. Do you mean what I just said by describing a personal God, or do you mean something else?
Oh, I'll get into what I mean, but before I get into what I mean on that, I just wanted to say that speaking of people who are part of why Grill Country exists, I think Julian needs to be included in that, because it was Julian. The very first conversation that I ever had on YouTube was with Julian and Michael on Randos United on Radical Orthodoxy. So Julian was part of that too. And Julian is the person who introduced me to Robert Jensen, and I want to thank him for that, because I'm just, the more Jensen I read, the more I like him. My friend Dr. Chris Green, who's coming to the conference, is very, very influenced by Jensen. And so he has a very Jensonian kind of perspective that he'll be bringing to the conference. So in terms of what do I mean when I say that? What I mean is that the experience of God always comes through the Spirit, and it has to happen in freedom. So I'm thinking here of both of two things that I think actually do go together, and I've been saying this a lot lately, because I'm not done chasing this as far as it goes down. So it's something I'm still working through. But Yvonne Illich's reading of the parable of the Good Samaritan points to this, I think.
Which is a good critique of Dembski, I think, or Dempsey.
Of what?
I think that parable is a good critique of Dempsey.
Yes, absolutely. I do think. Dempsey, yeah.
I mean, his reading of the parable is that we're moving from.
Let me talk about Dempsey. What my problem with Dempsey for a moment. And first of all, I want to say nice things about him, because he's really a delightful young man.
Yes,
really
yes.
He's very kind. He is a generous spirit. He's highly intelligent. He's honest. He's doing his best to work through things as he sees them. So I have nothing bad to say about him. But we are definitely as you could, if anyone who watched our conversation can tell, we are also very, very, very far apart on certain things, even though we have a certain kind of alignment in other areas. We both we both have a sort of openness to us, I would say. But I really, really don't think that the historical critical method, which is kind of like what caused his deconstruction, but yet he won't let go of, for whatever reason, I don't think it has any merit, because I think it's a completely wrong orientation toward the text. And I was actually just talking to Dr. Green in an email about this, because he just did a class on his new book, Fire and Cloud. And I participated in the class, and every time I heard him talking about reading the scriptures during the course of that class, I couldn't help but notice that the way he was talking about reading the scriptures, it was always from either a first person kind of imaginative stance where you're seeing yourself in the story, or it's a sort of a dialogical approach where it's like it's happening as a conversation. It's never I'm trying to take a look at this from this third person God's eye view perspective and analyze it scientifically. That is never.
But both of those modes aren't the traditional typological. I don't know what are the words. Isn't the sort of traditional approach either? So who's doing something different there?
Pardon me. Oh, but they're actually, that kind of first person reading actually is deeply, it depends on, it is deeply traditional in certain parts of the tradition. So that kind of reading actually does have deep roots, and it's also, by the way, implicitly what's going on in the Catholic practice of Lectio Divina, where you're meditatively reading the scriptures out loud, and then you're reflecting, and then you're taking a pause, and you're reflecting on them. So I actually think it is the most traditional way. Reading the scriptures as a spiritual exercise is how they're intended to be read. You're not supposed to, because what you're doing when you're reading them with that scientific way is you're creating a distance between yourself and the scriptures, right? Which means that ultimately you're creating a distance between yourself and the word, so that the possibility of that personal interpenetration, like, is actually, like, you're eliminating it by reading it that way. And it's just simply like, and it's not the kind of, like, one would think it would be obvious that a spiritual text shouldn't be read that way if one is reading it as a spiritual text. Now, for an atheist or an agnostic who just wants to study the Bible academically, like, I suppose that it's fine for them to do that, but I don't think, but the conclusions that they come to don't have any meaning for a person of faith at all, because they're not reading the stance that they have toward the text is inappropriate to begin with. And I would say, by the way, this is kind of a big deal, because this has to do with the stance that we should have when we're talking to one another, where it's like, in order to again, hashtag Luke Thompson was right again, but in order to really understand anyone, whether it's, even if you're just reading written word on the page, right? Even if it's like someone you'll never have contact, you still have to come into a relationship with them in some way, which means that you have to put yourself into a place where you're trying to see what they see. You're entering into a dialogue with them. You're not putting yourself above the text. You're entering into the text. You're reading it automatically with sympathy. You're reading it automatically in dialogue, or even more directly than that, you're like putting yourself into the text, imagining the text is speaking directly to you.
Okay, well,
and wait a minute. This also applies to our conversations. If in our conversations we're merely waiting to prove our point, make our point, whatever, and we're not actually deeply trying to actually understand the person and what that person, because a lot of times we'll jump to a conclusion because we think we know what someone means when they say a given word, but what they actually have in mind when they use that word is completely different from the meaning that we have in mind. And the only way we can come, and that kind of openness is the only way that we can come to see that. Now I'm done. Y'all can talk.
But yeah, that's well said. I mean, I think that's a problem I often have, is I just latch onto something someone is saying and sort of project.
We all do it, Julian. We all do it.
Yeah,
but it's sin. It's actually sin. For real. It's a failure of love. It's a failure of love to do that.
But I definitely take your point about how, I mean, one way of saying this is that if you are not sort of reading the text in that kind of participatory way or relational way, then you're not allowing the text to make a claim on you in any way. But I think this is where you can think about, I mean, I think about myself here in parallel with Dempsey telling about his own story, where, you know, you grow up in a tradition where the way you're reading scripture is just a shitty way of doing it. And so it's really helpful to be able to go through that stage where someone says, well, you know, your tradition is saying this word means that, but actually, if you look at the original context, if you look at the historical context, that's not at all what's being meant here. And so I think there's a kind of, that's a way of so think about it. So I think about it in the way of there's a naive relation there. I'm receiving the established way of reading the tradition. It's making a claim on me, but the claim it's making is distorted. It's making me think and do their own things. And so if I can get that critical distance, I can come into a more genuine encounter with the text. So I think what you're talking about is a sort of maybe post-critical naivete where you realize that when the Bible speaks in an apocalyptic mode, for example, you're not supposed to be reading the election cycle into that or something, like just for a stupid example. But there's all sorts of stupid things people grow up with that, as Dempsey was saying himself in the story, that they have to overcome. And I think everyone goes through that. I wonder how you would think about that in your personal framing. Is there a way to think about that critical element?
I actually tried to approach that in the conversation by suggesting that one of the reasons that we were so far apart in our thinking on this is because of the very different paths by which we arrived where we are. Because he was raised in a very fundamentalist Assemblies of God context. So when he came to the text, he had a lot of presuppositions about what it was. But the pathways that I came by, like my friend Martin Shaw, I am very much in many ways a barely scrubbed pagan. And so I don't come to the text with any with a lot of like predetermined notions of what it's gonna have to say to me. And so I didn't have because I was relatively unchurched in comparison to Brendan. That meant that I didn't have a lot of like axioms that I was already approaching the text with, which I think that is one of the reasons that I think we're at variance on that. But he did like very just like when I said that, like he took it the wrong way and didn't get what I was driving at all, and the conversation went in another direction. But yeah. So hey Noah, welcome. I heard that you were planning on starting up an estuary group up north. So
yeah.
How's that going?
It'll start in August. So yeah, we'll be starting in
Great. Northwest is going to be full of estuaries because we've got. I actually had a woman who came to. Her name is Mari. I'm actually going to have to share what she did with Van Donk. So she comes to our estuaries. Like one of our regulars invited her to come because they actually had some shared. They have some shared experience in like rebel wisdom, kind of like online conversation spaces together. And so he invited her to come. Her name was Mari. And she actually, first of all, I haven't seen anybody who just immediately got what was going on as quickly as she did. And she was really great to have there. But she after she comes one time, she sends notes for everyone. So she has some kind of insane auditory recall, like because she wasn't taking notes. She had some kind of insane auditory recall where she was actually able to remember in detail what every single person had contributed during the estuary and ask them very thoughtful follow-up questions for reflection. And then she also said that she's thinking about starting an estuary up north in the Seattle area. So yeah, she's going to have like, there's going to be estuaries all over the Northwest soon, especially after the conference. So
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
So Noah, you had a conversation with Brendan Graham Dempsey. So yeah. I'm assuming that's why you're jumping on.
A little bit. I've also finally come back from my break, so I'm just happy to.
Yeah, I think he's important. I would like to see more conversations. Like I think he's feeling comfortable coming in here and so on and so forth. I'd like to see more conversations in this little corner. I find because he represents a lot of people and what a lot of people are thinking and where they're at. And for us to come together and have those good faith kind of conversations and trying to like seek some understanding in it or whatever, I think it'd be powerful. And anytime I see people, no matter where they're at in certain spectrums, some more than others, is I can latch on to little things in myself that I'm like, oh, I have this worldview thing in me or a way I'm approaching something. And although I say I'm in this other place, actually I still have this thing or this thing that I'm struggling with. And I think to me, I think it'd be really good. And again, I just continue to make the case that I think sharing our stories along with the things we're struggling with, that's the real magic, because you can't argue when someone's sharing their story. It also gives you a lot of understanding of why they're saying the things they're saying, right? And why they're struggling with the things that they're struggling with, right? And because there's a lot of complex things swirling around in all of us, at least, kind of at least for me. So I'd like to see him engage a lot more. I went out to like his world and tried to watch the stuff that he's like engaging in, and it's good. Seems like very good faith people. Like whatever is there, but it's. Could you put a finger on it? They just seem to be approaching things. It just seems to be more a little ideal. Is it a little more idea level or something, Noah? Like, what would you describe that?
Well, I think one of the keys to understand Brendan is that first conversation with Paul, where he comes at it and it's very clear he thinks that the conversation is going to be one way, but it's actually a different way. Like he thinks Paul is going to have a certain like opinion, and he tries to counter that opinion. But Paul, that was not a correct understanding of what Paul believed, and so there was this kind of conflict. And so I think when it comes to the ideas level, it can get really heated, I think. And so you have to go somewhere else. And so in my conversation, I tried to go down the poetry route, and it felt actually really productive to.
I watched it. No, it was good. Yeah, no, that was one of the good things that kind of helped me see another side like I hadn't seen.
Yeah. Well, and I know that part of his second conversation with Paul was something that was really really stuck out to me. And so being able to connect on that level was really helpful in kind of bringing it where I think we started to talk about things that I don't know if he would have been comfortable if I had just brought them up outright and not had linked them to poetry or Dante.
Do you mind if I ask the question since Julian's here, Nate?
Go for it.
So, and this is kind of in the Brandon Graham Dempsey thing. So I keep hearing this meta modern thing, which I think you can you're tapped into that a little bit. You think there's some new things happening. I think you also, Nate, appreciate more speculative theology and some of these other things that would go out there. And then Julian, I mean, obviously the community that you're in is that's clearly you're open and a leader and all those other sorts of things, but that wouldn't be how I'd probably, at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's not how I would characterize what I would think of your community. So when you hear this meta modern thing being discussed, I'd be curious for you, Julian, like what are you thinking about this conversation?
Yeah. Excuse me. I think I've thought I think the first time I heard of meta modern, I thought, okay, that's probably just another way of talking about what this little corner is doing, and someone has just put a fancy label on it and thought about it a bit too much. But I do think the most interesting. I mean, this space is doing something interesting in terms of this is how I always framed it. It's doing something interesting in terms of bringing the transcendent back to reality, or thinking about the relationship between science and religion, or all sorts of different things that are kind of helping people to both appreciate the tradition or the past or religion in a new way, and then also, but not to do that in a way that kind of leaves modernity behind. That's always been how I've thought about it. And so I think what part of what my angle is, I actually appreciated the angle that Brendan was taking in his conversations with Paul. I listened to the one with Paul and the one with Luke, and I appreciated the angle of bringing in the historical, critical, bringing in science, because I do think this corner does have a tendency, and I mean that's been the consistent critique of people who've been critical of it. Like if you look at people like Nathan Ormond or whoever, or some other people, that the critique has constantly been that you're not taking this scientific, critical, liberal perspective seriously enough. You're not engaging with critics. And so, and then the internal critiques that people make of this corner is that it's gone too easily orthodox, and it's too critical of Protestantism, it's too conservative, it's not accommodating enough of liberals, it's too much of a Christian enclave, it's not open to other perspectives. And I think there's something there in terms of this corner can kind of sort of have the answers too easily sometimes. And so I appreciate that it's creating that kind of friction. And I understand why, based on kind of the
Oh no.
Oh no, come on, come back, Julian.
Oh, he was cooking.
Yes.
No, he was cooking. Hopefully he'll come back in, or his connection will sort. Well, okay. So, I think there was a lot. There's a lot there that Julian said. This like very true. I do think. Oh, hey, you're back. We lost.
Yeah, I lost connection. Did you guys get the gist of what I was saying?
I did, and we thought it was awesome. I want to talk. I have so many things I want to say about that. I still think there's a way in which. Okay, so here's the thing. It's like I still think at the end of the day that there's a way in which the serpent is connected with the intellect, and ultimately that the serpent has to be crucified. And so I do think that like a lot of this, it's like, yeah, we can consider the modern perspective, but the modern perspective always wants to assert itself as a perspective on perspectives. And so really Brendan Graham Dempsey's metamodernism is just an attempt to reassert the supremacy of modernism in a slightly different way.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That feels right to me. No, Nate,
that's why we came into conflict. That's why it was like a friendly yet contentious conversation. That's how I would characterize it, because it was like there was no personal animosity, but there was definitely a real clash of ideas. And I titled it "Where's the Meta?" because all I really see him doing is actually just trying to reassert the modern perspective as like a potential meta perspective that can judge between perspectives and therefore is superior. And so therefore it becomes the arbiter of truth. And so Tomberg says this interesting thing in Meditations on the Tarot, where he says that that when the serpent is crucified on the pole, he uses the symbol of Moses's bronze serpent in the desert, that it allows it to become method instead of truth. So there's nothing wrong with the scientific method. The problem is thinking that it is the arbiter of truth. And part of the reason it can't be the arbiter of truth is precisely because of the deeply personal nature of truth as such, which is what I began talking about earlier. Other than that, a whole bunch of things you said were true. I actually do think it's a problem. I do think that that there is a problem. Like, I'll give you an example of this actually that just happened. So, Julian, do you know who Paul Axton is by chance? Okay, so Paul Axton, he's like he's like a Christian anarchist pacifist type who he has a blog and a podcast called Forging Plowshares. He's had conversations with Jordan Daniel Wood. Actually, his Forging
Okay,
Plowshares.
sorry, I'm a bad Anabaptist. I should know who this is.
Yeah, that's why I thought you might know. This is why he's not an Anabaptist though. I think he comes out of like the Church of Christ, I think, or the Christian Church. Not the church, the Christian Church, which I don't really know. He's in Missouri. He was a missionary in Japan for a lot of years. He's so Dr. Paul Axton, very serious Christian, but he is definitely not conservative. He is very actually he actually did his PhD dissertation was actually analyzing Zizek's work on Hegel. So he's very so completely not right, and he's like Jordan Daniel Wood. He's like one of those Christians who actually thinks that Hegel gets a bad rap amongst Christians, and there's a way of reading Hegel that is deeply Christian, and so he published. So I came into contact with Paul because Paul's he has a Bible college, or not really a Bible college, but like kind of a Bible college that teaches like courses on theology and religion through the Forging Plowshares. And he offered an 8-week course on Maximus the Confessor taught by Jordan Daniel Wood through Forging Plowshares. I took this course. And then like after the course was over, I had these twin brothers that were in the course. One of whom is like follows Paul Axton's online space very closely, so he's very much connected to Paul Axton and Forging Plowshares. And then the other brother is like very much TLC oriented, and the brother who follows Paul is aware of TLC and saw some of Vanderklay's content, so he has some idea of what TLC is about. He's not completely ignorant. And part of the reason he's checked it out is because his brother is very much like big on Pajot. He was at the Symbolic World Summit in Tarpon Springs. And so they're very politically divergent, right? They're very politically divergent because the one twin is very conservative, associated with TLC and associated with the Pajot sphere. And the other one is associated with basically Christian anarchist kind of world, right? That's the Christian anarchist world. And so I said a bunch of things that caught their attention during the course. And so they reached out to me, and I'm gonna have a conversation with Paul Axton and these twin brothers, Brian and Brad are their names. And we're going to try to kind of like try to bridge these worlds, to try to bring try to see if we can bring the TLC space and the Paul Axton like Forging Plowshares space together, and see if like we can kind of like one of the things I said in the course is like, if we as Christians cannot model ways to talk to each other productively across political divides, how the heck do we expect anyone else to do it, right? And so so that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to talk across some divides of different theological perspectives, some political divides, and we're going to try to see if we can, where we can come together and have a productive, real dialogue. And everyone is invested in that, and is hoping. Everyone is really hoping to come together. This is not going to be a debate. I'm hoping it's a productive dialogue. In this process of discussing this back and forth, one of the twins reached out to me, and he said, "Hey, Paul just wrote an article on Jordan Peterson, and I'd like to get Jonathan Pajot and Paul Vanderklay's take on it. Do you have their emails?" And I hadn't read the article yet, but I like this guy, and I knew that he wasn't going to do anything stupid, so it's like, yeah, sure. So I gave him the email addresses. He created a thread, and he said it. Pajot responded, and Pajot's response is, "What do you want me to say other than this is ridiculous?" So it's like, which is very Pajot, right? And so I think that's like, and the reason, this is a very long way of talking about, there's something about like that tendency towards we're fighting. There's actually like there's more than one current going on in this TLC stream. There is a certain
Absolutely.
part. There is a certain part of TLC that is just like hardcore, rigid, orthodox, not very open, and like and I don't think Pajot is that, but he can sometimes reflect that, and I think that kind of response is like, I really wish. I mean, it. First of all, he didn't have to respond at all. And I mean, he was under no obligation to respond at all. But I really wish he hadn't responded that way, because that definitely killed any potential for, because like Paul's article, I think he was wrong about Jordan, and I actually responded myself and said, well, I know where Paul is coming from on this, and I respect Paul, but this is not I don't recognize the Jordan Peterson that I know in this. And I pointed out specifically where I think that there's more to Jordan than Paul was seeing in the article. But it wasn't ridiculous, and he was basing it on, he was sourcing it from like the paper that Pajot and Peterson presented to Art Conference, and it was like footnoted, and he was paying attention. He wasn't addressing nothing. But I do think there was a breakdown because of that very thing I was talking about, where it's like, until you have invested, and here's where Paul's mistake was just immediately engaging in polemic without attempting to come into any actual understanding of the person that he was attacking, right? So I think this is like, so it was a mistake for Paul to write that article. I think he should have waited until after he'd come in contact with TLC and tried to figure out what the space is about before he wrote that article. I think that would have been better. But he didn't, and we all make mistakes, no big deal. But you can't, but a lot of what he was doing was just precisely that kind of thing where he thinks he knows what Jordan means when he uses particular terms. But I've listened to Jordan enough to know that Jordan doesn't quite mean exactly what Paul thought he means by those articles, in his article. And so in any case, we'll see where this goes. I'm having the conversation on Monday night, and Wayne actually, do you know Wayne Fair at all? Sovereign Love. Wayne just had Paul on his channel yesterday. So
that's interesting.
So this Paul Axton colliding with the corner thing seems like that's going to happen. So we'll see. Which would certainly, like, that'd be good, because I think it would actually give us a little bit more political diversity and some different perspectives. I really actually, like, the more I get to know his thought, the more I want to actually bring him into conversation with Vervaeke, because I think it will be interesting, because they're both very much into looking at things through a psychoanalytic lens. Paul also like references Lacan a lot, and Paul is strongly anti-Platonist, and he definitely reads Plato as a dualist. So this means that there's a potentially very interesting conversation between him and Vervaeke, because, and I think Vervaeke's right. I actually don't think that Plato is a dualist. I think that's a bad reading of Plato, because Plato doesn't believe that forms exist independently. That's actually not what Plato thinks, and there is no actual like independent realm of forms. That's not what he's saying. I would actually say that Aristotle is more of a dualist than Plato is. But anyway, I talked for a long time.
Well, okay, I have a frog in my throat. Well, Nate, I think the thing is, though, that part of the reason you're getting this response from Pajot is that there is a real fundamental disagreement between someone like this guy and Pajot's perspective. And this guy is critiquing Jordan Peterson, maybe not for all the best reasons, but he is probably sensing that there's a fundamental disagreement between him and Peterson. So part of what I'm wondering is whether the gaps I'm noticing in the TLC conversation are just sort of a product of the fact that this is not the dominant conversation that's happening here, and the movement is heading in a different direction than these other voices, and so maybe there is no possibility for for integrating them, and there's just going to be disagreement.
Yeah, I guess I'm always hopeful. I'm always able to. I don't know. I have a very high degree of confidence in my ability to bridge perspectives. And so we'll see how it goes. I will say this is the thing. This is one of the things I said in my response is that because the one thing that is binding all together here is an interest in Maximus, right? And so one thing I pointed out, like that was a problem I thought with Paul's perspective, and this is actually kind of a self-critique of the Christian anarchist perspective, I will say, is that if Maximus is right, if incarnation is creation, then that means that we cannot have, that says something about what our attitude should be about the merely human, right? And that means that by definition, the potential exists within the merely human to actually glorify God. So that means our cultures, our institutions, do in fact, because of Christ, actually do have the potential to genuinely reflect God. And there's the we are always faced with the possibility of false incarnations. Like we are always faced with the possibility of false incarnations, but the fact that we are faced with the possibility of false incarnations doesn't mean that we should give up on creating these limited human goods.
I think that's exactly what you.
Oh no. I really wanted to hear what he was going to say in response to that.
He came back last time. We'll trust in the resurrection. He'll come back again.
Yeah, but this, I mean, I'm Lance. You're a sharp guy. You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. So I'm sure you can see like why this is like this actually is this is kind of an important self-critique here, because it definitely suggests that like at least some kind of like because there's a way in which like the Christian anarchist perspective I think is also kind of has like an implicit dualism. So it's ironic that that Paul's major critique in this article, by the way, is that Peterson is a dualist. Like that's his major critique. But there's also an implicit dualism in a kind of an absolutizing Christian anarchist perspective too, where I think that it fails to recognize the way in which like the incarnation really does properly elevate the human. Like Christ brings the human into God. Like that's what happens. And so because Christ brings the human into God, then that means like we can't just, that means that like things that are human aren't necessarily like under the dominion of the prince of this world. That that merely human things can in fact genuinely reflect the image of God, can genuinely glorify God. And so, and I think this is what Peterson and Pajot are standing for. Mm-hmm. And they're not wrong. So
go ahead, Julian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying you've put your finger, I think, exactly in the point of contention.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely see the force of what you're saying. I think I've been wrestling with my own kind of Christian anarchist.
Well, here's the thing. Let me give you here's the Christian anarchist ray of hope, right? All of this in order for this to actually, here's the thing. It's still a mistake to just project our human notions of hierarchy onto divine hierarchy. That's still a mistake. And none of this can happen by coercion or it's automatically corrupted.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I think I mean, if you were to read some of my recent blog posts, that's sort of what I've been trying to think through with by drawing on Wendell Berry, who kind of gets. I mean, another way of saying the same thing, I think, is to just say that ultimately, like a radical Christian anarchism is just unlivable. Like you can't.
Right.
Not this one. My coffee with Kierkegaard stuff.
Oh, your coffee with Kierkegaard.
Yeah, but right. I mean, like it has such a denial of creation baked into it that
yes,
there's a sort of radical asceticism that's baked into it that just kind of is unlivable.
I think Wendell Berry is exactly the right figure to point to, because Wendell Berry has his own kind of brand of Christian anarchism, but it is a kind of Christian anarchism that is deeply affirming of the goodness of the creation.
Yes,
and that's
yes.
right. So that's
That's
precisely the kind of synthesis that I want to try to arrive at in this conversation. If we can come together on that, and I think that I don't think Peterson. I mean, Peterson is he's a right liberal, right? So I don't think as a right liberal, he's not fond of force and coercion. I don't think he would be hostile to the idea of localism and focus on the particular. In fact, if anything, he seems to be very so I think there's a bridge. I really do.
Mm-hmm. And the thing I would think for someone like Pajot right now that his status rocket has risen, his ability to take on conversations, like he has a limited amount of time. And I know that to some extent, I mean, he'll engage with people he disagrees with, but if he would have had the sense that someone was being he's had to deal with a lot of people just being fairly polemical and dismissive of Jordan. And it's like, I'm not, I'm going to pick my battles, so to speak. So there is that kind of interesting thing about Jonathan, because he's not afraid to engage all the time, but must have been, but like you said, at least he responded, right? Like he told you, I just think this is ridiculous, and that's it.
And then he left it at that.
Yep.
Yeah, which is and it was fine. I didn't have a problem with it, and I actually kind of I mean, I can understand why he had that response. First of all, he's responding in defense of a friend, right? So it's Jordan isn't just some thinker he follows. That's a friend, a rather close friend, right? So if someone was if someone was straw manning my friend's arguments, I would probably respond in exactly the same way. So, and I also think that let's see, I haven't heard back from Paul hopefully I'll hear back from Paul Vanderklay on that. So I do hope to still bring Paul Vanderklay and Paul Axon into conversation, because I think Paul Axon would be a really nice addition to TLC. Mm-hmm. And I know Paul. I think Paul knows him because I'm pretty sure I've seen, or at least he knows of his podcast, because I'm pretty sure I've seen Paul play clips from the Forging Plowshares podcast on his channel.
Yeah, Julian, one of the things that and this is a bit of navel gazing, but there's been a bit of a wave of lurkers coming in the corner lately, which is, it's always interesting how that kind of happens, so on and so forth. And you had mentioned, I was thinking about, there's somewhat of a bent towards orthodoxy. Like there is that kind of stream that's coming up. And, obviously you either have in our little corner, and then JBP just kind of overruns. But I look at the trinity of Vervaeke, Pajot, and Verbanderplay, which were a little more successful. And you certainly have the Vervaekians, and then you have the Pajotians. And I think there's a few more of the Pajot PVK people that have attracted themselves there, and that would indicate some of that sort of a thing that's going on. Also, Luke kind of really got the live stream thing going here recently, and he's thinking through that, because that's, he thinks from a personal, he's thinking about the things that he's going through right now. So that kind of has that kind of strain associated with it. I've also thought a lot about the Christian enclave thing, and because Paul is a CRC pastor and is the main, he's the main gravitational point into the corner for a lot of people, it's just going to naturally have that Christian gravitational pull to it. I'm trying to, we want to invite people in, and I think we're somewhat welcoming, but then also with it being such a strong Christian enclave, you got to be a pretty unique person that's not in that to want to hang around, right? I think because we share the Jew, so thankful for the Jews, right, Nate? I do think that as Christians, and Hezi pointed this out so well in this Christian Baxter conversation, at least from a Christian perspective, we view a much more shared experience, right, and scriptures, and there are, I think in a lot of course there may be break-offs, but I think there's you can find a lot of common connection, which I think can maybe make that a little easier. So I don't know how we can get past the Christian enclave thing, Julian. I was just thinking about that, but I do think that if people come in, I do think we are welcoming enough that if they want to participate, they certainly are given a voice. Like you can come in, like there's always people are cheering when certain people come in finally, and you could tell that they were dissenting voices. I think there is some of that. And what was the third thing you pointed to?
The liberal conservative dynamic, the Christian enclave one. What's the other?
Yeah, and we don't
Orthodox.
We don't have, and you're right. Now, Nate would definitely be someone who represents the let's just say a certain. Although I know I'm not putting you in this box, Nate, because you're an anarchist. So I'm not saying this. But I think
don't put the anarchists in a box.
Like the McMo is really pressing and trying to bring more of the progressive liberal ideas into because he wants to have that conversation, right? I think Nate, you certainly like to play around with those ideas. I think Paul's doing a pretty good job because of what the CRC is going through. I mean, Paul admits it. He definitely has a left bent. But he's also trying to bring this thing and show it up to his progressive friends. Like, hey, there's this thing that's happening. And those of us that are moderates, like, you guys don't see this thing. And so, but we definitely don't have I think the strongest thing the biggest thing we don't have, Julian, in here is we do not have a lot of progressives.
No, this CW got on Paul's live stream a couple weeks ago and pointed that out. And he was 100% right. And so
that's the smallest represented group amongst us, I would say, of your three, Julian.
And I think, I think, yeah, it is the smallest group. We've got Jed. So,
well, I mean, I think,
and I think I think a lot of the conservatives would classify as me, although I'm really in a weird political no man's land. That doesn't. I don't think that progressive label really fits me at all. If you listen closely to the things
I agree. I was trying not to, but there are certain.
But I think like CW at least saw me as like, okay, so I think when CW referred to me and John Van Donk as like insider outsiders, I think it was actually like I think he was the reason he put that label on me was I think because of my politics being at variance with the kind of like right liberal kind of or I think there's a sort of a mix. We have a mixture of like right liberals and some post liberals, I would say. And I'm actually more sympathetic to the post liberals than I am to the right liberals because of my perspective. Because like that's the weird thing about anarchism is like anarchism would seem to be closely aligned with liberalism, but it's actually not. Because it's actually not at all because what was that?
I mean, to put to Luke's point here, I mean, so let's think about the Joe's reaction when he gets this piece critical of Peterson, which, I mean, I get it. It's probably completely legitimate. I can understand why he's reacting that way. But I think if you get at this core piece of this sense of, well, there's this sort of Christian story that's underlying Western civilization, and then we need to sort of restore that to get this kind of flourishing thing going. That's a fundamentally conservative perspective. And then when you have liberal people or atheist people or what is the other group? Or maybe like the Protestant people coming in, what they're going to encounter is people who immediately, when a certain person, when they raise their sort of atheist or liberal perspective, immediately they'll have these kind of understandable reactions. Like I think any one of us in the stream, when we heard that kind of reaction, we'd go, blah, 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 blah. Like there's an immediate kind of thing that comes to mind. And like, so when Dempsey, for example, shows up and says, historical critical method says this and that, and then like every one of us is not sort of threatened by that perspective. Like, we don't think, there's anything evil about it, and we don't think like it's a sort of threat to our faith, like in a way that more conservative Christians do. So that's why we think we're open to those perspectives. But immediately when someone sort of puts that in the stream, there are the sort of reactions that happen, understandably, because that's the whole thing that this corner has been chewing over. So I think that's what people experience when they come in from a different perspective, is they might be running into those kinds of gut reactions.
Well, and I would just say this, and so I think people who are more captured by the current progressive culture, and I wouldn't say liberal, because it's not liberal. The current progressive moment is not liberal. Classic liberals don't know, they're finding a place to land right now because they're classically liberal, and they see. So one of the things that progressivism, someone who would call them a progressivist, is it is pretty locked into still modernity principles, right? And we poke at a lot of those propositions very strong. Like, if you aren't going to be open, if you're not going to be open to that thing, I mean, I think TLC is very threatening to people who are locked in a material reductionist sort of a frame. That's why I also think fundamentalists struggle in the TLC. A true fundamentalist, right? Because it's two sides of the same coin. And you have to be willing to come in, and you're going to hear, even though, let's say there's an Orthodox flavor, you're going to hear tons of pushback against that, right? Like CW, McMo, lots of Protestant views, Fox, Noah here, that bothers him. Chad comes on all the time in various forms and throws grenades at us. Why are you guys doing all this thinky talky stuff? Go out and do something nice. Go serve someone. Or what the hell are we talking about?
Here's the thing, Lance. Is this very interesting? So the book that Hezi recommended, or not Hezi, excuse me, that Joseph recommended this book to me by Rabbi Eugene Korn, called Israel and the Nations. Now, and I think he knew this when he recommended the book to me. But Rabbi Eugene Korn is actually the rabbi that Jensen worked with collaboratively on several books. And I had, quite some time ago, I had shared Jensen's essay toward a Christian theology of Israel with both Hezi and Yosef. Hezi and I sort of had a talk about it, but we talked about a whole lot of stuff without really addressing Jensen's essay too much, and it was a disaster because my mic gain was up and it sounded like I was yelling the whole time because I didn't know that my mic gain had got turned up. So anyway, that's beside the point. But I've been reading this book. I'm about 2/3 of the way through, and I'm going to talk to Yosef when I'm done with it. But one of the things that caught my attention is that one of the definitions of idolatry that Eugene Korn plays with in this is actually that kind of like monist impulse, that absolutely totalizing monistic impulse that you see both in fundamentalism and in progressivism, where like that is precisely because because what it does is it mistakes their finite human system for the infinite God. In both cases, that's what's going on. So it actually is an idolatry. This is what Luke is talking about all the time.
Okay. And this goes back to your point where you're talking about how you're reading scripture, right? So you were talking about this more embodied, and Julian, you were talking about this, how it's opened you up. And I believe you're Hutterite, right, Julian? Right. So I've looked at it briefly. I would sense that that's a little more structured and rigid. Would just be my thinking. Is that true, Julian? Right.
That's true.
And then, but you the way you think, like Coffee with Kierkegaard, and you've been around since you're one of the original people go on the Randos channels. Julian had a bunch of the OG conversations. Like there was one I watched with you and Luke from 5 years ago. The other day, it came up my algorithm, Julian. It was great, right? But see, you're open to engaging in ideas, and it doesn't threaten you being a Hutterite, right? Like you're integrating, you're keeping what you can keep, you're trying to do things, but also you can be fully within your community and a leader and so on and so forth. So I do think that third layer is why I don't know that we're going to attract a whole bunch of progressives. And I also do find that fundamentalist, I've also seen that be a problem, Nate, too. We really drive them crazy on a biblical fundamentalist side. Like
Yeah,
for example, like you're called like you've been called a lot of things, Nate, because of
I have,
what
sure
you're
have.
willing to speculate into, right?
Right.
So
Yeah. You know, it's funny you should say that. You know, it's like, and I mean, in some ways, in some ways, I take some of that criticism to heart. In some ways, I really do, believe it or not. And it's funny. Sometimes I find myself saying something, and like even I am shocked by just how like unequivocally and undeniably Christian it is. So sometimes I surprise myself.
well, even Origin. So one of the things, and there's questions whether or not whether all of his views were anathematized at the council,
Right.
yada yada. Doesn't matter. But when he would get into speculative phase, he would say, "Guys, I'm speculating here. Like I'm just thinking out loud." And in the fairest response to some people, I think it's okay to make that humble admission. Hey, I'm just speculating here, right? Don't know, working it out, trying to think some of those sorts of things. And I think, Nate, one of the things that if anybody's spending time watching you, and I think most of the people around here, is, and Jess would talk about this. We're just trying to integrate some things, right? If it's okay to think to its ends, like and I know this is really simple and stupid, but this is what I told my boys, and so that's why how their dad, who was a charismatic house church pastor, is now in orthodoxy. That fundamentally what I'm doing is not different than what I told them. I said, guys, I'm trying to figure this out. Like I don't have all the answers here, like where we're going to land or whatever. Like me personally, I saw the megachurch thing, and I said, we're not doing that anymore, right? And then even when I was between kind of house churches or whatever, I would never go back into that forum because I didn't want to do that. But I just said, fundamentally, guys, ask all the hardest questions and follow Jesus to the end. Like all the hardest questions you have, don't be afraid to ask them. Because I have confidence, me personally, I think you're going to run smack dab into God. You're going to run smack dab for me into Jesus. And so I think it's okay to speculate and get yourself out of your comfort zone. And I've been helped greatly. So how I've integrated certain things here is it's made me a better orthodox small O Christian, even though I'm playing with all these what could be considered scary ideas.
That's right. And I think I mean I don't think you can do serious theology without some degree of risk. It's important when you are engaging in speculation and stretching the boundaries that you label it as such.
Yeah, and I think
sometimes do and I sometimes don't, but I do try to. I would also say this.
Let me make an estuary plug here, Nate, because I have it here and I don't want to lose it. So one of the things I really like about the estuary protocol, and really what I saw is estuary trying to capture the spirit of the conversations that was happening that Paul Vanderklay modeled, and then it's more than that, but that was it. One of the things that I got from Van Donk and Paul's early conversations, and Jeff's and I kind of synthesized into the estuary KC, is that trying to seek understanding, like the goal of sitting in those conversations is trying to seek understanding of what that person's sharing. And so how this plays out practically, let me lay this on. So when I first started hearing Sam, I liked Sam from the get-go. Like I just personally,
it's impossible not to like.
He was affable, his sense of humor, he can play in all different realms from culture to this and that. He's a great guy. But the whole Unitarian stuff, like I didn't quite get right away. But I was trying to listen to Sam and I watched his videos, and then I had this aha moment. And we jumped in a voice chat. I said, Sam, I think I figured it out. And I said, okay, Sam, here's the deal. This is what you see happened at the incarnation. It was more like God blowing breath into Adam, like he blew breath into Jesus. And so Jesus would be fully human in the same way Adam was. And he's like, yeah. And I said, okay, like this is what you saw happen at Jesus' baptism. And then this is what happened. And I could map onto it. And Sam was like, yes. And so initially I was listening to argue with Sam, right? But then I was just trying to understand Sam because I had so much respect for him. Now, I'm persuaded differently than Sam, like, but I understand what, but now then I could map on and I'm like, I bet Sam would say this, and I'm not always right, but I generally can because I understand Sam now. I can understand where our separation points are. And so that was a way of me listening, and I really felt like this corner, because I'm a lawyer, so I'm a natural born arguer, right? And I'm thinking a counterpoint, counterpoint, counterpoint. And I'm remembering exactly what you say because I'm going to spit it right back at you here in this.
Not only that, you're anticipating where the person is going next.
Yep. And you have to, by the way, that's the way you have to do that.
And the really jerk move that pisses people off is when you finish their argument for them and then destroy it.
100%. But in that realm, that's what you need to do, right? Because you're not seeking for understanding. You're in debate mode, battle mode, conquer mode, win mode, right? So I think that in and of its sense is, and if you come in with any sort of one of the things we talked about, people that would not work well with estuary or beef only thinkers or ideological, and that's whether that's your religious ideology, your political ideology, or whatever. If you can't enter into conversation with someone, and if someone disagrees you, not get into honor-based conflict mode and just get into that mode, this isn't a good fit for you. Like, you're just not going to enjoy things around here. And so I do think that we do weed out that sort of person. They might hang around for a little bit, or maybe some longer than others, but you won't be able to participate in these conversations very long. Because one of the things I've actually, and I just want to be very honest about myself, I'm not an ecumenist, but I like to have conversations around ecumenical lines, but I'm not an ecumenist. And I need to be honest with it about myself. Like, I stand where I stand, I believe what I believe, and I'm going to fully submit into what I submitted to. But I like to have conversations outside of my ecumenical space, right? Mm-hmm. And part of that was bred into me through 12-step stuff.
I want to prod at that. So here's what I want to come to understand. Here's what I'm going to do here. Rather than just assume that I know what you mean when you say I'm not an ecumenist, and beginning to debate you immediately because I know what those words mean. So therefore, I must know what Lance means when he uses those words. You know what? I'm betting I really don't know what you mean. Exactly. When you use those words. And so I want to know, Lance, please explain to me what you mean when you say you are not an ecumenicist.
I think there are real differences in different Christian traditions that matter. And I don't want to destroy all the distinctiveness. I also believe for myself, for example, it's been a long journey, like my lifelong journey of following Christ. I have found my place home. And within that, I am thoroughly, fully persuaded that the Orthodox Church is, for me, the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. And I don't want them to change, right? That sort of thing, right? I also know that I need to submit into that. In the same way, if I go into a 12-step group and they say, these are our traditions, this is how we act here, this is what you do, right? And I'm like, okay, if I want to join this group, this is where we are. I'm throwing myself in. Even if I don't fully understand everything, I'm deciding to put myself in that kind of space, right? And there are distinctions. Like, there are big differences between certain Protestant theologies and practices and ideas versus what happened there. And so I don't believe that we're just a pluralism or so on and so forth. That being said, there's a couple things. I also believe all we can ever have is our God of our own understanding. I love that, Nicole. And we all need to just put ourselves in our place and pursue wherever we're at, throw ourselves into it and pursue it with all of who we are, right? I also, because Nate, here's another thing that's happened that has really been amazing.
I just wanted to validate what you just said really quickly, and then I do definitely want you to continue. But that's actually what that idea that we can only ever have the God of our own understanding it ties directly to what I was trying to say about the experience of God is always only personal.
100%.
And like even within the same tradition, like the experience of God that individual persons are having in those pews, if they have pews, if not in pews, if you know, while they're standing for the entire liturgy if you're Orthodox,
right?
But each person is actually they're experiencing it in a way that is absolutely unique to them.
And what one of the things I really like, which is, by the way, it's really challenging for certain folks who want a very linear, laid out, systematic thing. One of the things that will frustrate you in orthodoxy is you can have Father Stephen DeYoung, who truly believes in some sort of eternal separation, right? And then you have Bishop Callistos Ware, who is absolutely was at the very least a hopeful ultimate reconciliation person, right? But they both can be in good standing and be able to give communion and do all the other stuff and whatever. There's even diversity of thought with kind of within that space or whatever. So I also, Nate, the ultimate reconciliation of all things, that now that heavily persuaded, I think it's been all this stuff, right? But now that I can live, like I am fully persuaded in some sort of ultimate reconciliation, my need to try and convince someone across the certain line, to be honest with you, Nate, that need to argue that, because out of some need to, like, if you really believe in let's say infernalism or annihilationism, then you need to go talk to your neighbor and desperately try to get
You
them.
should be doing nothing else.
Right.
Like, seriously, doing anything else would be morally irresponsible.
Which is why I give grace to people that, if you think that family member of yours who's really pushy, and keeps coming to talk to you, and you're not a believer or whatever, and they keep coming to talk to you, and they're talking to all their friends, and they won't stop about it. That's coming from, for a lot of people, that's coming from a deep place of love and concern.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So anyway, that's what I mean. That's what I mean by that.
But let me see if I'm tracking you. So what you're saying is that you are anti-ecumenical in the sense is that you would not want to see us come together as some sort of Franken church where everybody loses their own distinctiveness, and that you would rather people like recognize the commonalities and come into conversation with each other, but still celebrate their own distinctives.
And agree to disagree with one another in good faith.
Yeah. Well, in that case, by your definition, then I am also anti-ecumenist. Though I would, but I actually, what I see that as, there's actually a higher and more real ecumenism.
Right. And so one of the things,
because here's why, because it's not an ecumenism, it's not an ecumenism that's based on the lower unity that we label truth, right? That's like truth where it's like it's on the horizontal, it exists as an objective fact in the world, and we get everybody to agree on the same objective truth on the horizontal plane.
Right.
No, it's an ecumenism that is in the higher unity of love,
right?
Where the unity is in the vertical, and the distinctives are not in competition.
Right. And so Mandy says, I call that ecumenism, and I think it's how you define it. There are people who, when it's ecumenist, they want to, let's reunite Rome and the Orthodox Church. Let's reunite. Yeah. Let's bring. They want to bring that global, that kind of unified thing, and so it can be used in different ways.
But here's the thing, Lance. Going back to some of the conversation earlier, my own self-critique of my own self-critique of my Christian anarchist perspective. If creation is incarnation, and Maximus is right, and Christ brings the human into God, then does that not mean that there is still reason to hope for a manifestation of that unity on earth?
Well, I think until we have and I was just listening to a Michael Heiser thing, and he was talking about how he really spent a lot of time trying to people to break free, to get eschatologies out of their confessions, and the certainty of eschatologies, either saying you're in or you're out, or so on and so forth, because it's such a mystery, right? And there's so many things that kind of had come along with that, and that's why for me, like when it comes down to it, also that's why I'm such a big practices guy, Nate. And I think
Right.
when we're having conversation, like good faith conversation around these things, so on and so forth, is like, for me, it's like, start living the thing, and then the revelations and those things will either become real for you or they won't. I think in some way. By the way, it might take a long time, but I'm big about trying to. So when I went into, so I say this, and it's very practical. Like I said, so when I started reading about Orthodoxy, within 30 days, I went to my nearest Orthodox church, and the thing that came to what I said to myself is, I want to see if this works. And I wasn't worried about the theology and all that other sort of stuff and things like that, right? So that's me trying to take it out of the ideal world into the lived world, because
Well, I would say, like, I mean, like, to a certain degree, Lance, when TLC is operating at its best, isn't it actually a reflection of precisely? Isn't it a manifestation here on Earth, on the horizontal plane, perhaps in union with the vertical? Like, isn't it a manifestation of precisely that kind of?
I think that's what
like
I've noticed.
What I would call a higher ecumenism.
So I think one of the things that I personally experienced healing by entering into this space, right? And Jess would describe that as integration of ideas that allowed me to better map, feel whatever revelation, like, so I experienced that myself. And I do think that this place and this space affords that. And then when we're able to have these longer form conversations, like, you can ask me this question and we can flesh things out and so on and so forth. So I do think that we can remain and keep our distinctives and not always agree. We're not going to come to agreement on things, but we can find good faith common ground to come together. And so when you talk about, like, you thought ultimately, if Christians can't figure out how to have conversations with one another in good faith, and with our Jewish brothers and sisters and everything else, like, and Hezy's the same thing. Like, when you hear Hezy's talking about, listen, we're supposed to be an example to the nations, right? Like, we're supposed to figure out how to work well with our brothers and sisters and have that open dialogue and conversation and so on and so forth. And so what you almost described is what the church or what Christians should be doing, right? Because you said that earlier. Well, strip that back. That's exactly what's happening here in the TLC.
Yeah, that's right.
And so you see that as and I'm not trying to describe words, but when I heard that, I'm like, oh, that's why Nate sees what's going on here as a manifestation of Christianity or Judeo-Christian principles. Like, you wouldn't even just say Christianity.
For sure. And I think this is okay. I'm gonna talk about Jordan Peterson, because I only got a chance. I've been very busy with work lately, and so I only got to listen to just the tiniest bit of Paul's live stream yesterday, and maybe there were parts of it that I missed where people started getting it. Maybe people started seeing it differently, but from the portion that I saw, I think there's an underestimation of just how Christian Jordan Peterson is. And I think that, first of all, I want to say that I did see all of Paul's video on Peterson's evolution on answering this question of the resurrection, and I think he understates the case. What Jordan and in fact, I saw the very beginning of Pajot's video that he released today, where he is addressing the question of, like, whether Adam and Eve died after eating of the fruit. And he actually I only saw the very introduction to that video. I haven't had a chance to watch the full thing yet, but he was talking about, like, how he was even stunned by the answer that Jordan gave to that question about the resurrection. There is I don't see that there's I actually can't see there's no other way I can interpret Jordan's response to that question as 100% within the bounds of small O orthodoxy Christian belief about the resurrection and what happened at the resurrection. It has the proper degree of like he clearly believes the tomb was empty. He doesn't doubt that there may have been something like there may have been some sort of physical manifestation to see, but he is properly humble about declaring that he understands exactly what it was. That's completely consistent with Orthodox Christian belief and completely consistent with the actual gospel accounts of what happened, which is undeniably weird. And to think that we fully understand it is just crazy to suggest. So, as far as I can tell, he is by belief, a Christian. Now, I'm actually kind of aligned with Peterson in thinking that intellectual belief is not the thing that we're being called into. So,
and he's calling you to live it.
Yes, and Jordan is calling. So Jordan and Jordan sees that too, and he's actually calling people to live into the pattern of Christ. And in some ways, the reason Jordan is having and I actually said this on Twitter not that long ago, and that the reason Jordan is so hesitant about jumping into the church is that Jordan seems to be okay. I think Jordan seems to be actually have a intuition of what would be a properly meta-modern Christianity. I don't think the way that Brendan Graham Dempsey talks about meta-modern Christianity is very productive at all. But I think Jordan has like a vision for a truly meta-modern Christianity, and that is a Christianity that is on the path back toward final participation, right? So that is a Christianity that does not see like that propositions and beliefism as the ultimate manifestation of what it is.
Right.
That is being called more properly into its own final cause.
Right.
I think Peterson sees that.
Right.
And that's why he has a hard time, is because he sees because his mind is so keen. He sees a lot of the bullshit, and his bullshit tolerance meter is very low.
Right. I think somebody mentioned something earlier here, Nate, which I thought was really good, and it was a great observation. I wish I could remember who said it. But one of the things that Jordan misses, he's got the pick up your cross stuff down. Like he's got that difficulty part, which I think is fair because there has been a lot of Christianity that has swept that part out of the rug. So he sees that, right? And so he sees that. But what someone said earlier is he misses the mercy. Like it's something to do. But as he's moving through there, like I have found Tammy's healing story is so powerful, and Jordan cares deeply about people. One of the things about him is his clinical practice. He understands human suffering well, and it's impacted him because he loves. I mean, there's an emotion to that I think Jordan brings a soul to things that I miss in some other people. I won't name names, but Jordan, because I think he's dealt with so many suffering people, and he truly cares about them. But I felt like that was a good, because as soon as someone said that, I realized that it hit me like, I'm like, oh yeah, like Jordan gets to pick up your cross and the suffering and the difficulty and all that stuff, but he's missing this magnificent other side of the coin, which is the mercy. And yet, Nate, he has experienced in the deepest levels of his life with the person he loves as much as anyone in the world, received one of those great miraculous mercies. And so it's there, but I don't see him speaking of the other side of that as much. And it's probably because what he's trying to talk about and what he's going to try and engage to. But I felt like that framing, at least for me, that felt right. I'm like, oh yeah, I know he has it in him. I see it in how he relates to human suffering. But the mercy side is something I see him missing. You're nodding your head, Noah.
Yeah, I think if if I could put my finger on it, I think it would be something like the AA understanding of knowing that you're not enough, that like you have to kind of lean into a higher power. Like that's the only way you're going to be able to get out of this. And I don't think Jordan has that down. I think that's the piece that's missing is the laying down your life, the surrendering, and that being the form of victory. And that's kind of the confusing bit, but I think that's the bit that still needs to, I guess, be represented in Jordan's work.
Right. No, I think that's that. Like it's the how do I want to put this? There's, it's I've made the critique in the past that like there was something like there was still something like quasi Nietzschean about Peterson's thought, and I see less and less of that over time. But I do like he has like a long history of kind of like teaching a gospel of self-reliance. He's very fond of referencing "Pick Up Your Cross," but again, I would go like it depends on like there's something to what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Something like part of what he's saying is it is not wrong. And his thinking about sacrifice seems to have been his the way he talks about sacrifice seems to have gotten better like recently, even like since I heard him at the Symbolic World Summit, where I actually thought on that panel when they were talking about sacrifice, Father DeYoung, who I normally don't like at all, was the only one who made any sense to me, and sounded like properly Christian on the issue of sacrifice. But he seems to be coming closer to what I would say is a proper understanding of sacrifice, which is a canonic understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's I would say this, if you understand, let's assume for a moment that the self that Peterson is calling you to rely on is your own higher self, is the you that is in Christ. Does that change the way that you would process the things he's saying? Because I do think there are some, he's not very clear on it, and why should we expect him to be? Because he's not a theologian, right? He's not a theologian. He's a psychologist.
And I think right? He has that side right. No, I think like we need to hear this. There's been too much of a thinning out, and I don't know, some of the therapeutic deism and self-help Jesus stuff that's gone on that has kind of, not everyone, please understand, but there is a big swath of that has come off, right, that has almost tried to remove, and grapple with the suffering at really deep levels, right? And that's right. Whole Jess's Job thing, and starting to
and
see
also
that.
McDonald, like Lance, like this is like actually, I really kind of wish that Peterson would read McDonald, because McDonald brings that no bullshit like responsibility and the absolute like overwhelming love and mercy of God like together.
Yeah. There will be an ultimate reconciliation, but it's not going to happen until you pay the last farthing.
Exactly.
Like he doesn't let
it's
you off
not
the hook.
cheap or easy, and what you do now matters.
Right.
I think the Great Divorce
immediately.
Yeah. Where in the Great Divorce you have the same idea where it's all the grace is there, but you have to make the decision, and it's going to be hard, and you have to go through with it. But the price has already been paid, and it's just letting yourself be carried through.
Yeah, I think that's right, because like Don, I think that's very good, and I think it is like and I don't even know if it's mercy, but I get what I know exactly what you're pointing at. It's like what it is like I would say it's a distorted sense of it's a distorted sense of love that is not the fullness of love, and that it is a distorted sense of care that really is motivated out of self-love. But yeah, I see exactly what you're driving at, and that is true. And I think Peterson definitely clearly sees that, and that's one of the things he rails against all the time.
Well, and you can't dismiss the phenomenon.
Yeah, actually, Slack nailed it. Yeah, it's nice. It's the culture of nice, which I don't. Did you ever read Florence King, Lance?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Did you know?
Okay. Florence King is a now deceased former National Review columnist.
And the one
another indication, by the way, Nate is not a progressive.
No, you're not. You're. If no one would ask me what you are, is it okay if I say he's a self-ascribed Christian anarchist?
Yeah.
Whatever the hell that means. So that's beautiful.
Well, it means that I have some deeply traditional conservative views, and I also am, I'm very against the coercive use of power. Very against the coercive use of power, and I'm very pro freedom. I think actually. I don't think that we can. I think that freedom is like a necessary precondition for us to serve life. Like we can't.
Well, and I've used the term. One of the things is there's been some weaponized compassion that's going on right now. If you don't believe this thing or this ideology, then you are hateful and all that sort of stuff. It's like that's. No, and so
and also an attempt to coerce people into false kenosis.
Right.
Where you're being asked, like that is not a real kenosis. If someone is asking you to lay down and die, and basically taking your freedom and being willing to lay down and die out of the equation, that is a call to a false kenosis.
Right. And the other thing
and no one is under any obligation to go along with that nonsense.
And one of the things, it's one of the wisdom things in 12-step groups is where they're talking about how it works right before they introduce the steps. They say this thing, some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. You have to be willing to put every ideological idol on the altar. Even if it's the ones that your grandparents and your parents, let's say you grew up in an amazing family and they believe that, so you saw fruit of it. Like you have to be willing to put anything in your constructed worldview. You have to be willing to put those in what
okay, Lance.
But what preceded just before that is it talks to the agnostics, and the very last line of that is when we drew near to him, he disclosed himself to us. It's allowing you to put your ideological idols on the table and allow them to be crucified through. And what will happen is if you're willing to do that, Christ will reveal I'm saying Christ, but God will reveal himself to you. And in the same way as what was happening with Job, with Eliphaz and all the other ones, like you're thinking it's this one thing, and then here God's doing this entirely different thing, like with Job. So anyway.
There's a way. Okay, let's talk about. I know you're saying Christ. Let's. Okay, so since this stream was initially entitled, like gratitude for our Jewish.
Thankful for the Jews.
Thankful for the Jews. Let me suggest this way of understanding what we're talking about when we talk about Christ. We are talking about. And like to try to put this in a not specifically Christian language, what we are talking about is the way in which God has chosen to manifest himself within the finite and the human, and to join himself to that, which I think is, I think that's contained in Judaism too.
Yes. Like one of the things that I'm finding more and more, I know that particularly Hezi or even Yosef or whatever, I am now more at this stage. Well, I would just say this, but you're not. So this is beautiful, right? So you're not. So you're an Anglican and others and many other people in this corner. I'm not saying that forms of Protestantism can't do this. I would just say my story has been this. as I started to live into and be exposed into orthodoxy, and that includes all the prayer rules and the festivals and the all the things that go along with it, the accoutrements. I'm able to map on better to my Jewish. This is just for me. This has been one of the fruits of it. Is like when I hear Hezi talking about this, that, or the other, I'm like, oh, we do this, but it's like this, or oh, this is what's happening at this time, or whatever. Oh, like during this Holy Week thing, we're doing this. Like I'm finding all these places to map in kind of into that thing, and so yeah, I think that's it. And I'll tell you, here's the wild thing, and I want to share the moment when I had my road to Damascus moment. And this had been after 20 years of being a Christian guy trying to pursue it and, you know, struggling with faith and all sorts of other things, but still being in there, never deconstructed. I ended up having that moment in the evening after I'd been to 3 12-step group meetings that day. They were all on the second and third step, which were around kind of making the decision to turn your will and life to care of God. I realized it was an everything or nothing thing. I realized I didn't have that kind of faith. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff that happened to it. But I was reading our text, this big book, and there comes this moment where it says no one's really an atheist. Like no one believes we came out of nothing and everything else. And talked about creator of the universe. At that time, when I was reading that, my experience was that resonated with me, and I knew there was a creator. Like it was that. It wasn't Christ. Like I just was so opened up to like, yes, we didn't come from nothingness. Like I'd been down the rabbit hole and knew that evolution was wanting to create consciousness, right? Like I'd been through all these different phases or whatever. And in that opening up to just yes, there's a creator, right? I wasn't reading the Bible. I went like opening up to that. Immediately after that is when I got pinned to the ground for 25 minutes, right? In the presence of my now deceased wife, but at that time. But so, at any rate, just the opening up of that is like he will disclose himself.
What's up with God pinning people to the ground?
Hmm?
What's up with God pinning people to the ground?
It's a lot of
like that's like you're not the first person that I've heard like tell like that kind of encounter story. Like Sherry's got that kind of story too. I've heard it from other people too. There's something there. I'll poke at that maybe some other time.
It's part of why I left my legal career to go to the seminary. I actually had a rabbi who was friends with my seminary had said there's something to that, Lance, right? And then other people, I immediately had this sense after that is that, okay, this first off, it was very humble. It's like, this isn't about you. This is about me. Okay. So that was interesting. It played out in the wife of my wife, and then another friend who ended up being a part of that was a wild thing. One, I know that was meant for us, but ultimately what I realized after that moment is I'm like, okay, you've called, this happened for something. And I left a legal career to go to seminary because at that moment, it's like, well, he's either everything or nothing. He's everything. And this has put a call on me, right? This deep sense of I'm called in. I didn't know what to do with it. And so I did what I had this sense, and there was some confirmation and reconfirmation. But that's why I left a successful legal career to go to seminary.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's great, Lance. Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the thing you were talking about the willingness to sacrifice all of our ideologies. I noticed Kale was in the comments like earlier in the stream. I don't think I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know if he's here anymore. But I really, and I think maybe like I think maybe you would be a good person to include in this conversation too, Lance, because we're all pretty close to the same age. We're all like Gen X. And Kale, like on Twitter of late, like has been saying some things that are highly skeptical about some of the American myth that we built up about ourselves. And like in some of the real sacred cows that like very few people ever question. like whether we whether we were really the good guys in World War II, and if like something wasn't broken in us, and because of the evils that we were forced to do as a result of that war. And I've mentioned this before. I definitely want to talk to him about it. And I think that I think that's like one of those things. It's like, well, that's something that we might be being called to sacrifice, like as a people, right? Like, and what is that like? And why? What is actually at stake? What is lost, and what might we gain? It's hard for me to see anything but loss in it right now. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons I feel so conflicted about it. It's like it's like I really that's something that like loss of that narrative is something that I can only see as a loss now. But so I'm wondering, what do you think? I notice Matt C. I noticed Matt C. pushing back pretty hard on.
Well, one of the things you and I map onto, well, in the early 2000s, I was a proponent of the war in Iraq.
Yep, me too.
I see that now as a massive failure of judgment. I have become a very anti-war person, very anti-war.
Yeah.
I know that we first were screwing it. Like this is even on the comedy that comedy show that that was, I'm trying to remember what it was tonight, whatever that was, but they were there like Obama's aide in like 2016 was talking about, we were poking Russia in the eye. We weren't supposed to go and try and mess around in Ukraine when we agreed after the breakup. They said, hey, stay away, like keep out of Cuba. Okay. We'll allow this to come, but don't come do this. And so we instigated this war. And we, the West, instigated the war in Ukraine. Right. And so all these things have like come up. And so this whole idea of policing around and we're the good guys and we're going to create democracy in the Middle East and all this other BS. I'm done with it, Nate. Like I am so done with the war machine that the United States is and running around in all these places that we have no business being in. That what a radical shift that was from an Alex P. Keaton Republican of the 80s, right? Like whatever.
No, me too. Like I was like, yeah, I mean, this is like I was a neocon for most of my adult life, folks. Also, Nate is not a progressive.
And so I want to get rid of all of them. Like I want to get rid of all of them. But then what's happened is I was so unaware of the uniparty and I think that's been like, there used to be more collegiality and there were times where, yes, there was corruption, but I think it's not as corrupt as it's gotten now. Like it's just started to rot. And so I have had to, and regardless of there is, like I've had to come to grips with understanding that the
and there used to be awesome, and there used to be awesome Democrats that you'd want to have a beer with, like Tip O'Neill,
So yeah, and so I wouldn't go to the World War, but anyway, I've had to have this. So I'm this person, which is I'm still highly patriotic. Like I believe in what if you read the best into what our founding fathers were trying to do and with our Constitution, I felt like we were trying to get to a further up, further in. Have we had failures along the way? Absolutely. But it's about striving towards an ideal of trying to be further up and further in, right? Mm-hmm. And so I am still deeply patriotic, but I have had the idol of a lot of the institutional United States and everything had to be smashed in me, and it has been. I have deep faith, Nate. I still have deep faith in the people of the United States.
Okay, so I want to go a little bit even deeper with this because I do see that there's a way that this is actually connected to some of the development of Christianity in the West, right? There's a way in like we went through a phase. I mean, obviously this is Grail country, right? Well, one of the things that's certainly a theme in the Arthurian legend, because it was a theme in the historical periods when they were being written, is this idea of using might for right? But this is part of the the using might for right in defense of those who cannot defend themselves is part of the chivalric ideal. So, and this is a part of like Christian history. But the thing is that even when it was the church that was wielding the might, it didn't get in practice. It never actually got wielded for right, right? The legacy of the Crusades is undeniably brutal. I mean, actually, probably the deeper cause, by the way, since you're Orthodox, it's probably the deeper cause of the reason why, like, I think the theological issues behind the Great Schism were comparatively small and probably could have been repaired had it not been for the sacking of Constantinople. I think the sacking of Constantinople drove a deeper wedge between East and West than any theological disputes ever did. And so there very much was this belief that we could somehow, like, we could tame the beast of violence and use it for God's purposes, right? And but it always just ends up revealing itself as the beast at the end. And so this is like us as Americans, this is an instinct that is like very, very deep within us. Like this is like Chris Green, who's going to be speaking at our conference in the fall. It's like he's spoken like quite eloquently about the American storytelling pattern of redemptive violence, and in really complex and interesting ways. And so there's a way in which this actually points us again toward this sort of like maybe whatever a truly meta-modern Christianity is going to look like, coming to see that we can't wield that power for good is one of the things that we might have to reckon with. I don't know. I am really just speculating and trying to sort this out because I feel very conflicted about it in myself. Because you know what? I'm still very patriotic. I still I still love rooting for Team USA. I still love Westerns. And I like to see the exercise of might for right.
It feeds something else. So one of the things, the ethics of beauty, he used war as the backdrop to talk about basically kind of an orthodox ethics, right? So he uses war because he's talking about kind of individuals and so on and so forth. So basically he's talking about if you start with the rational, you can always rationalize your way into a just war theory, versus if beauty is your ethics, there's never any time a way to justify a war, right? Now what he's saying is there will be wars.
Right.
Sometimes there may need to be. Let's don't ever confuse them with they're not just.
Right. And not confuse a necessary evil as not still being evil.
Right. And so I found that really interesting. I do think Gen Z, we grew up in a really interesting time. Like, and one of the things was we kind of grew up at this time where there was still some maximal freedom. But yet you were starting to see the first kind of moves and some of the we got to experience actually some flourishing economic times that started to happen kind of in the mid 80s. And, there were just some things that happened around us. We were pre-technology age, really. Like we grew up pre-internet and so on and so forth. However, we were very anti-authoritarian. So like the idea of a politician being an idol is like, screw that. The authoritarian figures, no way. So like I asked my stepdaughter, which is really interesting, and she's a beautiful young lady, but one of her friends, like they were kind of backing some of these old politicians who quite frankly were kind of talking about authoritarian type of sort of things. And I'm like, guys, why would you give up you're young. Like, why would you want to listen to these old people who are basically wanting to take some of your freedoms away from you. That I found that like mind-boggling, right? But I do think the Gen X thing is interesting, and I have been so transformed even before I hit this little corner. I had been so transformed, and I still have a great love for being like, I even have love for my state, Nate. Like, I'm a Nebraskan. I was born in Nebraska. You know what I mean? And yeah, we're flyover and people make fun of us because we're just farmers and we don't have any mountains.
By the way, the bison that I'm going to be cooking for Grimm's VIP birthday bash is going to be coming from Nebraska. Nebraska bison.
So at any rate, so I have a deep love. Yet a lot of those things I used to support, or I would think that I was supportive of, or I thought was that, like, I've come into question those things. And like Mark mentions, like, well, the founding fathers had slaves or whatever. Yeah, okay, whatever. Like, I get that, but we're trying to move to a higher ideal, right? And just because, like, if you want to question the character, and Paul got into this, like, if you're going to question the character of anyone, and because of this, there can't be some greatness that come out of flawed human beings or whatever. Like, I just think that's a fallacy. Also, anybody who's really even honest about, look at any, Tayo and I talked about this. Look at any culture in the world. It's been warring and violent. Even Native Americans, like, it was like the Cherokee, like, it was brutal. So to somehow seem that we're the uniquely awful people, right, or we're the uniquely violent people, doesn't truly understand what's happened in humanity, right? So I do. So I would just say this, like, again, it just comes down to this. I do have a faith. I have this abiding faith in. I just have a abiding faith in humanity, Nate. I know a lot of people have and again, I pointed this out earlier. Watch when tragedy strikes for the most part. And I'm not talking about, like, when something happens in a town, right? Tornado, flood, something. People are not Democrats and Republicans and progressives or liberals. People still get out their shovels and they help and they do whatever they can. I believe in the goodness of you. I am not a total depravity guy. Yes, we sin and we screw things up and we're awful, whatever. But when push comes to shove in the moment, I still believe that we are fundamentally good human beings.
I agree with you on that. So Oscar has an interesting comment here. Oscar always sends me really awesome emails. He has always really thoughtful things to say. So he says, Stanley Hauerwas is great on this subject. Calling war necessary evil is problematic. Necessary meaning what? The Christian view, according to Stanley, is that Christ made war unnecessary. I think that's a great question to ask. But I would say, I would say that Luke says I should buy local. There is no, like, we don't really have bison in Washington. Maybe Eastern Washington. I might be able to get some from Eastern Washington. That's possible. That's as local as it could be. But Western Washington, we actually do have lots of local cattle, but not bison. But on Oscar's very serious challenge. So here's how I'm thinking about it. And I think that the reality is that until Christ is all in all, the reality of the world that we live in is that sometimes there is a greater evil in refusal of violence, than there is in using the minimum amounts of violence or force necessary. If someone comes in and invades your home and is threatening, it is a threat to your wife and your children, then it is not moral to just let them do whatever they want. It's clearly wrong, obviously wrong. Now, how much violence should you use? You should use no more violence than is necessary to prevent the great evil from happening. And that's going to depend on the circumstances. And so this also has to scale up, right? This has to scale up. So we also live in communities. So we don't just live in our own families. We live in extended families. We live in communities. We live in cities. We live in nations. We live in a global community of nations that have relations with each other. And so under those conditions, there is still always the possibility that some level of force will have to be used in order to protect the innocent from suffering. So this is the idea of might for right. But again, as I already said, it always goes wrong, and it always goes too far in reality. So this is why I do understand the force of critique, because there's no demonstrated history of anyone ever actually being able to resist giving over to the spirit of violence, to the spirit of vengeance, to the spirit of anger when it actually happens. We almost always press it too far. We almost always use more violence than the force is necessary. But that doesn't change the fact that there are, within a world like ours, there are still circumstances that make it so that we have to allow for the theoretical possibility. So that's what I would say. But it's a powerful critique, powerful question. So yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. So, he didn't.
I'm the one who said necessary evil.
Yeah,
that was me.
Yeah. He didn't say this. By the way, this is it's a thick book or whatever, but I loved it. One of the things that he did talk about, which was, he also mentions how we lost some of our Semitic personalism and stuff in here, that there were some lost in terms of the West and so on and so forth. One of the things that he points to, which I thought was really interesting, and again, he's doing this not just in cultural war, but he's talking about the effect on the human being, right? Even if it's a just war, there is going to be damage to your soul regardless, right? So there was this recognition of it. But one of the things, so he's making the case for the ethics of beauty, and he's right.
I just want to say something really quick on that Semitic personalism. There was a in the book that I'm reading right now. There was a not the Chris Green book, but the Israel and the Nations by Eugene Korn. There's a Joshua Abraham Heschel line in there that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is not the same as the God of the God of truth, goodness, and beauty, because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are persons and not principles.
Yeah. One of the things I like he does is that exact thing you said, right? So in the West, there's the truth, goodness, and beauty, right? And it almost, he's talking about, there's the sense the truth will lead you to the goodness, will lead you to the beauty, or whatever. There's this line, and he just flips it on its head. Again, this is called the ethics of beauty, right? And he says, actually, he's describing this from an Orthodox point of view or whatever, is actually it's the beautiful will lead you to the good, which will ultimately lead you to the truth, right? So it's taking the rational first with truth, leading with the rational, coming down here to finding beauty, that he says, no, the beauty, seeking the beauty will lead you to the good, which then will ultimately lead you to the truth.
Right, but here's the thing: but where do we really see goodness, truth, and beauty? It's not. We don't ever see like this. We never see them in the abstract principle, right? We only see their manifestations in the particular and the personal.
Right, absolutely.
Like that's where we see that. So it's like that's why. So it's not like I don't think that's the point. Like I think that's the point of that, and that's like why that's so powerful, and that's why we can't lose that personal element.
100%, and that's why he used this. He used a guy who did a bunch of work with Vietnam War veterans, right? So he was using that as the background, because ultimately he wasn't worried about trying to justify a national response to war. He ended up coming down to the individuals who had to participate in the wars, right? And that's that person, right? That's that personalism. It plays out, war plays out, and the horrors of it play out in the lives of individuals, right? And so I think that exactly what you said there is exactly kind of, again, this went around like a couple years ago, and a bunch of us started Reddit. I only got to about here. I probably need to finish it. And so, but I thought it was really good because I have to admit, my whole life I've started with a ration. I've even though I'd be charismatic, I still growing up being a Gen X guy, growing up in the waters here. I've always started with here. It might eventually get down to here to my heart, but I start here, and it has to
You
make
know
sense
what? Here's
here.
the thing, though, Lance. Here's the thing. Let me say this: you can work it that way.
You can. No,
It's actually okay. You can actually there was a little bit of exchange back and forth earlier about like just being of service and thinky talky and all this. And like, first of all, people have thoughts and they want to sort through their thoughts, and sometimes it's helpful to hear other people talk through trying to sort out their own thoughts. And so being thinky talky actually is being of service many times. So don't underestimate that. And then also, here's the other thing. I would say that there's a way in which you can follow that you can follow that intellectual path, and the place that it will lead you is the personal and the mystical.
100%. We had tons of stories. I had to spend a lot of time contemplating and just getting into the whole evolution thing, because that was part of we have to admit that in the milieu which we grew up in, a lot of people were using the Bible because they didn't realize they were material reductionist Christians. They were trying to use the Bible in a scientific way, all these other sorts of things. Not that they can't fully exist with one another, whatever. Yeah. So absolutely, there was a certain amount of intellectual stuff. I had to get to a point to realize I'm not stupid, right? And sometimes I could just lean on like super uber smart Christians, and I'm like, okay, they're super uber smart and have thought about this stuff, and in fact, they're closer to Christ now, so I can go ahead and be okay with that. And so one of the things he points out, which is, I think that's true, but I think the difference is, and I think I can relate to this both in 12-step groups or whatever. So he starts talking about like the path to, let's just say, the ascetical life starts with your stomach and not your head. So for example, the first thing they start working with monastics or whatever you do is like fasting, right? Because it's really hard to have this intellectual revelation. The Holy Spirit gives it, like to manifest that becomes more difficult. But you can start with the simplest thing, which is controlling your passions of stuffing food in your mouth and your stomach. Like that's a small little concrete place where you can start the spiritual battle and the ascetical battle, right? Mm-hmm. And so what Sherry talks about is the body. You remember she keeps bringing up the body,
yeah.
And so although people would say like, why would you fast and why would you do these prostrations and why would you start doing all this other stuff or whatever? Like it's like you start with the body, and then by doing those things, it takes you higher up the ladder.
It's weird, Lance. This is a personal observation. I want to get to, like, this is really another great comment from Oscar, and I think Gerard's right. To be honest with you, like that's actually what I was admitting is like we do think that we can. I mean, it's kind of like that we think that we can use the ring to take on Sauron, right?
Like I thought I was mapping with you exactly. Like
this is why I thought your question was actually like a really cutting one. I'm like, this is actually, I think this is what Kale has been wrestling with on Twitter. I think this is what I'm wrestling with. I think this is what Lance is wrestling with, and I think that definitely.
And Mark's been making some points over here in the comments, and I get it. Like I can listen, if all I'm doing is running around trying to search for everyone's sins, whether that be forefathers of any race, creed, or denomination, like I can find them, right? But at some point, we need to learn from them. We got to rise. I believe that we're all on a journey to further up and further in. And I think that scales all the way down, Nate. Like it's for us as individuals, right? Hopefully if we're moving together in our local communities, hopefully we're trying to rise towards a further up and further in. And what is that? A unity and multiplicity? You know what I mean? Like an
imagine. Okay, no. I think, and that it goes down as a point. Imagine if we tried to establish relationships with other animals like the ones that we have with dogs. You see how like our close entering into relationship with dogs has caused dogs to elevate like very very close to the human in comparison to other animals. But this is like but we haven't done this consistently.
Right. Well, and it's the Eucharistic life, right? And this is one thing I think Jordan and Jonathan talk about well, or whatever. It's really in the simplest sense. And Father's Commandments for the Life of the World is like, and it's one thing you and I agree on. We were created to create. Like I had said that something early on in the Voxer, and you're like, yeah, Lance, that's it. Like we were created to create. And it's this sense of we take the things of this earth and we transform them as Eucharisto, as Thanksgiving, and we offer these things back up to God, right? And that includes our relationship with everything. Like, and so we're supposed to be, so Christians, what are we supposed to be? So for example, why does he call his book For the Life of the World? When you go to participate in the Eucharist and the mystical supper and all the things that are going on there, the idea is that you're taking that for the life of the world, right? And then you're supposed to just bring that out. Like you're supposed to be the light. You're supposed to be transformed. You're supposed to be partakers of the divine nature. And it's not that you're supposed to go around then and try and convince every neighbor, knocking on doors through some sort of evangelistic effort. But that transformation should then go out and through like attraction rather than promotion, like be the catalyst for change for those around you, right? And so I think that, like, so you're talking about, like, we're supposed to be in great relationship with all of nature. Like we're supposed to all be environmentalists, right? Not the activism, corporate techno.
God's in the business of making persons. We're supposed to be like we're supposed to be in the process of raising other things up the hierarchy into
Even the livestock. So for example, I grew up out there. There are people that, yes, they're grazing cattle for food, but I grew up around families that did that with respect, like with respect. And you know what I mean? Like they had the graze and the way they treated their, you know what I mean? Like everything that we come into contact with, we're supposed to be the mediators, right? Of Christ. And so I do think it's supposed to permeate everything that we are, right? And we shouldn't be raping and pillaging our planet. Like that's not, it's very unchristian. We shouldn't be polluting our streams and unethical practices of raising animals and all those other things. Doesn't mean we have to be vegetarians, right? But the critique of that, I think, is very fair.
Yeah.
And
Well, there's
Mark, I'll stay
critique.
on a little bit.
It's just, well, I think I'll be brief. I think there's a difference between critiquing and rewriting history, ingratitude, not being realistic about oneself in a certain set of historical circumstances. You don't know, it's easy to look back and say such and such is wrong when you weren't there. Now we're in the moment here. We have a moment now, and I think you addressed that briefly about Ukraine, for example. But your understanding of Ukraine that you expressed is considerably one-sided or incomplete. I don't know which. I think the same thing is happening with my my progressive friends in the war in Gaza. Their critique is one-sided. Now you have extremists on the other side too, and their view is one-sided as well. I think we have to take in the whole picture, understand, well, have respect for the sacrifices that have been made that have gotten us here. We had this discussion before, so I you know, moralizing war doesn't doesn't get at understanding what is behind war. It's a posture. And there are a handful of people, Amish or whatever, some Anabaptists, that will take on an entirely pacific position and say, I will not pick up a weapon to stop somebody from raping my daughter or something, I suppose. Well, to me, that's as immoral as being a rapist. It's an immoral position in and of itself. You can't. So this is the difficulty with ethics. But anyway, that's. I just think you really are. I really, really think you're straw manning American foreign policy, and I don't think you understand how much that hurts our men and women in uniform. Both physically hurts them in the physical world and emotionally wounds them. If there are any here in this space to hear it, my guess is they may not be. I don't know.
I know there's at least one veteran in the chat.
Okay.
And Corey is off and around, and Corey's is active duty.
And this whole book was based on Dr. Patisis was interviewing a man who worked with Vietnam vets and the deep PSTs and traumas that they were going through, right? So it very much elevated the what war does to the soul of a human being, and the traumas that they need to help with to overcome. And like, even if it's so I would disagree with Nate, like World War II, it's like, if you were to ask me, if we were going to ask me, was that a quote unquote just war? I would probably say something like, yes.
Okay.
Right?
Not disagree with Nate, disagree with Kale.
Right. Kale.
I'm trying to take Kale's critique seriously because I actually find that a very tough pill to swallow. But I see something there that is worth engaging with. And so, but it's not not my view.
And so for our servicemen and women, particularly if you take in this sort of thing, like I am a pro-military guy, still am, 100%, right? I have a lot of friends who've volunteered and did all sorts of things, special forces and so on and so forth. They have the complex conversations that we have about whether, talk about Vietnam, why are we here? I got forced there. There's a lot of complexity to around that. And so we can separate out whether or not, we're talking about whether the U.S.'s decision, whether we should have been there in the first place or not, is a different thing than understanding that men and women who go to serve their country, go to do those things, to all of, to them, it's like, it's the understanding that I am very grateful, that, again, I'm grateful that I was born in the United States. I was grateful I was born in Nebraska. I have a great love for the place I grew up and the people that shaped me and served me and loved me and all that other good stuff. So I am very, very, very patriotic. I'm just more hesitant than I've ever been in my life about really understanding, before we send our men and women in to do battle for us, why are we really there?
Absolutely. No, I agree. But I think we need to, they're volunteers in this case. I would prefer us to go back to at least some form of national service. It would help with national cohesion at the societal level. At the very least, even if you all you did was serve 6 weeks in boot camp and the rest of your time was spent cleaning up national parks or something, it would be good for the country, for everybody to put a year in, at least, in some form of national service. On the other hand, yeah, I think there are people out there who are too quick to throw away American lives, or too quick to throw away the lives of people out who aren't Americans who would be the target or possible target of American force. No question. But I'm going to do a PVKism, but Cale has really lost his way if he's morally on this subject. And I love Cale. I never met the man personally, I don't think. But from what I can tell, he's a kind, sincere person.
He's playing around with the question.
Okay, maybe so. I just think it's a question that really he's not an ignorant person. He knows what happened in that. He must know what happened in that war and what happened in the lead up. He must know. So the question, our role in finishing what had to be finished, is just I just think it's off. Sorry, it's just I can't. I'm lacking words. I am blown away.
This is an interesting comment here. Contemporary Christians say they don't believe in Darwinism, but espouse social Darwinism to justify their hunger for violence. In a way in which, I think, here's what I want to point to what's right about that. I think, essentially, the existence of war and violence is, in fact, an extension of living within the closed world of the serpent, which is defined by the survival of the fittest. So this is when we live only on the horizontal and within the closed world of the serpent. This is where it leads us, which is why I think Oscar was saying something about it's ultimately it's always a failure of faith.
Well, hunger for violence. Interesting word, interesting phrase, hunger for violence. I mean, if you eat meat, you literally hunger for violence. If you're willing to kill the gopher that's eating your tomato plant, you have a hunger for violence, and it's quite physical. So you're escaping violence. To be in these bodies is to embrace violence. You can't escape it. No matter how much of a pacifist, you may wear masks so you don't breathe in insects. You're still going to kill something to live.
Right. Well, here's the question. Well, this is okay. This is why I wanted to couch it in the terms of of the closed world, because that is a delusion.
Mm-hmm. It is.
That's not actually the reality is that death exists in the service of life.
Mm-hmm.
And it's completely dependent upon life. And life is always the higher principle.
Yep. That's why we need grace. That's why we need God. But we're here, man. We're wearing these animal skins and we have no way of getting out of it, baby. It's suck it up. And it's sometimes if you're Hezzy's in the chat.
Yes.
And that's a man living with a gun to his head every freaking day. I don't know if he was born in Israel. No, I can't remember. But as long as he's lived there, that's his reality. And it's the reality of some of the people who were raised to fight Israel tooth and nail. Because there are people living in Gaza and the West Bank and elsewhere in that part of the world who think that's their mission in life is to kill Jews and destroy Israel.
After one of our Passover Seders this year, we were having conversation, and one of the guests that my wife invited was this was very, very tall, big, actually probably bigger than my son, very, very tall, very, very wide, powerfully built, African American Jewish man, and he had been spent a lot of time in Israel for his work, because he does work with youth, that takes him to Israel. And the observation he made was that it wasn't a very hopeful observation, but it was like an interesting observation, because he was actually talking about how, like, doesn't see any pathway. He ultimately doesn't see any pathway to peace, because the way in which both sides are tending more and more to indoctrinate their young people into extremism. And so that makes it very, very difficult to find when you have extremism on the rise, it makes it very, very hard to find a pathway to peace. So,
well, ask most Americans who live, unfortunately, the generation, I think it's interesting, I mentioned in the comments that Kale's asking this question at a time when that generation is basically died off.
Well, that's an absolute inversion. That's actually the promise of Satan.
Oh, you weren't talking to me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's an inversion.
But
we can't wield power for good. Is the case.
But he brings up a good point, and I'm just thinking this stuff out. I've radically changed from where I was as a young man to where I am now. And also, I would say I'm much more skeptical of U.S. intervention than I would have been, whatever the propaganda line would have been from either party at any time, right? But that what he says there is, I also understand, and you can also see this as part of how you can kind of make sense of what would be some of the violence of the Old Testament is generally in those instances, it's after the people have been oppressed and oppressed and oppressed and oppressed that God intervenes, right? Mm-hmm. And, there's a corresponding look at these awful things that supposedly happened. But then if you look before of the oppression that these people had suffered, there was something there. So I clearly know that if we live in the world we live in, I'm a practical human being. And if good people don't have to stand up at some point against violence against others, then, people will just run roughshod over people. So it's this difficult thing. But even in the midst when you stand up for something that you need to stand up. So, for example, if someone is coming in to murder your family, and you or someone who owns a weapon, and you defend your family for someone who was going to murder your family, even though that would be, let's just use the word justify, whatever. There still would be a toll to that for a person who deeply cares. You know what I mean? You never get away from. That's why when officers get involved, let's say they acted totally appropriately, but when they get into those moments where they have to use deadly force, mm-hmm. It is a traumatic thing. Even if you were doing it for all the right reasons. It's very. I think, and it's even traumatic for people that don't realize it's traumatic for them because it's an offense against those things. So I'm with Jay. Like, I get it. Like, I understand there has to be time.
But this is all abstract. What you talk to people who are in it, and the generation that fought World War II is dead mostly. And I think 20 years ago, you wouldn't even dare raise the question, as little as 20 years ago, except that unless you were totally fringe on the far extreme. Would you take up that question? Was the American role in World War II the right one or moral? I don't remember how he phrased it. And most of those people, all they ever wanted to do, talk to any of those people, or if you did talk to them, all they ever wanted to do was to see it done. They just wanted it to end. Mm-hmm. They did not want to. Nobody celebrated. I don't know if there was a single American, except a few, that would have celebrated the firebombing of Dresden. But they just but the attitude got so bad, and the enemy was so tenacious in their evil that they just stopped and said, whatever it takes. Mm-hmm. We're not going to quit until we're done. This is what Israel's facing with Hamas. And I don't know. I would argue that with the government strategy, but I get their motivation. You just want it to end, and so you dig in, and you back your side, and you understand that there's going to be a lot of bad going around, but you just want it to end. And you read the memoirs of folks who lived through the Civil War, the American Civil War, same story. They just, that because the enemy was so tenacious, they just, we do not know how tenacious Putin seems to be tenacious. And after he's done gobbling up Ukraine, let's see where he goes next, or whoever are the Zed nationalists who follow him. I don't know. We'll see. But you pick sometimes you just have to stop it. And you stand side by side with those who are willing to stop it with you, and you carry on until the end. You take whatever blows you take, and you do it. That's the reality. It's not like anybody's going, oh, this. Somebody talked about was that hunger of violence thing, and then I saw Oscar's way back up in the chat said something about this, like it's some drive for violence. You just no, these people, the people who fight these wars, most of them just want it to end, but they understand that ending it is not dropping the weapons.
Yeah, and I think that's the important thing, is to separate the individual. One of the really interesting things, he brought out a bunch of statistics of actually a lot of men who had entered war, they actually shoot to miss. Like there's a very low percent, like the ones that they shoot to miss in certain
unconsciously.
And,
they don't even try.
And many of those would have been drafted in or signing up, and just, you would have that. So I think it's important to separate the individual from that. And so Nate, you're sharing those things, and I'm somewhere, I understand the paradox of this, and I'm feeling my way through it. And I understand that as a younger man, I probably was much more naive and willing and feeling as if that using power and strength was somehow good. I didn't have enough of a middle ground. I also understand what Jacob's talking about. And again, I think there's a time where where you're going to have to stand up. And really the reason what that is protecting the innocence, right? From whoever the person, let's just say.
So on a humorous level, I wonder how the Lord of the Rings would have gone if Jacob had written it. Obviously, he would have been on the side of using the ring. But in all seriousness, though, I do think I do want to apologize, because what I said was a little bit reactive, and I think that in the spirit of this conversation, as I was talking about earlier, I think I presumed that I knew what Jacob meant I think when Jacob uses the words power, he means something different than I have in mind when I think of power. Here's an interesting. I'm going to offer this as a bridge, because this is a Milbank quote. This is a Milbank tweet from yesterday that I'm still trying to process. Milbank says this. He says, "Love presumes power, and power assumes concentration of power. This is why the Christian order of love involves hierarchy besides quality." Now, I don't know exactly what Milbank means either, but I certainly thought it was worth at least sitting with and considering. And so if Jacob is talking about power in such a way that it is in some way united with love in a way that I don't quite understand, then maybe there's a bridge, but there's a possible bridge between the seemingly cosmic gulf between us. Because a lot of times the things that Jacob say seem like a complete inversion to me, but that's probably because I don't think either of us really understands the other well. I think we hear the words that each other say, but I think we don't really necessarily quite understand the meanings.
Right. Well, that's why these long form conversations are good. For example, like Mark and I, sounds like but actually when we get together, we have a lot of shared ground. Like, because Mark has respect for, and I do too. Like all of a sudden we start talking out. We're like, okay, we're even though we might agree on certain points about this, there is a lot of common agreement. I think one of the things so martyrdom is power. And so I have heard this said about those who would say, listen, this whole Christians, you with your martyrdom, yeah, great. Society's gonna get run over, and good luck with that. And that's a fair comment. See, martyrdom's an individual choice, right?
Right.
so one of the things Father Thomas Hopko talks
Can I
about.
just interject really quickly, because there's a way in what when I see the American reaction to the conflict in the Middle East, it seems to me like there seems to be like this almost implicit demand that we almost are asking the Jewish people to martyr themselves. We're almost demanding it of them. And we're holding them to a standard that we would never hold any other people to. And I don't know. I mean, I'm like, I think that's the thing. It's just like, there's a way in which like for a lot of the last 40 or 50 years, there's been a move away from supersessionist thought in Christian theology and a great opening. But I do see like there are still these like subtle undercurrents that are there that drive even secular reactions. And like failure to understand that the existence of the state of Israel is not merely a political but an existential thing for Jewish people is one of the manifestations of that. So anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Well, and I think that points it in, which is like, again, individually, you can give yourself up to be a martyr, right? And that's an individual choice. And if given the choice, for example, if I'm given the choice of martyrdom or defending myself in some Christian sense, I'm just saying, like, there is some sense that becomes an easier thing versus when you're talking about a whole nation or a community or anything else. It's a wholly different thing. Father Thomas Hopko, one of the things he talked about anger when he was given his when he was talking about the Beatitudes. And this ties into 12-step work too, which is like individually, if somebody's slighting you, you need like the anger response, like individually is you need to withstand that and pray for your enemies, love your thing.
That's true, Ansel, man. You got me. I've admitted the contradiction in my own thought.
There we go.
It's totally true.
But then on the flip side, injustice towards someone to the vulnerable or whatever, that's a point where there's a righteous anger or whatever, where that would maybe be appropriate. Now, what he warned us about is like, we're super willing to become righteously angry at a whole bunch of things that are none of our business, so on and so forth. So he talked about the need to really kind of be careful about that. But I think that applies to, this response to, violence that can affect large swaths of people, right? Like clearly there has to be at that point, you can't take individual things and try to scope them out onto those. That's the difficulty of it, right? And, having gone to Israel and having visited it, it was a powerful experience. I was very like.
So now, wait a minute. So now Hamas isn't real? Give me a break.
Right, but then to not understand that what does from the river to the sea mean, people? They want them annihilated, gone, right? It's simple. And so, so I'm sitting back looking at this, and it's very clear that, and I think this axiom is true, whether people would agree or not. If Israel laid down their weapons, I firmly believe that they would be annihilated. Right? I believe if Hamas would have come to peace and set down their weapons, I believe there would be peace. Like I believe that to be fundamentally true.
Yep. But then you still have people that it wouldn't resolve the issues that need to be sorted out somehow. I mean, the current solution, I guess, is what is a kind of segregation between Arab Palestinians and Jews. I understand there's an Arab minority in Israel that has rights and are citizens in good standing, but there's Israel, the government has for reasons of self-preservation has limited the right of return for those who have a claim to property in Israel whose family ran from the wars in the past and became permanent refugees. On the other hand, I don't know how you thread some of these needles. Some of it.
I really want to address this comment by Anselman. No, no one is dehumanizing the people of Gaza. I haven't heard anybody say anything that is dehumanizing the people of Gaza. In fact, acknowledging that the people of Gaza are not just victims, but full moral agents that play a part in what is going on and bear some of the responsibility for what is happening is actually to fully humanize them.
Yeah, and it's above my pay grade.
It really is. It is. It's hard.
Reciprocal,
for all of us.
The appropriate reciprocal response and everything else. Like, I don't know. I've said this, and I mean this, and I've said this for years. I think it'd be really hard for me. I don't have the mental capacity to do this, but I think it'd be very hard to be a fully Christian man and a president, because you have to make decisions that would challenge me in ways, but I know those decisions have to be made. So I almost, you know what I mean? Like, to leave that up to someone else, because the complexities of these things are so difficult.
Which goes right at the point, Lance. The problem of maybe it's the internet generates this too, but it's this American pretense that we can question. We elect leaders, and we're in a habit of not even happy with that. We don't. So everybody's undermining everybody, and yet we're all speaking from. We don't respect the compromises that they have to make to do the job that they were elected to do. I mean, at some point, we have to have some humility and say, you know what? You're president, you're congressman, you're senator, you're the secretary of state, and you guys, it's your job to sort this out as best you can. And, and I'll wait until the next election cycle to decide whether or not you did a good job.
I agree, but I don't have a blind faith, because they have proven to be untrustworthy as things have been.
But they've always been untrustworthy from somebody's perspective, Lance.
To some extent, but you can't.
I love you, Anselman, but if you say genocide in this context again, I'll give you a timeout.
Yeah. So
I won't. That is one thing I won't.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to disagree with me, that's fine. But to call what's going on in the Middle East a genocide is a complete abuse of the term genocide, and it has absolutely no basis or no foundation. It's hyperbolic, and it doesn't help anything to introduce that word.
It's just throwing grenades.
Well, and I think one of the things that's really been damaged, Mark, and Jordan Peterson even mentioned this in one of his talks or whatever. I think it was in the biblical series, but it's really true, is that societies are built on a social trust, right? Ultimately, when there's trust amongst its citizens, right? If you come together in terms of some sense, and the better that we come together in some sort of social trust, then I think, like what you're talking about is, I think we're very fractured, right? One of the things I found that was interesting in the response to COVID, whether it was really interesting, some of the European countries, some went very strict, but they were all in alignment, so that worked out okay. Others were not so strict, right? Even in some left lean, it was interesting. But there are, within certain European countries, there's still enough unity and trust amongst each other that they were able to withstand things a little bit better than where we're at right now. So, I don't. Again, these are hard things. I hope people understand. I'm wrestling with this stuff. Like, this is hard stuff.
Well, here's a question for you, Lance. Do you want to respond to that, Nate? Or are we good?
Well, I don't think there's any point. Like, clearly, like, that Anselman has convinced themselves somehow that it's a genocide, and it's not a genocide.
Yeah.
By any reason, like, I'm not saying you can't critique the IDF. I'm not saying you can't critique the Israeli government, but it's not a genocide. Like. Right. Like, there's a massive,
or that we're somehow
Gaza has a massive population growth curve, positive population growth curve. It's just, in fact, it's not remotely a genocide, and if it is a genocide, it's the most incompetent genocide in human history.
Yeah.
And
And I
there's
would
no,
just say
and
that
Israel has never demonstrated a history of incompetence before. So why would they be
I would say
incompetent?
this, from everything I've seen, I would probably disagree with it, but I would also say this.
I would strongly disagree with it. Like, do you see know any Israelis?
Yeah, but I'm open. What I'm open to. I've not seen any evidence of this, or even when I listen to Hezi or others, or so on and so forth. But with respect to some of these things, Nate, some of the more extreme views being said here, I have a pretty strong response to. But I would just say, like Nate, how we talked about, you have to be willing to put anything you think on the altar, and potentially, right? Like I am. I'm not speaking here as if I'm some all-knowing authority and I have all this figured out. I certainly don't. I'm wrestling with it.
Just a quick question. Back to the issue of delegation of power from the civilian population to our elected representatives, and then the people that they appoint.
I'm not
to
kidding
power.
about the genocide ban thing. I'm going to put you in timeout if you say genocide.
I'll stand behind you with that.
Nate,
I agree.
I assume,
and Hezi, I do agree that we need nuance. Please jump in here.
Yeah, it'd be great. Just real quick though, I assume, Lance, you have a fairly high view of Ronald Reagan's presidency. Do you, as a president, do you respect, as of say of all the presidents of the 20th century, how would you rank him highly?
I look at Rumble results.
It's not a trick question. Not a trick question.
I don't like what he did with the tax code and some other things, but yeah, absolutely.
Overall, so say an 8 out of 10 or something. Fairly good, pretty good.
Brought down the Berlin Wall.
B+, A-.
Took on communism and brought down.
Now, quick question: do you know who his favorite president in his lifetime was? On the record, it's on the record.
Yeah, no.
FDR.
FDR.
Yeah,
FDR. And here's my point.
Well, and one of the things about Bill Clinton, here's the deal. One of the things I liked about Bill Clinton, Mark, in some respects, was he was a moderate Democrat. He was a pro-business moderate Democrat, right?
Right.
And so some of the things that was happening with Newt Gingrich, whatever, like one of the things frustrated is he'd take some of those good ideas and implement them or whatever. So, you know, I do look back at Kennedy, for example, as I've gone back and looked, like I had this sense of how he stood in the midst of the military-industrial complex during the Cuban Missile Crisis. He dealt with some really hard things or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like I have a lot of respect for John F. Kennedy, although I disagree with certain other aspects or whatever. But there are certain, like I can look at certain things and realize that there were good aspects of folks on either side of the aisle. Right. Like, for example, I would say this about Jimmy Carter. Like,
I don't like Ben Shapiro. I never do talking points for Ben Shapiro. I say what I think. I come to my own conclusions and my own opinions. And furthermore, they're not interested in wiping out everyone and taking the land. They're interested in destroying an enemy that is an existential threat to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like Ben Shapiro either. But whatever. Ben can say whatever he wants, but I don't even know what Ben's talking about today lately.
Yeah. No, I think my point being with Reagan and FDR, if you look at the history of how, I mean, FDR was so low, there was a conspiracy by the highest echelons of the business class to kind of unseat him in a coup. There's a little book about it, at least one or two, at least. The Businessman's Coup. You can look it up. Reagan, I think we need more of that attitude, though. He understood. He obviously had a grasp of the importance of respecting the difficult job of leading a country like this in a world that is really out to get you. I mean, if the United States, where would our allies be if the United States did not have the massive military that it has, for example?
Peace through strength is a real thing.
I just want to acknowledge, like, Oscar here, this I think is the kind of thing that's completely within bounds. We can discuss whether this, and this is something that we can actually discuss and determine whether this is actually happening or not. But
Fair enough. Yeah.
and he also says he's not saying that it's a genocide. And as long as we're taking genocide off the table, which is just a ridiculous hyperbole, we can't. I'm perfectly fine with people critiquing the tactics of the IDF and the policy of the Israeli government. I have no issue with that whatsoever.
So do people mostly want to talk about Israel, or do we not want to talk about American power? I'm happy to talk. I mean,
I think they're intertwined, are they not?
I think they are, but it's people keep going back and back to the particulars of this specific war. The problem that you're not dealing with when you're worried about that is, how does Israel survive as a nation state that was brought into being not by the British Empire but by the United Nations? Okay, and look that up, folks. And the United States wasn't brought into the world by the United Nations. Very few countries in the world were brought in by election, by a democratic process, into being by the world. All right? That is, the globe made Israel a state. And therefore, I can't think of any other country that has more of a right to exist than Israel. And yet, how does Israel exist without being what it is?
Right. So this is like Anselman early on, before he started talking about genocide. Like, yeah, I acknowledge the contradiction. You know what? Yeah, there's like, to me, it's like Israel has a different status than the other nations because I take the scriptures seriously. And I can't ignore what it says about Israel. And Israel is definitely a people, is definitely a nation, and always has been a people, and always has been a nation. And so, yeah, that puts me in a different position when it comes to Israel, because no other nation has that same status.
And one of the things I spark up against, so I would say this, like, when I see Lindsey Graham or others, just, man, they are so happy in this instance, right? And they almost have what feels like to me a bloodthirst for war. You know what I mean, with respect to this. There's that thing that I recoil against, versus I 100%.
Please, Leslie, jump in. Sorry,
yes,
Lance.
please,
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Lance.
Yes, we're just talking stupidly, but then
I would love for Oscar to actually get in here too, because I think he would have.
Yes, Oscar, come in. We're fumbling around, but at the same time, I have this deep abiding sense that Israel has to. I do have this deep abiding sense that.
So I just want to say one.
I think when Chezzy says Israel wants peace, I believe that.
Yes, I do too. But the thing is, what kind of peace, right? Like, Tomberg has a great discussion of like the many different kinds of ways that we talk about peace. And that.
Sorry, Nate. Balfour Declaration did not bring Israel into being. The Balfour Declaration is a diplomatic document. Read your history. Sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. Yeah,
just a mythologist. I'm muting myself.
Right. Save us, Hezzy. Save us.
Hey guys.
Hey man.
I hope you're all doing well. It's always tough with the Israel conversation. So first off, I wanted to address some things. And second of all, I don't mind like staying on for like a few minutes if like people have like questions that they want to direct. It's always best to not have assumptions and just ask things directly. So just like, I guess, two general statements. One, using all the capital I would quote unquote have in this space to say, and you mean obviously you could say I'm biased, but assuming people think I'm somewhat trustworthy, I would just say, any Israeli that I speak to, and again, putting aside the real fringe, everyone wants peace. We want love. We want peace. We just want to do our thing. No one wants to colonize. There's 2 million Arabs, Israeli Arabs living in Israel. They pray at the Dome of the Rock. They go to their church, to their mosques. They work with me day to day. They're lawyers. They're doctors. They're living their life. it's all good, and we want that model to continue. So that's number one. People just need to realize the reality, which is there are Arab policemen, Ethiopian army commanders. It's all diverse. It's all love, and that's the model it should be, and that's what we should continue to do. It's a real big problem that Israel doesn't talk about that enough and promote that enough, and that's like a whole other issue. But that just is. Those are the facts on the ground. Trey, from, I don't know if you guys know him, but he's someone that like sort of around in Jacob's Corner. He was here visiting recently, and I showed him the same things. Number two, with regards to the war and the term used, genocide. I'll start by showing a little graphic, and I'm sorry, and then I'll address specifically the genocide claim. It's very difficult, obviously, for all of us with all the deaths that's been going on in the world, in the war right now currently. And I would say that as an Israeli, while I say all death is horrible and I feel for the other side, I can't deny that there's always this like veneer, also for my sanity, that like I'm on the Israeli side and there's the Gazan side, and in some sense that the death and suffering is sort of muffled a little because I'm a human being. I need to live my life. But so I it's very sad for me, but I don't think about it every single second. And then, you see the news and you could hear that there's another person died, another child died. And of course it's very sad, but it doesn't necessarily always pierce the veil. Like it's sad intellectually, but I don't know if I'm feeling it always emotionally. And that's just because I think that's how humans are. I saw a video recently of this IDF soldier, right? There's this barrage of bombs going on in Gaza. And you see this Arab boy, this Palestinian boy, terrified. And he's shaking. His hands are like in shock, and he's just shaking. And this soldier is just consoling. This Israeli soldier is consoling the Palestinian boy, and that pierced the veil. Just seeing his hands shaking, so I started crying seeing this video because it reminded me again, like, of course, of all the humanity and the suffering going on over there, in a real sense. Again, like intellectually, of course, it's like I could always say it's horrible. But it just caught me, and it reminded me again of how horrible the scenario we're in right now. It is horrible, and of course, Israel has a big responsibility with regards to trying to alleviate the suffering. Having said that, we all because our and rules of war. And in those rules of war, we talk about different wars that have been going on, and we talk about ratios, unfortunately. And because we live in a world where we have to use statistics and ratios, and that's what we all agreed to do, we have to look at those ratios. And if we look at those ratios, we see that unfortunately, all the death and all the suffering, the numbers in Israel, and I know it's very hard to hear, are numbers that every single war should aspire to reach. And that's the problem. The problem is, like, the numbers are fantastic in such a horrible, horrible war. Nevertheless, there aren't any other wars out there, and people are welcome to show the evidence where there's a lower number. And that's the real question. Anyone saying it's a genocide, I just want to know from them, what is the number that they're saying is morally okay? What is the number that they feel comfortable? Because none of us want any deaths. But when you hear that you're bringing down the number of deaths to 2 to 1 or 3 to 1, in reality, everyone should be clapping. Now, you'd be like, clapping what? Clapping a genocide? No, clapping how careful an army is being to try to minimize deaths. It's true and unfortunate that this is the first war that is being completely exacerbated because of social media. And we're seeing it every second of every day, all the time. The numbers are going up, and none of us remember what it is, or none of us have experienced what it is to experience a war on social media. So we all know that basically Hiroshima and Vietnam, no war would have happened if it was for social media, because we were just said like, no, that's too much death. One baby's too much, and one baby conceptually is too much, but in practice, of course, that's not true. And I'm going to go one step further about what does this look like? How does peace look like? I can tell you that in any peace deal that there's going to be, Israel is going to have to accept, and this is me, I'm saying this on my end. I'm going to say, I want peace if there's no more killing, right? And even if you wanted to say, okay, Chazi, no problem. The other side is going to agree that there's going to be no more deaths. We all know that if, let's say, if some radical guy decided to still do a suicide bomb, you would still expect me not to blow up the peace deal because of that, right? So even there, you'd be like, okay, Chazi, those babies that died, you have to accept, right? So all of us have to accept in some level death. We don't like talking about it. We just don't get giving numbers to it. But if you're forced to give numbers to it, you just have to realize that the game we play called war, statistics, numbers, it's not a genocide. It just isn't. And you could call it many things. You could say Bibi's horrible. You could say there was an occupation. Those are terms you could use. But using the wrong terms, it really just means that there's genocides everywhere or there's no genocides at all. So those are my 2 cents. And feel free to.
No, I want to ask you a question. If I want to ask you a very pointed question, Hezi.
Yeah.
What do you think would happen if the protesters like got what they wanted and Israel just decided, okay, we'll just leave and let them have the entire country? What do you think the aftermath of that would be? Do you think that would result in peace?
I don't know, like when people throw out the word peace, like what is it like? What does that mean, right? Like so do I? So there are 2 separate questions. Do I think that results in a path forward, and what does peace look like? I don't think it results in a path forward because what you're saying is that is the method to bring down countries to their knees.
Yeah.
Kidnap people, and then just hide within a population and just wait. Just wait. That's it. That's what you. That's the recipe. And
don't you think the result of it would almost
media, that's
right?
The answer. The answer is.
I'm wondering about
Sorry
the numbers.
For a second.
Yeah. Are you there?
There's a bad connection. I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
I was just wondering about. Oh yeah, I was wondering about the numbers. You said that the numbers are lower in this war than it has been in other wars, but I'm like looking at just glancing the Wikipedia page for the 6-Day War, and we've definitely. I think Israel is given the losses on the Palestinian side at over 30,000. Correct?
Over 30,000, yeah, like 35,000, 37,000, something like that.
Okay, and at the Gaza in the 6-Day War, we're looking at more like 20,000 killed, or up to 15,000 killed and missing. Egypt, and then everyone else was considerably less. So way under 30,000 for that war on the Arab side losses, and in fact, the Israelis have already lost many more people in this war, the current war, than they did in the 6-Day War, according to Wikipedia. Now, I mean so I'm doing my best here, just winging it, but
yeah,
I'm just wondering where you got your numbers. I'm just trying to figure out what numbers are you comparing when you compare losses.
I didn't take him to mean total deaths.
Are you talking about proportionally in respect to population? Okay.
I'm saying innocent to combatant. You also have to. This is also something that this is a term that's used. Women and children, right? Mm-hmm. So now, women and children. It's horrible that women and children die. You have to realize though that children means until the age of 17. There are plenty of kids that are being trained to use guns at the age of 13 and at the age of 14. So it doesn't matter to me if he's a child. What matters to me is if he's combatant or not. A 14-year-old child, it's horrible that a 14-year-old is used as a weapon. Nevertheless, once that's happening, he is being used as a weapon. And women can be used as weapons. So even that number, when you say women and children, you must take into consideration that, children throwing down boulders on soldiers, right? Then it's no longer just like a child. Should we try to afford? Of course, in in what's the word I'm looking for? In laboratory conditions, should I look to if a child, like people talk about, a lot of people were shot in the leg, then they're maimed. The reason they're shot in the leg, then they're maimed, is because we don't want to kill them, right? So you don't shoot them at the head.
Yeah, because soldiers are trained to shoot center mass.
Right. So, but people are like, like they're crippling them. Like the other, then you would complain that there's too much death. So the answer is just
No. That's not I wasn't challenging.
There is no answer. There is no answer, Hezi, because you're not held to the same standards. You're held to a different standard.
I know, but I can't. This is. I mean, again, I don't know if that's a bug. I really look at that again as part of a feature of the Jewish Israeli existence, and I don't think that's going to change until we as Jews and Israelis are comfortable with ourselves, and that's its own interior issue what's going on, which also some of it seeps into the war itself, which is like, what does victory look like, and how does that and how does that relate to how we see ourselves in relation to the other countries. So it's difficult. I was having this argument with this person on Discord who's an Israeli, but on the left side of the spectrum, and we were really, this is like sort of the crux of it. We're really getting down to these elements. But please, I mean, any questions you guys have about this, or if you guys felt like I said something that was like incorrect or inappropriate.
Well, I think, I mean, I made it very clear where my thoughts and my sympathies lie, and I'm not going to apologize for it. And so, praying for you, praying for peace, I don't really quite understand. I really actually can't even wrap my mind around the narrative that some people have about this conflict. And it was, I really found it ironic that Anselman was accusing me of dehumanizing the Gazans, because to me, it's like, there's nothing more dehumanizing than pretending that when there's a conflict between peoples, that there is not some agency involved on the part of both peoples that are in the conflict. And it seems that if you're reducing the residents of Gazans to like nothing but victims, then how is that humanizing? How is failing to acknowledge the moral responsibility they have in the continuation of and in the failure to end this conflict humanizing? It's not humanizing, it's patronizing, and that is dehumanizing. So,
well, I don't. The slogan "more from the river to the sea" is itself, quote, genocidal, since if they were to have that wish realized, that slogan realized, it would result in the displacement and death of, what's the population of Jews in Israel? Has it 7 million?
Like not 2 million Arabs and not 7 million Jews. But I would say, with regard, I saw Tayo mention, like, what does victory look like? What victory looks what victory looks like, and if you take a zoom out, we're almost there. Because if you zoom out, you have peace with the Egyptians, you have peace with the Jordanians, you have peace with Saudi Arabia, you have peace with the Emirates, you have peace with Morocco. Like, it's, again, if you went back 50 years, we would be thinking we're living in a dreamland, that we've come so far. Yeah, we've been pulled back right now to this position because of Iran and because of other parties as well. What does victory look like? Victory looks like, in my estimation, it means Israel needs to completely disconnect from Gaza. Everything, water, electricity, zero responsibility. Okay, we go to the moderate Arab world countries and other Western countries. You guys are in charge. You guys are investing the money. This is the deal. We want a generation worth of de-radicalization. It could be 10 years, it could be 20 years, okay? And it's, by the way, 20 years is not so long. Shrek came out like 20 years ago, okay? It's not so long. So what we're offering is, give me 20 years, talk to me about a generation that is now not hateful. We could go back to 67. Take your land, have a time, have an airport, have a party, do your thing, express yourself, anything you want. But that's a real deal. And I don't like what the world wants to hear. I don't know why they can't at least be patient, which is you can't expect us to risk getting people kidnapped, getting people blown up. So you want to go back to 67? The world needs to admit this, that there's a radicalization. And again, that's hard because you have to talk about religion. You have to talk about what the undergirding elements are. But that, I think, is a real answer. A full disengagement, responsibility to moderate countries. Come talk to us in 10 years. Come talk to us in 15 years when you have a generation that wants something else. And until then, other countries can deal with that. You guys want to build them an airport and have them come visit you in Spain, knock yourself out. So far, I don't know, leadership doesn't talk that way. But that, to me, if I was calling any shots, that's what I would put on the table. And I would use all the words necessary of love and peace and understanding and Abraham and Isaac and Ishmael. But I think that's the only actual practical path forward.
But it is a pathetic little strip of land. I don't know what how you can build an isolated civilization upon it that interacts with the world that will ultimately be a threat to Israel. I don't think you can have your dream, Hezi, with all due respect, because it's one, it's logistically impossible. Two, as soon as you build it up, you will build up the military capacity for it to threaten Israel again. So in
my with my magic wand, okay, this is how I would ideally play it out, right? I mean, people want to think outside the box, right? People don't want to have the same answer. So this is me trying to stretch and think outside the box. Dubai already builds cities by compost that they make these artificial islands. Make some expansions, add them some land, okay? You could create that, number one. Number two, all these moderate cities that are going to invest money, if there's crime, if there's people are looting on the streets, if there's mayhem, then it's not going to be good for their investment. They won't allow that. Obviously, it requires someone to put skin in the game, which forces them to invest into the proper infrastructure. Lastly, with regard to education, China's doing this already. This is where, you go to a more, let's say, a radical response and say, China's been using this tracking for all their students with AI. Who's getting distracted? Who's talking? Do that. Give de-radicalization classes. Give them augmented reality, which talks about green pastures and people getting together and getting along. Create a new syllabus. Go crazy. Think big. Build them a whole dome, which shows them beautiful visions of calming and relaxing colors. People could think outside the box. America has been bending over backwards to accommodate some ideologies, which we'll call woke ideologies. So invest some crazy money. Print some of that money you've been printing out left and right across the world. Invest in some crazy technology for the Gazans. You could do that. People could think outside the box, where we could offer them some other option where they could de-radicalize. But I mean, I know it's hard work, but that's part of it. People are lazy. People don't want to. You need to invest. Yes, it requires investment, and it requires investment from Israel as well.
Well, part of the problem, though, Hezi, is that you mentioned having peace with Egypt and peace with Jordan. I don't know how at peace you are with their populations. You're at peace with their governments, but their governments aren't democracies, and we know that it's something like hostility towards Israel in Jordan is something like 70% of the population. It's very, very high, and if it was an actual democracy, it would your eastern border would be considerably more hostile than it is.
I agree. However, again, we got to think marathon and not sprint, which would be once the bottleneck of say the Palestinian issue is removed, that releases some tension. But then I do believe that as the other countries could benefit from financially benefit from dealings with Israel, both technologically, and medically, I think that will make its way into the population. And once we could, again, more formally with the Emirates and Saudi Arabia have a relationship which is also theological, which some of those things have started, that's I would say the next step, which people could see on the ground what that looks like, what a return to the sons of Isaac and Ishmael living together and communing. And again, I'm thinking you got to be patient. You got to be patient for 20, 30 years. And in that patience, I understand that means more of my countrymen might die. More of my brothers and sisters might get hurt. But that's the only way forward. I don't know what Jacob's saying over here. I can't see it on my phone.
Yeah, you can't see.
Well, he said, as a Jew, I simply cannot do anything but hold Jews to a higher standard. He was acknowledging that, that he said something about also that, being held to a higher standard is not fair on earth, but it is fair in heaven. I just think that, but the bulk, a lot of the criticism is coming from a country that actually does have, that is guilty of the genocide in its past. So there's a certain irony in that accusation coming from Americans, because we did commit genocide against the people that were the native inhabitants of this land. That was a real genocide, and it was done, and it was intentionally done as a genocide. I can use that word without cheapening its meaning and saying it in that context. That is not what's happening in Israel. So it's pretty rich from us.
Yeah. Sometimes the most moral thing you can do is win. I mean, that's the problem, is that we want to have a kind of perfect world where all the victims get justice, when the very best thing you can do to prevent more victims is for the empire to win, for the American, this is the United States is what it is, and it came to be how it came to be, and yet it's for it to go away, or for Israel to not win, it would lead to much more bloodshed and much more violence. And this idea,
I just want to acknowledge this. I've invited her many times. Many times.
Mm-hmm.
I've invited some of my other progressive friends, and anyone's welcome. I won't tolerate hyperbolic comments from the comments, but the people are on the stream and they're saying these things face to face. That's different. But I'm not sure. And as far as about the comment about needing more Muslims in the corner, it's like, yeah, I'm sure there's some Muslims that can, but we were actually talking about this earlier. Like, it's hard for fundamentalists to function in the corner, and it's there. Muslim religious thinking does, for the most part, tend to be fairly rigid, literalist, and fundamentalists. So I'm sure there are some Muslims that would get along just fine. So it would have to be the right Muslim.
But see, okay, let's take this self person. All right, the things they keep posting. If they realize whatever what they're talking here, they realize their dream in the real world. What do we go? How is the world going to be at all better? How is the world improved?
Everyone
I want to know.
Muslim. Everyone will be Muslim, so therefore it would be better.
And then we just all be turned around and kill each other. Then
so, yeah, Islam wants. That's actually, I was starting to try to get that earlier. Well, what kind of peace matters? Well, Islam wants a hegemonic peace. That's actually Islam.
And then which Islam though? Then
is a
make us
hegemon.
all Islam. But then they're going to have to decide. We'll have to decide which kind of Islam is going to be the hegemon, right, Nate? Do you see what I'm saying? Shia and Sunnis hate each other to the death.
Yeah, I'm not. No, that's not really true. Like, actually, so like if you look at like, frankly, I consider a lot of like even like a lot of medieval Christian thought is like fairly fundamentalist. And medieval Islamic thought is too. It's just that everyone was a fundamentalist, so some of the Muslim thought at that time might have seemed more, you know, more open in comparison, perhaps. But everybody really thought that people should be killed over their ideas, um, and Muslims still think that you should kill people over their ideas, and we got over that. So I
Yeah,
don't think
Muslims were crucifying
it's just
Christians
like
as recently
what's
as
the
10
recent
years ago,
phenomenon?
Nate.
What's the recent phenomenon is that everyone else has become less fundamentalist except for the Muslims.
I like that. I just wanted to dip in quickly if I can. I'm Jewish and believe in Jesus. So it's when I was in college, I used to be a pot smoking hippie and a burnout. And in my house was the Human Rights Organization of Iraq. They were expatriates that were going to get killed by Saddam. And I used to hang out with these guys for a long time, and they were nice guys. And one of the guys one night, I asked him, his name was Salam, and we were talking, and I was asking him about Islam because if he could convert me, he's like, oh my gosh, that would be great. And I'm like, so tell me about Islam. He goes, well, these are just one of the things I remember. He goes, if there are two Islamic people killing each other, fight warring, and there's another Islamic person fighting a Jewish guy, the two Islamic people that are trying to kill each other are to stop, go help kill the Jewish guy, and when they're done, then get back to killing each other. And now these guys were engineers, and I'll end with this, and I don't want to throw a blanket over every Islamic person, but so I'm just there trying to get him to smoke weed, and he's like, no. And then in the middle of the night, it's the end of the night, he goes, listen, if you carry something for me and don't ask me any questions, I'll give you a lot of money. And I'm like, oh, dude, no, but I'm like, he asked me to be a mule. And it's not like I'm sure most Islamic people are great people. I'm not coming down, but it's just a small percentage in a group that just really hates Jewish people. Like, it's just, okay, what do you want to do? Well, I want to kill you. So how do you reconcile that? And maybe you can't. Maybe it's what Mark said. You just win. And I hate that. Like, you just got to do. My dad was in World War II. And when the atomic bomb dropped, I said, Dad, what do you think about the atomic bomb? And he goes, I loved it. And I'm like, what? And what do you mean? And he's like, yeah. He goes, he was a 315th Bomber Wing A that dropped the atomic bomb. He was a radar technician. All the guys in his, whatever you call it, platoon or troop, his group, they were in Africa and they all died. He goes, when they dropped the bomb, I knew my friends weren't going to die. And he just goes, we were better at killing them. They were trying to kill us. We were trying to kill them, and we just got better at it. And I hate, don't get me wrong, I'm not like beating a war drum, but I'm like, so
hey guys,
yeah,
I got to leave because my wife is trying to get hold of me, but I'm just going to leave studio. I think you guys should be able to keep it going. So I'll just leave studio and let the stream keep going.
So, but that was the end of my thing, and I appreciate you letting me share, but I don't know how you can have peace when you have a people that some of them just want to kill you unless you can corral that faction within your community that wants to hurt the other community. If you can do that, might work out. But
Yeah.
if you can figure that one out, let me know.
No, it's that was what you communicated much more succinctly than I did. Trying to communicate that was just sometimes, it's a beautiful point, like you said about your father. My friends wouldn't have to die.
It was not personal.
It was
It was just,
which is a kind of beautiful thing. It's a horror. It's a horror. It's not like we wanted it. I think the American public was shocked when they first saw the pictures come back. Was it Life magazine there, or they had this of Hiroshima, and it was shocking, but yet that generation, they didn't repent of it because they knew it was necessary. It was that, or fight another 5 years until they took control of the islands.
And then I do have one question, and I'm not trying to be smart aleck, but if Hamas wants peace, why not start with giving back the hostages?
Oh, there's a lot of questions to Hamas, right? Yes, that's
or
one.
Whoever.
Stop using. If you want peace, why are you using if you love your children, why are you using them as human shields, right? I mean, it's the same kind of thing. I mean, it's this sympathy for Hamas, I do not understand at all in when you see it in this corner. When you look at October 6th, that video that came back from that day,
and also, like in the States, and it wasn't like a real viable threat, but I've been threatened just for being, actually, it was a Islamic guy. We were at church, and he was kind of joking, yeah, we're going to kill you first the Jews and then the Sunday people. And I'm like, and then he showed up in service, and I'm thinking, all right, something weird might go down, but it was okay. And
when was this, Ron?
this is a couple of years ago.
Really?
Yeah, it was a church in Kansas City. It's just that if a Christian person or Jewish person did that to an Islamic person, Muslim,
I would make the nightly news.
Yeah, and so I think, anyhow, I can go on, but it's, how do you get peace with people that want to kill you? That's my thing. And if you can figure that out, and the only solutions I might have is if you can control your own people. And, I don't know who said it, but let's say you have some collateral damage once in a while when someone goes bat crap crazy and blows themselves up, but it's not from your government. I'm like, okay, maybe you can live with that. But
even then, these factions, what we're seeing, like in Mexico, it's what started out as drug gangs, become cartels. The cartels are now competing with the government,
right,
regionally.
Yeah,
these systems tend to organize around power, and they get large enough. They're insatiable.
Okay.
Until they take over the whole thing. So so this is, I guess, was my challenge to Hezi in a sense, was there's no idealistic way of ending it. Because somehow, some way, the system has to be completely purged, and maybe the only way to purge it is through just total victory.
All right, let's say that's not going to happen. Let's just go with it's not. You're not going to purge it. Start with that. So if you can't, and I don't want to blow everyone up. I mean, I had a friend jokingly said, "Well, just make it all a parking lot." You want to. So I mean, not just Gaza, all of it, just buy. But okay, that's just not happening either. So what can you do to have at least a ceasefire? And I guess it would be a Cold War It just
like Korea, like an armistice, like you're saying, like a long-term armistice, like we have in Korea, North and South.
Yeah, I mean, let's
a hot peace.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, is a hot peace better than a Cold War, or is they sorry.
No, it's hard and it's dangerous, right? I mean, how much bad behavior do we tolerate from the Kims before we turn it into actual organized violence, right? And I think that's where deterrence, that's been the American struggle all along since World War II, is how do you maintain deterrence? And I think in our most recent history, a lot of what we're seeing right now is, and I voted for the guy, but is to blame for the Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan, believe it or not. He withdrew from Afghanistan, and I think Putin read that as it's go time for Ukraine. Go time for Ukraine meant, okay, Moscow's going to look the other way, and Hamas decides it's go time for Hamas. And it's not quite, I don't know if you can quite draw a perfect line of dominoes falling, but we created an atmosphere. Obama, I voted for him too. Obama did not enforce his red line in Syria. Chemical weapons were used. We backed down from our threat. Russia got to flex its muscles in Syria and save that monstrous government. And then a few years later, we're out of Iraq. Then Biden pulls out humiliatingly out of Afghanistan, throwing away the lives and welfare of millions of women and girls in that country, like they didn't matter at all. Throwing them to the wolves of the Taliban, who are the Taliban. And now we're making up for lost ground. Sometimes you just have to be on the winning side and hold your ground. It's not fun. It's expensive, but it's cheaper than what we have now.
Well, let me throw a curveball here.
Sure.
What would you pray? And then what would be something cool for God to do in this situation? What would be, because, this is Grail country. So in search of the Grail. Because I know, and I'm sure a lot of people here know prayer works, is effective. So, and part of the reason I'm talking is I don't want to live in fear. Let's say someone's going to kill me, whoever. And I'm saying this not that I want to die, but I'm like, all right, someone's going to kill me. And live I win, to live is Christ, to die is gain. Not that I'm looking to suck around with friendly fire, but I should, and I in my heart of hearts, have a peace that passes all understanding, so that I can love my enemy, bless those that curse me, pray for those that are suffering, and ask God to do something cool. I'm tired of not beseeching God. I'm tired of not asking him okay, God, we're screwed. So here's what I'd like you to do. What would be the most unexpected, cool God move you can think of? Or at least would like to try to steer the boat towards?
Maybe I lack imagination. All right, Jesus. When I think of Jesus moving, walking through Galilee and Judea in the first century, and even encountering Samaritans and Phoenicians, Gentiles. The Roman centurion. I mean, he kind of blows everybody's circuits, right?
Right.
So it's the presence of Christ that would be the big change.
Right.
And this is, but and that's where I stop, is I can't make that happen, because I cannot be that kind of Jesus. I mean, I understand being the body, being part of and being within the body of Christ, mystically, theologically, but in that physical sense, that physical presence with people in such a way that it gets them to set down their arms and find community with others and who they thought were enemies. I can't embody that yet. It's beyond that would be the miracle, right?
Okay, so that would be the
that
prayer.
would be the miracle. Yeah.
All right, that's not bad. It gives me something to shoot at.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So there's my weakness. You're asking me to walk on water, and I'm like going. It's like, well, that's something to pray for.
Yeah, I mean, you want a miracle?
Yeah,
all right, it's going
it.
to be something that's impossible. That works.
But on the other hand, there's this ethical problem of how to be. Maybe that's it. Maybe God doesn't even. For some reason, God wants us to deal with this.
Right. Yeah.
Because if he didn't, he'd fix it. He'd finish it.
Okay.
So obviously there's something, because we believe in God. God's real. God is, but yet he's not mending our problem. So we've got to somehow, there's some process we're going through. So maybe this is it. We're in it. We're in the miracle. We just don't know. We haven't realized it yet, and we haven't gotten to the point of realization. I mean, I get the whole Anabaptist move, right? Where you're going to be, I'm going to turn the other cheek in every situation.
Mm.
But I don't know how you turn the other cheek in every situation when I'm not going to stop anybody's violence.
Mm.
There's the pure pacifist move only results in more violence, as far as I can see, or worse violence. I mean, are you really going to turn the other cheek and not take physical action, say, against somebody who's a child molester or something?
Right. No one's.
I can't imagine that.
That
seems like it's off the table, right? I mean,
no. Well, and even in the time of Jesus, there were centurions, Cornelius, that Jesus showed up to. Wait, sorry, that was Peter. My bad. Peter went to Cornelius, who was
right.
Okay,
yeah.
So
after the dream.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so Cornelius was probably bad to the bone. He would have been a brawler and a half.
Right.
Because so I don't think God he's not for the gladiatorial games, but he's also not against the hierarchy and structure of the military that was occurring in the past, because that's where he poured out the Holy Spirit. So,
well, and even Jesus didn't. I mean, Jesus lived in the midst of Roman occupied Judea and Galilee, right? I mean, that was, if it wasn't Roman occupied, it was, I mean, I understand that technically speaking, Galilee was a vassal kingdom,
right,
for a period of time, but it was still brutally occupied territory. never, there's not, he seems to mock the zealots, right? I mean, it's like, give to Caesar that which is Caesar's, and to God that which is God's. I mean, who's on the coin?
Right.
Whose image is it on the coin? Or when and then of course then he flips it around. He mocks the system as well when he says, Peter says they want taxes from us, and he says, well, who do they collect taxes from? Their children or from everybody else? Oh, from everybody else. Yeah, okay. So go to this. Go catch a fish, and when you find that fish, open its mouth. You're going to find a coin to pay our taxes with.
Mhm.
It's a very, when he talks about, there's some debate about whether Jesus laughed. I'm guessing he giggled on that one. He's having fun because he's making a mockery of us all, in a sense. This idea that our politics is important, and it is important in a sense. It is blood and bone, life and death, but at another level. You're right. We aren't seeing the big picture. We aren't praying. Probably aren't even praying for the big picture.
Well, maybe we have not in the past, but here we are, and the only one I'll keep accountable is me, and just go, okay, I need to cowboy up and start engaging my heart for my enemies, because they're not. Man,
Right.
I feel that. And I don't want to live in fear or hatred. And that ain't God. And you won't do anything correct in that state. So and so when I saw the title today, I'm like, all right, let's see what's going on here.
What is
And
the title today? I didn't notice.
it was thankful for the Jews. I'm like,
Oh, okay.
all right, that's a different one. So let's see what's going on here. I had a friend in Hebrew school who goes, yeah, I know we're the chosen people, but I wish you could have chose someone else.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Well, isn't that it is kind of interesting when you talk about the elect, and so many people seem to think that the elect is really a good thing. Maybe when the elect, to be the elect, either in Christ or to be the chosen people, is actually to be the ones who are asked to sacrifice. The elect are those who get to be crucified, and maybe
congratulations.
Yes, you're a winner. You win a big beam upon which you're going to get nailed.
Come on down.
It changes it, doesn't it? Yeah, it doesn't seem so hot. And you are challenging me. I joined on this stream when Lance was talking a little more critically of the American foreign policy and American position in the world and so on, and so that's when I joined the stream, because I'm not really a nationalist per se, and I'm not even strictly a rah patriot. I don't hang my flag out on 4th of July and stuff. But at the same time, I feel like we have to have respect for the people who gave themselves to get us to this point in life. We're living off the backs of a lot of people who have surrendered a lot to get us here. We owe a lot to our ancestors for that, and to the veterans. But your question, how am I to be in this world right now?
Right.
Big challenge. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to.
no, you're cool. I got nothing deep. I've done my rant and my questions, and I guess what it is, there is no more America to go to. When I was a kid, my family friends, they came from Poland or Russia, and they were glad to get out. They risked their lives. And some of my friends were my teachers in Hebrew school. They were in Auschwitz. I mean, and they had, when I was a kid, I used to play with the numbers in synagogue. The old guys would have numbers on their arms, and that's how I learned how to make a European 7, because I saw it on his wrist. And then I would hear the expression, never again, never again, never again. And then last year happens, and then I see things going sideways in my opinion, and I'm thinking, is it never again, again? And even if it is, okay, as a Christian, it's time for me to put up or shut up and walk it out. The only comfort I have is most of the time I'm wrong about everything. So if I'm thinking if it's never again, it's probably not. It just might be a fearful, bad moment. So how should I properly walk through fearful, bad moments? And how do I see the other person that I think is the cause of my fear? That's my problem, not theirs. And that's kind of why I dipped in. And, that's what I'm processing. But even talking to you now, I think I have processed quite a bit. It's because I felt it in my heart. It's like, okay, I ain't going to hate. I will. And if something's going down and I can help stop it, I will. But I'm not looking for it. And I have I work on campus in Indiana. And there's these Islamic ladies walking around, and I always make sure to say hello in a proper way. They don't know I'm Jewish, but I know they're Muslim. So I want to make sure I'm not copping an attitude. I like how Grim Grizz goes. He goes, people are worried about things internationally, globally, blah, 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 and they don't even know who their sheriff is or their elected officials for their school board. And I'm like, all right. And then with Jordan Peterson, he's like, well, and I think a few others, Martin Shaw, whatnot, they go, don't worry about that. Just clean up your room and do the next right thing that's close to you. Embody something good now, here. You want to fight the global scale war? Start in your own backyard. Just deal with what you can really deal with. So,
or maybe like what Jesus says, don't worry about tomorrow. Today's got evil enough.
Right.
We've got enough problems right here, right now in front of you.
Right.
We don't need to project ourselves.
Right.
But when we do, see, this is the hard part about being American. We are citizens in a democracy of sorts. And it's the most powerful one in the world, and our decisions have global reach, and we are faced the fact that we do have to process some of this, but when we're done processing it in a conversation like this, then maybe the best thing to do is lay it down and love our neighbor as ourselves as best we can the rest of the time. I mean, it would be negligent to not do what we're doing. But at the same time, if this is all we did, and we neglected things closer to us, and how neglected our own conduct with our neighbors, like you said, with the Muslim people that we cross, and under no circumstances, like I think we were being accused of having a genocidal posture towards Muslims in Gaza. And the thing is even if the accusation were true, that's not how we behave towards the Muslims that we cross in daily life. It's not like I'm not trying to purge America of Islam. In fact, I've been one of the voices has been, and I think Nate too, to advocate for more involvement of Muslims in the corner in this place. So it's a complicated dance we're engaged in, and I don't know if we're slaves to sin. That's what Paul said. And I think this is evidence of it. We're in a Gordian knot we can't get out of. and it is you're back to your miracle. That's required to get us out of it.
Okay, so that's how we get out of it.
Yeah.
Is you drop back and you punt with a Hail Mary, and you go, okay, God.
You take it.
Yeah, okay. He's like, he might be going, now we can talk.
Yeah, you're right.
It probably, I bet you that's how it is. That's how he always.
Well, when you think about, I'm sorry, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
No,
I just wonder what broke the big conflicts in the past when you go back,
Yeah, the six day.
Well, I was just even going to say just Germany, World War II, how different Germany is today than what it was all the way up to and through World War II. And then the trauma, and then it's a different country, right? I mean, we look at it.
Right.
We no longer want to kill Germans.
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, there's some things coming. I've learned a lot here, like Tom Holland, who he's pretty much like, hey guys, our ideas of democracy and human rights and all that is a very Christian centric, however you would put it correctly. It's a Christian idea. It is not a global idea. It's two ideologies, different ideologies that are clashing. You've got, and am I wrong here?
No.
I'm trying to say
you're right.
Okay. It's not a war of land. Well, I was going to say it's not a war of land, but I guess it is kind of, but it's more of a, like Vietnam was a war about communism.
Right.
And then lost that one. And then why am I going down this road? I think I like the way Tom Holland said, he goes, it's the Western idea and a non-Western idea meeting up. And this one, I've been around a long time. It's the Islamic mind is different. Not saying bad, I'm just saying different. And so what happens is that you have two different principles interacting with each other. And it's turning into this. And I'm not telling anybody anything new, but it helps me process it, because in the past I would take it personally. And I'm like, oh, wait a second. That's my bad. Because I'm processing it one way, they're processing it another, and that's where this clash is happening. Won't solve it, but it might help me understand it.
Well, there is something to the assertion that if Hamas set its weapons down
Mm-hmm.
and simply forsook violence, the war would be over tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I think there's some truth to that. And Palestinian lives would be saved.
Yeah. Ain't gonna happen.
And it ain't gonna happen. At least not yet. I mean, it took Hiroshima and Nagasaki for the Japanese to do that. And when they did it, I think it reflected how ready the people were. I mean, the whole culture, the whole nation really got behind the emperor's decision. We're done. We're done with this empire building and violence.
The one thing that would be cool, and this is like a long shot, if other nations within the Middle East would intervene to stop it, lack of a better word. So, that would be a long shot.
Yeah, because somebody somewhere has been bringing in stuff that enabled Hamas to build up this vast
Right.
reservoir of weapons, right?
Yeah.
Which brings us back to geopolitics, and which brings us back to the use of American power, right? And the neglect of that. It's, if America is really the superpower that everyone claims it is, that goes around bullying everybody, Iran wouldn't have been able to get involved in Lebanon and Gaza the way it has, and or Yemen, and Israel would never have been attacked. I mean, the United States has the ability. We're the only country that has the ability. So the United States and NATO together has the ability to have prevented Iranian involvement in any of these conflicts, but we didn't.
Why? I always follow the money, and I'm like, and
It's a
then
factor.
well, here's the thing: you got to follow the money, and then also, well, I'll just do one at a time. I'll just go follow the money, and if like all right, I'll okay, follow the money, and if they really wanted to stop it, could they have? Probably. And then I'll go one up, like, why didn't Israel know what was coming? I'm not trying to blame the victim, but I'm like,
Oh no, there was unquestionably neglect on the part of the
Right.
Netanyahu government. Yeah.
right, okay. And so here we are. And I hate to think it would just come down to brute force to end it. Because this almost reminds me of the book of, all right, I'm going to say something that's weird, but I'll let it rip. This reminds me of the book of Acts when Christianity spread. When, what was it, Herod stretched out his hand to persecute the Jews in Jerusalem and spread them out, disperse them, and that's how Christianity spread, right? I hope I'm getting it right, book of Acts. I see the same with, that's happening, but with the Islamic folks. They're becoming so dispersed across the world because of a variety of things, and thereby spreading the message of Islam. So instead of stopping a problem, I'm like, for my case, you are going to spread the embers of this fire around the world. That's my black pill. By having a diaspora of people that are Islamic, that have suffered greatly in war and just would like to blow up Israel.
Well, that's the fear of European nationalists, so to speak, or ethnocentrists. They don't want you had the war with ISIS and the Syrian civil war, and then just the massive influx of Muslim refugees into Europe, and so you have countries like Poland, and Germany, and even Sweden. A lot of protests have been made by nationalists in those countries about that influx of refugees, because they're going integrate, because they don't see a way to integrate those refugees into their culture without changing their culture.
Or the influx of refugees will change the predominant culture.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're worried about the predominant culture being undermined, which is it's a kind of blood and soil nationalism, which I typically despise because I am an American. Because that's the thing, Americans don't understand blood and soil nationalism, right? Because we're all immigrants, with the exception of the tiny minority of Native Americans that we displaced. So we don't get it. On the other hand, if you run any of this to its logical conclusion, it doesn't end well. I mean,
Okay.
You have to bring in you have to welcome the refugee and at the same time not let the refugee destroy the country that's bringing them in.
Mm-hmm. Right.
More needles to thread. It's just
Right. Well, I tell you what, if I'm gonna take off because if we were able to solve this thing, they would have. We could have made some big money there, Mark. But
that's it. We'd write a book, go on tour. Yeah,
right.
We'd be bigger than Peterson, baby.
That'd be cool. Yeah, we could. But maybe next time. But one thing I do like about this conversation is going back to walking in love.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, if this is your time of the cross, will you pick it up? Will you love your enemy? Will you bless those that curse you? Pray for those who spitefully use you. Not that I want to be a martyr, not that I'm looking for all that. But if it comes, will I turn my heart towards God and see them as He sees them?
Yeah.
And so I hope I do.
Well, I think that's our takeaway. Maybe we'll put a big circle around it or something. I don't have any controls here. I'm not an admin,
cool.
so I can't, but I would. So sorry if anybody wants in. I can't let you in because I don't control it. But that's the takeaway. Because I am too old to fight a war. And I've said this, I think I said this in one of the recent streams, is I can't shoot. My body's too feeble, can barely carry a gun at this point. Certainly can't see well enough to shoot straight. I'm useless. What I exist for now is, at this stage in my life, at getting to be an old man, is to be here for you younger people who are building the world, have a whole futures ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
The Luke Thompsons and the other young guys. I don't envy you. You got a tough road to hoe. It's gonna be the world is not gonna be easy for you, and your kids. But the best, like you said, it's we have to, us older guys have to adopt that loving posture. We're here to bring in all the children, the dutiful ones and the wayward ones, and I guess for us, is to sit in the rocking chair and be there. Come on over. Come on. Right. Let's sit. Let's talk. Let's have a cup of cocoa together or whatever it is. And let's try to build. We got to be peacemakers somehow.
Right. Yeah.
And some of these conflicts, put me in a room with a militant Islamist or a neo-Nazi, right? Odds are I'm not going to escape that room in a very good shape. I'll be minus one head.
Yeah, it'll work out.
But it's okay. I'm at the end anyway. So what difference does it make? Yeah. But I think you're right, and the pray for the miracle, right? Because there is a past where these things don't last forever. The 30 Years' War, the 100 Years' War, they did come to an end.
Right. My mom was in World War II, young, but Belgium. And one day she just, out of nowhere, something on the news, she goes, all wars end. I'm like, what? She goes, yeah, all wars end. I'm like, okay. So.
Where are you at and where are you from, Ron? Here's some little rando moment.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I am from Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
And I live in Muncie, Indiana. And I've been here for 23 years. You'll like this. I was at a pot festival where I was a traveling hippie vending tie-dyes and glow sticks and whatnot, and heard the gospel a couple times, and
you just dove in.
Oh, I had a Shazam moment. I got nuked. I was burnt out.
How long ago was that?
It was November 13th or 15th of 1999, about 2:30 in the afternoon, when God goes, "Hi, boy, want to talk?" And I'm like,
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Now, did that cause you any problem that that converted to Christianity being a Jew?
well, yeah. And kids, if you're at home, don't tell everyone you're into Jesus at the Thanksgiving dinner. It doesn't go well. Just
Wait until you're putting on your coats to leave to go home.
wait until you put, yeah. And the cool thing is, for a while, man, it blew my house up. But my experience was pretty hardcore. My buddy OD'd, and I'm like, okay, I'm out. And when I gave my heart to Jesus, and nothing really happened for about 2.5 months, but I was determined not to quit. And as I was best I could praying in the middle of a dirt field, he decided to show up and have a chat with me and my heart. And it was immediately transformative. It was a detonation. You ever see Dr. Frankenstein when he throws that big switch with the rubber glove and the lightning and all that, and then he goes, "It's alive! It's alive!" Or the Grinch that stole Christmas when his heart grows, and dude, it freaked me out hard. I mean, I had done drugs and I'd been around all that, the shamanic woo stuff. Dude, lit me up exponentially. He was like, "Let me show you something, boy."
It sounds like we have something in common there.
Oh
That's
yeah,
good. That's cool.
I heard your testimony. I'm like,
oh, you did?
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I know that moment. I know that guy. Should have come.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, this is how I relate best to this, because the poor guys who are just working out of books and with their heads, is I can't get there with my brain. I can't intellectually find faith in that path. It had to jump on me, and like you said,
light you up.
A big switch, light me up. That's the only way it could happen last. And it's.
I do want to say something about the people who get it by book, because in case someone's watching who's
not knocking it. Yeah.
And what I've seen, and this is over 23 years, the cool thing is I've seen God enter into people's lives like a gentle rain, just a soaking in it. So anyhow, just in case.
That's a good image. That's a great image.
Yeah, and he's gentle and merciful and patient, and he'll get you where he wants you, where you need to be in his timing, that you will absolutely love. But I'll be honest with you, I like it when he hits the switch, and it freaks me out.
Now, did you end up going Charismatic Pentecostal, Baptist, Orthodox, Catholic?
So it was, all right, so I had hair that was about 3.5 feet long, a big old beard.
Because you sound natural Jesus people, only in 1999, which is a little late, but.
Well, actually, you would be about right, because I'm actually talking in the church now. I've been here so long, they gave me the keys. Like, I come in, good people. Tabernacle Praise, Muncie, Indiana. Yeehaw. They were ex-Pentecostal. They had just come out of the UPC church, and they had come out of the TBN, the big hair and the suits, and they were trying to be reformed. And it was that. So it is a Pentecostal church, but what is it? They say non-denominational, but they're Pentecostal, but they're
charismatic. Something
very
like
much
that.
so. Yeah. A lot of that, which I absolutely needed, because I was a mixed bag of nuts. Dude, you'll like this. I was a Soto Zen Buddhist for 20 years. I was living at a Zendo with a Zen master.
Wow.
And he was the Dharma heir, the inheritor of Koben Shino Adagawa, which is he was like the Soto Zen Pope. Nice guy. So I was studying with the guys that knew Alan Watts and all those guys.
Okay.
And
Were you
I'm
out here in California at all? Because that
Well,
all
yeah,
sounds
well,
like California
yeah,
country.
well, actually, Coben was the teacher at Shasta Mountain or Mount Shasta.
Okay.
And I think it's either Ahage. I'm going to botch this. So if you're out there listening, either it's Ahage and Tanji. Man, it's a Zendo at Mount Shasta.
Okay.
And I was studying with those guys hardcore. I mean, I wanted to get into to Buddhism. And then I was studying with I was a Native American wannabe. I was a shaman wannabe. And I met some cool guys. And
Oh yeah.
have you ever heard of Sundancers? It's a Lakota. They'll do like a Black Elk Speaks and Nick
Yeah.
Black. They'll and I'm sorry if I'm botching this, but basically they will pierce their
Oh
skin.
yeah. Okay, I get to know the name. Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
Are they the ones that they stitch their eyelids open?
I don't know everything.
But yeah.
I'll just say
And they'll have a vision looking up to the sun, that sort of thing. Okay.
Yes.
It's pretty
and
wild. Yeah.
So that's my back, and I hung out with that culture a long time. And actually, the funny thing is, I had a vision with those guys that actually got me saved.
Oh.
Yeah, it was we were doing a 3-day drumming, and they all needed a place to practice. And I knew the guys. I'd been going to powwows for a while. And I'm like, yeah, I got a cottage. My buddy at the Zendo had a cottage. So we did a 3-day drum. And I'm sorry.
Lance is back. We got an admin. Yes. Good job, Lance. Thank you. Yes.
So we're doing a 3-day drum, and dude, you talk like I was looking for the woo, I guess you would call it. Dude, woo showed up to the nth degree. Like it was in the middle of December. There was snow and there was lightning and there was Ross is the guy's name. He hit that eagle whistle, and dude, I thought God showed up. I mean, somebody showed up, and he showed up strong. There's maybe 20 of us in the room, and I'll just get to the good parts. I had things talk to me, and I wasn't high or on drugs or anything like that. And hey, Jake out.
I had to jump in. I don't stream on Saturdays, but I had to jump in.
Oh no, Jacob, are we helping you violate the Sabbath or something?
No, I don't keep the Sabbath. I just don't stream on the Sabbath.
Okay.
My channel is much more religious than I am.
Okay. Okay. I just don't want to cause you to sin or stumble.
You are not causing.
The boss told me not to, man.
I've been listening since this morning, and I caught up. But just when I caught up, and I wanted to jump in, but just when I caught up was when Nate left. I was like, okay, this is a sign from God. He does. And then Ron comes on, and I'm like, oh, I got to talk to this guy. So I actually texted you, Mark.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I texted you. I'm like, is this guy on Discord? Because I have to talk to you.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. I had my phone turned over. Okay. Yeah, go. You guys talk. I'll just listen.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I want to hear your story, but I also I kind of want to tell you my Jesus story.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Because I have a whole different type of Jesus story.
Really?
Yes.
All right. So I'll land this plane pretty quick. So I'm hanging out with a lot of the Native First Nations, Native American folk. Ross hits an eagle whistle. A spirit comes in. I think I'm experiencing God. And then I go to sleep. And as I'm going to sleep, like I just close my eyes, and it's like 2 TV sets get plugged into my eyeballs. Like, I'm like, all right. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what a vision is, but I immediately know something's happening. And I was shown a very special kind of cross. And I'm like, all right, that's interesting. And then in the vision, like, this isn't my imagination. This is like, you're there. Okay. So and then I see a dark cloud blocking the sun with the silver lining. And then I'm up in the cloud and I'm getting around the cloud, and then the sun starts to shine, and the sun is shining so bright it just wakes me up. Like, or I'm like, what the heck was that? Fast forward several years, because I'm looking for this cross, and and by the way, I told the shaman what had happened, the guy Ross, and I go, Ross, what does this mean? And he just looks at me, and Ross was a tough guy. He goes, you don't need me to interpret. When it happens, you'll know. It was like, all right, whatever that means. Years go by, I'm studying shamanism and Buddhism. My buddy ODs. I need to change my life. I'm with my friend Jennifer, who's witnessing to the gospel to me. I go to the ex-Pentecostal non-denominational church in Muncie, Indiana, that has just come out of TBN land, and I walk right into the sanctuary, and on the back of the pastor's chair, carved in this big oak chair, is the cross I saw.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And I hear the gospel. My friend, and I don't say this, she convinces me Jesus is the way. And I was a Buddhist. And this is the argument she got me with. She goes, you believe in reincarnation? And I'm like, yes, I do, with all my heart. She goes, well, why don't you give your heart to Jesus this lifetime? If it don't work out, you can go back to Buddha.
There's a little logic there.
It worked.
I love it.
Yeah.
Love
Here
it
we
so
are.
much.
And then how did you end up in TLC?
All right, now there's a happy ending here, but it's kind of a rough road. Well, actually, no, I'll give you the good version. Peterson, Peugeot, Grail Country, Martin Shaw. What happened is that I was hanging out at another church, and I had a fight with the staff. They thought I was praying there too much. I don't want to name them because I don't want to hack on them, but it was a custodian groundskeeper who came at me. He's like, what are you doing here so much? Why, you're not one of us, and so I called the people in charge to say, I'm getting picked on by the custodian, and they did nothing. And so I split, and I was really becoming bitter, and Bible's got a lot, but it doesn't tell you what to do. At least it didn't tell me what to do if you get kicked out of a church unreasonably. Like I realize now it does tell you, they're not. I was hurt, and so I'm listening to Peterson as a voice of reason in a crazy world. I go into Peugeot because I really like the way he operates in prophetic, discerning how to read the Bible and the interpretation of things. And I really latched onto it. And then I hear about Martin Shaw, and he's doing an interview with Sherry, where Sherry describes a time where a friend of hers committed suicide, and she was wrecked. And she described her process, and Martin Shaw was there talking, and instead of Christian terms, exactly, it was more, he put it into story form. He goes, you had a journey through the underworld. It's the hero's journey, and you're overcoming things. And it helped me process what was going on in my life, because it was really rough. And I was able to listen to a different viewpoint than I had been in for several years. And I think it's been helpful. It's still confusing a little bit, but there's something here I'm trying to understand so that I live better like I know I can and have with God, and maybe come out of it with a new language, better language to interact with people and with God. And so that's the long answer of how did I get here? Just got kicked out of a church and heard Sherry talk, and I liked it, so I stayed.
Cool.
You have to tell me about your Thanksgiving, though.
Oh, it was awesome. The first time in my family's life, I go, can I pray? There's about 20 people. They're Jewish. My dad was a Jewish dentist. He was going to be a rabbi. And we were devout Jews that went to synagogue on Friday and then had bacon Sunday morning. And it was, it was like Methodist.
Which synagogue? What type of synagogue was it?
It was really a reform. It's just your average American 1970s community. It was a good place. But, I learned Hebrew and I just to sight read. I did my bar mitzvah, had a good party. And
I know exactly what you're talking about. Services were only on Friday night?
Well, there was some Saturday I'd hang out with my friends, but
okay. Yeah.
Friday
mostly was Friday night.
Yeah.
This is old school reform. Old school reform used to be basically everything was Friday night services.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. That's interesting. I didn't know. So where were we? Well, I just didn't know. Oh yeah. Okay. So all right. So now, mind you, I am a long-haired burnout hippie finally getting his act together, and there's Thanksgiving, and it's about 21 people, and I go, "Can I pray before the meal?" And my sister looks at me and she goes, "Well, yes, that would be so nice." And I got to be honest, it was a pretty good prayer until I said, "And Lord, I thank you in the name of Jesus." I am so glad my sister didn't have a gun, because I'm seriously.
Wait.
That took a couple of years
to. Here's the funny thing is they probably were okay with you being a burned out hippie.
Right.
But they couldn't handle the in Jesus' name. No, but I understand. Go ahead, Jacob.
Any religion other than Christianity, because especially right after the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right after the Holocaust, like you were. It's like if today somebody comes home and is a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was.
It's a shock.
Yeah. And Jacob, I really want to hear your perspective on this. And actually, I can be honest. When I came to faith, that moment, I'm like, "Dang, dude, I gotta jump the fence. This ain't no playing around. This for me. Even if you're an atheist Jewish person, there's something in you that the moment you say Jesus, you're going somewhere, and it is not to be trifled with." And
this is why I want to tell you my Jesus story.
Oh, cool, dude. All right, let it rip. I need to hear this.
Okay, so it's a long story, but so I'll tell you who I am.
Okay.
So I come from a traditional Sephardic family, right?
Okay.
So I don't know how much are you into the Jewish community? How aware are you of like this type of stuff? Like what Sephardic?
You are not European white Jewish. You are maybe Spanish or.
Well, I was actually born in Iran.
Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So I was born in Iran. My grandmother's family still speaks Aramaic. My dad still speaks Aramaic.
Oh, wow.
In fact, my brother-in-law still speaks Aramaic. So I have family who may possibly have been living in Iran since the destruction of the first temple. not the second. Right? Yeah. Definitely over 1,000 years, possibly more. Did we lose Ron?
I hope not. Let's give him time.
I'll tell. Explains Jacob's luxuriant long hair. I don't know what it does, but
Lance, if we drop Ron, but he comes back, can you put him in for us, please?
I'm sure Lance is there.
Okay.
I can.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lance is one of these great behind the scenes guys that when I pitched to PBK that we should have actually 24-hour live streaming, part of my pitch was we need to have somebody in the back just doing what Lance does at all times, so that you can keep it going.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell my story.
Yeah, hold off on that. Talk about your cat or something, or your. I want to hear your story, but I also want Ron to hear it, so I don't want him to miss out.
Well, I guess I could tell you things that Ron would already know, which is in the Jewish.
There he is.
Okay. So I totally hear what Ron was saying about your family anything but Jesus, because there really is in the Jewish community, there really is this. Okay, if you're a Jew boo, and there's a lot of Jew boos, you can go exploring anywhere you want other than Christianity. And in my family, probably Islam is the only thing that would be worse than Christianity, right? Because we're from Iran. I think Ron, you're still with us. We're having trouble getting your image. Because we're from.
He's looking at it.
Yeah.
There's an abundance of Jubus. There is. India's full of them. Yep.
Yeah. Jewish Buddhists, because it's for the cultural Jews, the less actually religious you are, the more Judaism is just it's an ethnicity. It's about the food. It's about the community. It's about being together. And for the more you are a secular Jew, right? The less it's about God, and the more it's about just culture and family, bagels and lox, right?
Community,
yeah. And so when I've always said, and so I actually know Andrew Clayton's son, Spencer. I've always said about Jews who convert from Reform to Christianity, Reform Judaism to Christianity. I always have said, and Reform Jews get very mad when I say something like that, I think that's a move towards Judaism, not a move away from Judaism. Because if your Judaism is, as my Judaism is, centered around God, right, then it's not that somebody who eats bagels and lox and, that somebody like that is closer to you just because he eats bagels and lox than somebody who may be a Christian or a Muslim or whatever and actually believes in God. Right? So now that we have Ron, I can start on my Jesus story, my life story. So my parents were mostly cultural Jews, but yes, we believe in God, but we're not that religious, not religious enough that it bothers, But we tended to go to Orthodox synagogues, right? We would only go every once in a while, but we would go to Orthodox synagogues. And I'm growing up in the United States, and I'm getting more and more involved in my Jewishness, and I become more and more religious. And at first, it was an absolute shock to me how much my parents were against me becoming, and I became Hasidic.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
Like at one point, I was a Hasidic. I was an assistant rabbi at a Hasidic synagogue, right? And it was a huge source of conflict with my parents because I kept kosher. They didn't want me to keep kosher. I kept the Sabbath, everything. And my parents were actually kind of scared to death that I was going to get married and have 10 children. My parents were actually
Sorry.
Okay. And anyway, so that was my life. And then I got to a point where, to make a long story short, it became absolutely clear to me that God did not want me to live a religious life, like a Jewish religious lifestyle.
I got a question, and I hope you don't mind me interrupting.
Please.
I apologize. How did you know that? I mean, dude, that's cool. Like, that's a little detail that people might want to know. Like, and I don't want to derail your testimony if it's not relevant. But I'm like, if you don't mind circling around back to that later.
There were lots of things that were going on. Many things. The one example that's easy to give that is like, I can't grow a beard, right? So this is about as long as my beard gets before my skin starts bleeding. Like I get scabs, right? Now imagine wanting to be a Hasidic rabbi, right? And actually being a Hasidic rabbi and having a short beard.
Oh.
Right?
Ooh.
And it's
Never
like,
thought of it as a problem, but I guess it would be.
Yeah. Oh, it's a huge problem because nobody believes you that it's for
Practical
health
purposes.
reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah. And frankly, I mean, I could not square the fact, so people told me just grow it long, and I was at the point where I was growing it long, and it hurt constantly, right? And it was like, what do I do here? Like, God, what do you want from me? Why are you making me suffer this way? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it made zero sense. Like, when your suffering has meaning, okay. But and it was like, okay, the right thing, like if somebody came to me as a rabbi and asked me what they should do in that situation, I would tell them, cut your beard and everybody else can F off.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're like, that's not how it should work, right? You don't grow out your beard in that, like, it's just ridiculous, right? So that's the easy way of explaining it. But I also found myself in a locked ward, in a locked mental health ward, and I didn't even have a prayer book, so I couldn't say my prayers. And so, Orthodox Jews pray. We say the prayers 3 times a day, right? And I've never been able to memorize things. I'm really bad at memorizing things, right? And even though for almost 10 years, I had been saying the Amidah, right? The great standing prayer we say 3 times a day, every day for 10 years. I still don't have that sucker memorized. And because I didn't have memorized, I couldn't even say my prayers.
Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah.
It's like, God, what do you want from me?
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah.
do you want from me? Right? And so when I got out of there, I cut off the beard, shaved my head completely, stopped wearing tzitzit, stopped
Mm-hmm.
saying prayers, stopped everything, and went to Taco Bell, got three bean burritos, which I haven't.
Dude, you deconstructed.
But I did, but I didn't. The idea of like it's never been a thing for me that not believing in God. Like I don't even understand that. Like it's
Right,
like
right.
it's so dumb. It's like that's not a thing. I
Yeah,
believe in God. The question is, what does God want?
mm-hmm.
So so I dropped everything. I said I'm going to focus on my mental health. And the picture above my head, that is the Yanuka Rabbi. I have one of his books here. Rabbi, why am I forgetting his name now? Shlomo Yehuda Be'eri, who I only heard about from Christians when Christians started asking me, hey, Jacob, who is this guy? Because people are saying he's the Antichrist. And I'm like, you guys always come up with these antichrists, and there's no way. And I went and looked him up, and I'm like, oh my God, he might just be. So let me explain it. Like you have to understand. I have my bits where I say things which I have a channel. So excuse my bits, but that's my bit about the Yanuka. Okay, so back to the story. So here I am. I drop all religious observance. Right? This is like 15, 16 years ago, right? I dropped everything. Might be a bit more now. Might be like closer to 20. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm gonna be a good person, and I'm gonna be I'm gonna focus on my mental health, and God, like, I'll see what God wants from me, but it definitely is not being a Hasidic Jew. Okay, so I fast forward a few years. I have my life back together again, and I'm listening to and I'm listening to Jordan Peterson, and I start going to Jordan Peterson meetups here in Los Angeles, right? And everybody around me is getting religiously involved, like a bunch of atheists who are becoming more religious, right? So obviously they have a lot of religious questions, and I start becoming the rabbi, right? So like I find myself with I find myself being a religious authority of sorts, right? And that's kind of what's happened to me. Like my channel nowadays, like I never imagined so many people would tune into my Bible studies. Like if I had become a rabbi, there's no way my synagogue would have been large enough to like this large, like that so many people would be listening to me, right? It's like now in retrospect, like I understand why I went through everything I went through, and I am far more convicted of the truth of Judaism than I was when I was living as a Hasidic rabbi. So So my Jesus story.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm becoming I'm becoming kind of like a religious authority, and I have all of these Christians and atheists and people asking me questions, and I start for the first time in my life. People are asking me, "Oh, what does Jesus mean when he says X, Y, or Z in the Gospels?" Now, ever since I was a child, I had always been talking to Christians, asking them to um, prove to me that Jesus is the Messiah.
Right. Right. Yeah.
And I remember sixth grade, and I had a substitute teacher who put a Bible on his desk. Nothing else, just a Bible on his desk. And so I knew he was a Christian. And I spent recess and lunch talking to this guy about Jesus. And after school, I gave him my home phone number, knowing my parents would be like livid, right? And like I put him in such a horrible position. Like imagine being an evangelical Christian and having a 12-year-old Jewish boy saying to you, "Here's my phone number. You can call me, and we won't tell my parents." Right?
Right.
And he did call me, and we had lots of discussions, right?
Right.
But I always let Christians be the authority on Jesus because I assumed Christians are going to know more about what Jesus taught than anything I could ever hope to like glean by myself. When I'm talking to a Christian, like this is somebody who lives a life dedicated to Jesus, dedicated to the New Testament. So they must know it so much better than I do, right? So when a Christian said Jesus taught that he is God, I thought Jesus taught that he is God. Like that must have been the case, right? And Luke is right. Here it comes. Christians don't know Jesus. And so what happened was Christians were asking me like about Jesus, and here I am studying the Gospels for myself, and I'm getting to know Jesus.
Oh, wow.
And the Jesus I'm getting to know, like he's a Talmudic Jesus, a Jewish Jesus.
He's Jewish? When did he convert?
Jesus became Jewish to me.
Yeah.
And this was blowing my mind. And I'll tell you, so I hope I can tell this story without crying.
Oh, cry. It's okay. It's proper.
Men aren't supposed to cry in public. I believe that, even though sometimes men cry in public, but it's only valid if they're the type of person who realizes that men shouldn't cry in public. So the big question became the Eucharist, because obviously this is so important to Christians. And I'm trying to figure out, like, how does a Jewish Jesus tell anybody to drink his blood? Right? So I'm studying the texts themselves, right? And it says, this is my blood poured out. Poured out what does that mean? And I have a flashback to like 10, no more, closer to 15 years ago, 15 years before then, which is like 20 years ago. More that I'm at a rabbi's house for the Passover, right? And the rabbi had a pamphlet, and it was very Kabbalistic. And I'm staying at their house, and he's like, "Hey, you know, this looks like something you might be interested in," because he knew I'm interested in Hasidic stuff. He wasn't Hasidic. He isn't Hasidic. He's still somebody I'm close to, but like, so he gives me this pamphlet, and I wish I could find it. And it's going on about how in the Seder, you know, the part in the Seder where you take the wine out of the cup, right? And it said, and it was teaching that Kabbalistically, this is the blood of Mashiach ben Yosef, the Josephite Messiah. And it hit me that Jesus must have been saying, my blood poured out, as in out on the floor, right? Not poured into a cup. This is my blood poured out. So I asked one of my preacher friends, and he didn't answer me, even though I'm sure he knew the answer. Because I asked, hey, this word in Greek, poured out, what does it mean? And he never answered me. But I asked PBK. I said, I have to talk to you. But before I talked to PBK, I came to this realization of Jesus as Mashiach ben Yosef, as the Josephite Messiah. I cried for 2 hours because I felt Jesus was the most betrayed person in the world. Because not only have the Jews rejected him,
Right.
but the Christians have rejected him. Right? And I talked to Paul Vanderklay, and I asked him, like, what does this word mean? And he said, and that interview is actually, I just found that interview for Lance. Lance, it's in the chat. Here, if you can put it into the chat for people to but this interview with it's the first time I spoke with PVK. It's actually hidden on his channel. With the link you can see it, but it's not on his channel because we had all kinds of technical problems. Thank you, Lance. And I asked him, what does this word mean? And he says, oh no, it's like on the floor. It's saying spilled out as in on the floor, because there's someplace else in the New Testament where that exact word is used, and it's talking about coins being spilled on the ground, right? So here I am. I completely believe in Judaism as I do now, as I have always, right? And Jesus has completely changed for me, because obviously everybody thinks, like, in the Jewish, like, conception, like, right, Jesus must have been a horrible guy, because look what has been the results of him, right? So, like, Jesus completely changed. And I remember calling a rabbi, talking to a rabbi friend. She's still a very good friend of mine. I don't believe in female rabbis, but as I've always told her, if I did believe in female rabbis, I would think you would make a great one, right? And I said to her, like, am I still Jewish?
Yeah.
Right? And that's why when people ask me if I'm Christian, I ask them, I say, what do you mean by Christian? And usually they'll give a definition that doesn't include me. But as I have said to one of my lines is, if you define Christian as someone who follows the teachings of Jesus, I think Orthodox Jews are the only Christians in the world. Right? And so my channel has actually become a home for people who have a positive view of Jesus, but have a positive view of Jesus, but want, like, Jewish content.
Right.
Right?
What's the name of your channel?
My name, Fatarecci. Yeah, it's just my last name. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But are you on Discord?
Yes, it's I made something up. I think it's Simply Ron, or Ron Simply Ron.
Join my Discord server. I have been trying every time a Messianic Jew comes, or somebody from a Jewish background comes. I have actually been trying to find a Messianic Jew who's willing to engage with my channel and my Discord, and they all run away because
Dude.
I am one of the sea monsters.
That's awesome.
I have actually like, this is one of the things. Some people really don't like me because they really don't like me because I have helped a lot of people move from the church into Judaism.
So I have a question for you. Well, before I ask questions, I don't want to interrupt your story. So you're reading the scriptures. Jesus, you're realizing his blood is poured out. And you were talking about the Eucharist. I don't want to sidetrack you, but yeah, we're going to talk more, please.
No, that's basically the story. So I believe Jesus is the Josephite Messiah, not the Davidic Messiah. Earlier today, I actually, it was a cute line I said much earlier, was the problem with Christianity is that the Messiah is the son of David and Jesus is the son of Joseph. And by Joseph, I meant both. By Jesus, I meant by Joseph, I meant both. Like the original Joseph, because the Josephite Messiah is descended not from Judah and David. He is descended from Joseph, through the tribe of Ephraim.
Oh, okay. I see where you're coming from. I got you. All right.
So So if you ask me, do I believe Jesus is Messiah? Do I believe Jesus is anointed? Yes, I do.
Right.
But if you ask me if I think he is the Messiah,
right,
I would say no, because the Messiah refers to the Davidic Messiah.
I guess first off, I enjoy like cool testimony, and because I'll be asking you more, because I'm just getting my head around the Eucharist, like I'm really getting into it, like it's like I'm not Catholic, but I do like them. So you're not a Messianic Jewish guy. Oh my gosh.
My views about Jesus, and I've asked many rabbis, the consensus is they think I'm wrong, but the way I'm wrong is not heretical to Judaism.
Okay, I got you. I think I'll put it in my own words. You haven't jumped the fence
at all. Yeah.
Okay. I guess for me, like I love what you said, and I think.
Right. So let me just address what Chazi said, that there is some evidence for this theory in Orthodox Judaism. There have been people. So the Josephite Messiah, for basically thousands of years, Christians said that the Josephite Messiah is a Jewish invention by the rabbis to try to explain away Jesus. So they said there was no such thing,
right?
And that the rabbis came up with this idea of a Josephite Messiah because they didn't want to accept Jesus. Well, cut the Dead Sea Scrolls, it becomes very, very clear that we've always believed in multiple messiahs, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are filled with the idea of 2 or 3 or 4 messiahs. And this was actually part of PVK's discussion yesterday with Yosef, who's involved with my channel. So Yosef brought up that we believe in 4, at least 3, I would say 4 messiahs, because it talks about the 4 craftsmen of the apocalypse. Right, so there's Elijah, who is an anointed prophet, right? Yeah. And he's the prophet of anointing, because nobody is actually anointed these days. So that's why he has to come back to anoint the Messiah, right?
Yeah.
So there's Elijah, who's the prophetic Messiah. Yeah. There's what's sometimes called the priestly Messiah, which the Qumran people were very into. Then there's the Davidic Messiah, which is what most people mean when they talk about the Messiah, is the Davidic Messiah. And then there's the Josephite Messiah, which most people have not heard about, and Jews who know about him usually don't talk about, because it gets us into trouble with Christians.
Okay, it's really Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It's the first time I've ever heard that, but it makes sense real quick.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I got that one.
Yeah. So, the Josephite Messiah. So I became convinced that that really Christianity is the Josephite Messiah. I'm still working on writing a book, An Only Son, which puts this out. I haven't been working on the book. I've been listening to streams and jumping on streams instead. But I have become convinced of Jesus as the Josephite Messiah.
That's interesting.
Maybe I missed it, but what did PVK say to your I assume you explained the pouring out of the blood to him, and how did he take it?
No, he said that's what the Greek word means.
Okay, that's all there was to it. Okay.
Yeah, that.
I just wondered if it had any effect on his own thinking on it, because it's not a point of emphasis in Christian teaching typically. So that's why
at all, right? Because I would say, frankly, I would never, ever drink. We don't drink of that.
No,
wine.
it's a big deal.
That's the wine we don't drink from, right? That's what that we take. It is the wine we remove from the second cup in the Seder.
I don't understand. Can you explain that? It's the wine from the second cup that you help me out.
We pour it out.
Okay. I see what
Pour
you're
it
saying.
out and we don't drink it, right? So we drink 4 cups of wine on the Passover. We spill out some wine in from the second cup as we recite the 10 plagues, because one of the reasons is because the Egyptians had to die, right? So our joy is I mean, this is very symbolic, right?
Yeah.
It's reduced by the death of the Gentiles, right?
Right.
And that's part of the symbolism of removing that wine from the second cup. It is the cup of redemption, but that is reduced,
But it comes at a cost, in a sense.
right. It is reduced by those Gentiles who are going to be lost when the Messiah comes.
Then on the question of Jesus as Messiah, a Messiah, is there any room in your theology or your thinking, or within Judaism in general, for Jesus being possibly the Messiah for the Gentiles?
Well, that's actually kind of, so the Davidic Messiah, so the Josephite Messiah comes and dies, and the Davidic Messiah comes and is victorious, right? And if you read Isaiah 53, which I do believe it's referring to Israel and it's referring to Christianity. It's referring to Israel, it's referring to the Josephite Messiah, and I believe it refers to Christianity, which is the death of Israel for the Gentiles, right? This is part of our theology. We believe Isaiah 53 refers to Israel because we, as the suffering servants, have to suffer so that the Gentiles have a chance to repent.
When did that idea develop? Do you have any? Can you trace that back to anything specifically?
Oh, that is the original understanding of Isaiah 53. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's the plain reading of Isaiah 53. If you just reading Isaiah 53 or 54, Hine Abdi is the suffering servant is. I think it starts at 53. Let me look it up.
It starts at 53.
Yeah, actually it starts at 50. So Hine Abdi starts at is 52:13. That's the beginning of the servant song.
Yeah.
It got split up into 52 and 53 partially because of Christian theology, but the simple understanding, right, is the Gentiles are saying, right, that he suffered for our sins, right? Who's he? He is Israel. That servant, the suffering servant, is Israel.
I've never heard it put that way before.
Well, yeah, it's not a Christian idea.
But it didn't make it in the Reformed Jewish circles either. I mean, if he didn't hear it growing up.
Well, that's actually, especially after the Holocaust, it became a very sore point because, especially now I'm going to get into, Tezzy will love this. especially the Zionists and a lot of people were like, we're done with the suffering Jew.
Pick someone else.
Exactly. Yeah.
We're out of here.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that though. I'd never heard that before.
Very few people have. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Most people don't know about, I mean, except we talk about it in this little corner because I talk about it. But yeah.
So how do you deal with people, Jacob, like Ron and I, who get lit up by Jesus in ways that aren't necessarily, I want to say not scriptural, but not otherworldly? Oh, how would you put it, John?
So
you're going to say something, Ron? Just.
Oh no, I was just goofing. I said something in a way that's not kosher.
Okay.
So no, I mean this is actually the people that I talk to the most. So Bill, it's not my story to tell, but he had somewhat of a similar experience with you, Ron. He comes from a background where he was abusing substances, and he did have a vision of Jesus. Hey, Chad. And he did have a vision of Jesus, and he didn't know how to interpret it. Bill is one of the people I love the most. He's somewhat involved with my channel. He has a very small channel of himself. But like, yeah, this is what a lot of people don't know what to make of me. I kind of straddle that Christian-Jewish divide.
Right.
Chad.
Hey there.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I just got done talking with Jordan Hall.
Ooh.
We're all together. Ooh.
Speaking of Jews who converted to Christianity.
But I saw you guys were still on. I thought I'd jump on and say hello.
How'd the talk go?
I thought it went really well. Yeah, I thought it went really well. I was a little squirrely because sometimes it's hard for me to keep my thoughts organized and in a concise delivery, and I'm not I'm kind of a one-trick pony in some ways when it comes to matters of spiritual discussion. So if I stick to that frame, I can move pretty freely. But
Ron, your mic is kind of loud. If you could mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a second.
When you're not talking, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead, Chad.
Oh yeah, no, just yeah, it was just good. It was just good to talk with them and hear. We talked about fellowship and discipleship and yeah, seeking God, things like this. Yeah. What have you guys been up to?
I don't know how to summarize. Am I? Oh, good. I'm not muted. How do we summarize it, Ron? What are we up to, Jacob?
We solved the problems in the Middle East.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, we were talking about the Middle East.
And then we talked, and then we moved on to Messianic Judaism, and actually just testimonies of how God entered our lives, just the encounter of God through the Holy Spirit to really transform hearts, and then listening to Jacob, and it's cool. And I thought you were full on Messianic. I didn't know.
This is how I explain why I have a postcard on my desk that says Jesus is the answer, and yet I'm still an Orthodox Jew.
That does confuse me, as like I hopped the fence. So my question to you is, and I mean this, I mean this in an enjoyable, I ain't hacking on you, dude, but like I jumped the fence and I'm thinking he's God. Like I met him, he changed me. It was a Victor von Frankenstein moment. I was dead and now I'm alive, and it's confusing and rough. And I'm pretty much, I can be, and I'm not boo-hooing, but I'm almost hated in both worlds. Like to the Christians, I'm something a little odd, and then to the Jewish folk, I am status non grata.
So I'll tell you my favorite story, and this is my favorite story. I tell this story all the time. There was a man who heard that there was a fruit that tasted like no other, and he decided he is going to make it his life work to find this fruit.
Okay.
So he starts searching, and he goes and he asks wise men and hermits, and he goes from port to port, city to city, crosses mountains and deserts, and spends his entire life, many, many years. And as an old man, he finally gets to the tree that. So Luke, what I would say is that Jesus is Israel and Israel is Jesus. That's what I would say. Jesus is a Jew. That's one of the ways I summarize what I say. But back to the story. So he finally finds this tree, right? And there's the fruit there. And he picks the fruit and he bites into it. And it is the most wonderful taste he's ever tasted, right? And it makes it worth everything, like all he went through those many years to find this tree. And a child walks up to the tree and takes a fruit and starts eating it. And this guy's like looking at this child going, I spent my entire life looking for this tree. How did you find it so young? And the child says, I was born here. Now, the question becomes, does that fruit taste as good to that child as it does to that man?
Right.
Right? The journey has a worth to it that is beyond, and that's part of like how I feel about all of this stuff, right? Every religion, every single one calls itself some variation of path, right? Christianity was originally called the way. Judaism is halakha, walking. Tao means, I believe, walking. Like everybody, it's a journey. And Dirshu Hashem behimatzo, find God where he is to be found, right? God is found, God is not stationary. Your relationship, each of us has an individual relationship with God. And so whatever your particular path is, you're on your path. I'm about to turn 47. I don't believe the same things I did when I was 37. I don't believe the same things I did when I was 27 or 17, and certainly not when I was 7. Right? And I don't expect that when I'm 57 or 67, or God willing, I make it into 77 and 87, right? That there's a pathway, right? And so as long as you accept that, I don't think it's as much of a problem to realize, okay, God, I don't get you. Like I didn't get God when I left the Hasidic life, I spent the next year, 2 years, like playing WoW for hours and hours, right? There was a full year I could barely leave my apartment. Like I had severe agoraphobia because I just did not know how to deal with my life.
Okay.
But now I look back at all of that, and it all makes sense to me.
Right.
So I was thinking about what you were saying, Ron. You said to the Christians, I'm. What did you say you were?
What, to the Christians, I'm not sure.
Ron, you said to the Christians this, and then to the Jews.
Oh yeah, no. It pretty much I wasn't welcome. To the Christians, I was the odd guy out. To the Jews, I was status non grata, like
Right.
not welcome.
So, did somebody tell you you weren't welcome with the Christians?
Well, my family, I told my family that I was Christian at a New Year or Thanksgiving. Yeah, at the Thanksgiving family meal, it kind of detonated. It blew up pretty bad, and then it is pretty amongst the Jewish folks I'm from with. If you believe in Jesus, that's it. You. It's like Vegas, red or black in roulette. You win or lose. It's
right.
So they were. You go Jesus, you fry. You know it is not good. So yes, I had some people go, you ain't us no more, and you're on the bad side.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, that's kind of the point I'm thinking of is like at some point we'll reach these different points in our walk, on our path, on the way, where, so and so might say you aren't welcome here, and then other so and so's might say that we aren't welcome here, but like it's continually trying to strive to see where I am right here and right now is I think it's a far more productive mode of relating to the world in my place in it. And I would say, much like what Jacob is saying, that we all have these different paths. If those folks are saying you're not welcome or you're not one of us, then I would say, in some sense, there's 100% truth in that. In some sense, there's 100% truth.
Okay.
And so we get in where we fit in, and like that's what I think is so remarkable about the world that we get to live in today, the one that is available to us right here and right now, to like each of us right here and right now. I don't mean like some abstract folks that aren't here. I mean, we have the luxuries of living downstream from many conflicts and much strife, and many victories and failures, and we get to be in a type of communion right now. And like to me, that's a far more productive frame to try to stay within, is the here and now frame. Even though it's corny and people say, "Oh, be here, be now," there really is something to it. I'm sure there obviously is a time and place to rail against, full stop. To rail against, fill in the blank. But it's in some ways it's a fool's errand, because to assume that the railing against will absolutely bring about any change. First of all, that's the wrong way of doing it. To rail against with hopes that maybe it might help bring about change is a better move. And then attending to the here and now primarily is the best move, I think.
I love it. a lot of it in the past was an emotional it was like dynamite.
Yeah.
You had a spark, boom. It's an emotional thing.
Yeah, I can't really believe that because I'm just so well level-headed, and the level I have is like my spiritual perfection in navigating the world is so good that I know it's hard for you guys to understand.
I worship the ground you walk on.
You should.
It's been everything it takes to not buy a mask and have one of my own, Chad.
I'm going to get one next week.
Although it'd have to be a different color because blue is sacred. If it was too high for me, I'd have to start at yellow or orange or something, you know.
I will accept. I will accept.
Like colors of belts, it's going to be colors of masks.
I hope that I don't have to say that. Obviously, I'm joking, but obviously, Becky.
No, actually, what you said actually helped because when, like, I've never really processed what happened to me in my past with what happened at Thanksgiving. I'll say it in a testimony, but I'll blow right by it. And this is nice because there's something of value here to understand it differently, you know, to understand the world and to appreciate, as you put it, this environment here, not theoretically, but just this moment. Like, no, I like that. There is something for me to get my mind around, because if I do that, then what's happening in my heart, it's not just all heart. I don't mind all heart. It's served me well. However, I've run into a couple brick walls too when I didn't have a good understanding. You know, I got a good heart, but it also allowed me to run into a sword or a thorn, however you want to put it. And I don't want to do that anymore. So if I can get a better appreciation cognitively, or however you want to put it, I'm like, to protect this, that's time well spent. So
Did you get some reconciliation with your family?
over time, oh yeah, it took years. I learned to shut up a lot.
It's very hard for us lit up types to not want to spread the word.
Well, in my own defense, I was so weak. And like Jacob, I think you'll understand this. My dad was going to be a rabbi. He was about 5'2" of dynamite. He had the brain of a planet and the attitude of a bear. And so I was either going to deny Jesus or blow up the bridge behind me. Because I was so weak, I was in his shadow. And maybe I could have done it better, but.
So this is the thing with reform as opposed to Orthodox Judaism. Reform doesn't have a God. They all they have is Jewish community.
Yeah.
And continuity of the Jewish community. And if my son becomes, and this is what Orthodoxy has always said to reform, is you are an off-ramp in the highway that is Judaism, and they are. Reform is an off-ramp. It's they don't perpetuate from year to year. And this is what Orthodoxy has always said, is what Gamliel says in Acts 5, right? If this is of God, it will persevere. If it is not of God, it won't. And so Orthodoxy has always said of reform, and I mean, if your father was becoming a reform rabbi, right? Like, you were proving, and frankly, I mean, recently one of the presidents of Reform, he had a daughter and he had a son, and he wrote an article a few years ago, right, about how his son is an atheist and his daughter is Orthodox, right? And Orthodox Jews constantly, like, this is the most well-read thing that a Reform rabbi ever wrote, that more Orthodox Jews have read than any Reform Jews have, because all of the Orthodox are like, see, we were right all along.
Okay.
And so you becoming a Christian for him is the ultimate treason. It is, you are a traitor. And like,
How does that correspond to your experience, Ron? What Jacob's describing
All right,
about
Jacob, I'm gonna say a joke, but it's a very, you'll understand this, or at least I'm also asking your opinion. So that means Hitler won. Does that make sense?
yeah, no, and very much, no. So one of the rabbis I love very much, and I had actually met him, Rabbi Emmanuel Shofat. There are YouTube videos of him saying that a missionary to the Jews is worse than Hitler, because Hitler was only destroying the Jews physically, whereas someone who converts a Jew to Christianity is destroying him spiritually.
Right.
Right?
And that's,
yeah, go ahead.
No, that's what I meant by the joke. It's like in Hebrew school, one of the teachers said, and it was in regards to Reform Judaism. Before World War II, there was no Reform Judaism. Yes or no?
Reform Judaism started in Germany in about 150 years ago. And
Okay. Well. Okay. Gotcha.
Are we talking Reformed or conservative, Ron? Your family?
It would be Reform.
Okay.
My joke was in that when Hitler hit the Jewish people, he broke the tradition. And Jacob, help me out on this one. Basically, he muddied the waters enough, like, okay, might not have killed them all, but he messed with the machinery enough that eventually.
So what I'm guessing you were told at Hebrew school.
I'm sorry?
What I'm guessing you were told at Hebrew school about Reform and Hitler. So the Reform very much wanted to assimilate into society.
Yeah.
And some people went, hey, no, you can't. The Christians will never accept you.
Right.
And trying to be accepted, and that's why for a lot of them, especially after the Holocaust, like Marx, Karl Marx, people still talk about Karl Marx the Jew. Both his parents converted to Christianity before he was born. He went to a Protestant school his entire life, and the Christians always called him the Jew, which is why he hated Judaism and Christianity.
Way to go.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna hop off. I just want to leave you with a real quick reading from this little silly book. It's like really short, and this is my hope for everybody. And I think this is a universal. Abandon yourself to God as you understand. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your path. Give freely of what you find. Join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. You will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you. Till then.
Thanks,
Ron,
Chad.
so what happens, especially on cell phones, is the longer you don't talk, the more it tries to pick up your voice, and it gets louder and louder. So anytime you're not talking, please.
I'm wondering if the settings, if you have echo cancellation checked. It's not that. It's not that.
I'm sorry, didn't know. I'm gonna mute me right now.
Sorry, Ron.
No, this is how StreamYard works. And I've explained it to many people, but it's something people just need to.
It's a glitch with them and cell phones. It doesn't like cell phones, I've noticed.
It's not just cell phones, but it's worse on cell phones. That's why actually, if you're not talking on StreamYard, you should try to mute yourself, because StreamYard will also
Raise the noise level.
bring up your sound
Gotcha.
until it hears something. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, guys, this has been beautiful. Thank you, Ron, for the time and the testimony. Oh, no, I lost him. I want to tell him thank you. He gave his testimony and everything. It was wonderful. And then here, look at you, Jacob. You're on. Did you know you are on Grail Country?
I do.
After you told me about your thoughts about Grail Country the other day.
I've said my thoughts on Grail Country on Grail Country.
Okay.
And Luke, they know it.
I just told Luke, I said, I'm getting to know Jacob. So far, it's going all right. He holds his views strongly. You do. Oh, there's Ron. I was just saying, I don't know if you heard me thank you for your testimony, because I gotta bail.
Okay, I'm out of here.
But it was a pleasure getting to know you, and hopefully, are you going? By chance, you're going to Estuary? I bought my tickets yesterday to the Northwest Estuary. Now that may not be considered an ad. People may want that could be work the opposite way. They may not want you to know that I'm going, but will I see you there?
I'm considering going too. I wasn't going to, but I've been considering it. Yeah.
I'm tempted to road trip it. Do you want to ride up with me, Jacob?
I usually ride up with my dog, and I oftentimes end up sleeping in the back. But I could pick you up on my way. We could talk about this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have a pretty big car, so we could accommodate all kinds of stuff, but all kinds of mayhem could ensue.
Yeah. So we'll have to consider it. Okay.
Very cool, Ron. It's been a pleasure again getting to know you.
Mark,
thank you.
Likewise. Good time.
It's good to find a fellow hippie. Old.
Hey, you guys carried us. You guys carried us to 8 hours.
Are we in for another mega? Have we aroused the competitive Lance?
Well,
let's bring it in.
The beautiful thing for me is I'm an empty nester, so I do end up having a lot more time than the folks who are chasing kids. Than my previous life, chasing kids around all weekend and cooking for everyone and so on and so forth. So no, I'm just hanging out in the house. It seems like I thought that was one of the things I really like about the TLC is we ended up in a fairly contentious, which I think we need to be able to talk about things like there's, the whole Israel-Hamas thing. That's a big thing that's going on. We talked about it, but then it bled into Ron, you coming in and being able to tell your story, which was amazing and wonderful. We're based off of Rando's conversations. I mean, that's the genesis of this, what Paul started. So I loved hearing that. So I like how these things kind of morph. And then I can't remember who was like, we're allowing Jacob to speak.
Yeah. If we went with the comments, this place would be a lot uglier, wouldn't it? This is why I wanted to get on and talk. Yeah.
And Jacob is a good faith actor who believes in this. He's invested. I've met Jacob in real life because he drove all the way from California
to Arkansas.
And you stopped and I think you saw that was the first time you met Grim. You stopped and saw Grim on that trip. So he met other people. Yeah. So yes, Jacob and in terms of also Nate and Luke speak openly about their struggles with Jacob, and Jacob speaks about his struggles with each other, and so that's okay.
Yep.
Jacob, I got to say it's been valuable to me, and I'll tell you why. And dude, I'm not shanking you, all right? But what I find very interesting is how the scriptures, the New Testament, is affecting you, that to me, in a good way, gives me pause to go, I would like to hear your process. And I'll be honest, you sound like a Messianic Jewish person to me. I'm not sliming you, you know?
I've recently, so I used to be an anti-Zionist, and then I started calling myself a non-Zionist. And since October 7th, like, people, when they ask me I'm a Zionist, I've kind of been saying, if by Zionist you mean Jew, yes, I'm a Zionist. Like, if you want to call me a Christian, you can call me a Christian. If you want to call me a Jew, you can call me a Jew. I don't care too much, like, I'm being honest, and I'll tell you what I believe, right?
Yeah. Yes. And to me, one of the things I would say is like, and Jacob will take this the right way. I'm not threatened by Jacob. There would have been times in my life where I wasn't. You guys had your moments you've talked about. I've also had a road to Damascus sort of moment. Also, like Jacob to me sounds a lot like the disciples, even after they saw the resurrected Jesus. And by the way, they were trying to figure out what that was. Let's not like. Sometimes they recognized him, rode to Emmaus. Like, what were they witnessing? It broke the frame and it blew their minds. And so, right at the beginning of Acts, the disciples were just like, okay, Jesus, aren't you going to go kick out the Jews, i.e., install the worldly kingdom or whatever, right? And he's like, no, just go wait. just wait. Go wait and pray until Father sends the Holy Spirit. So when I hear Jacob say, he's not the Messiah, have you guys looked around, right? Which I think is fair, right? And that's that Jacob says that a lot. And so when I hear that, I hear Jacob being just like the disciples who had saw the resurrected Christ, who were going like, have you look around, like Jesus, the Romans are still here, bro, like the worldly kingdom stuff. And so obviously there's divergence with Jacob and I. And what I do think, though, one of the things I think, and there's a reason why Father DeYoung comes on and talks with Jacob, okay? As an Orthodox Christian, Jacob's not obviously persona non grata if one of, a fairly public Orthodox priest is willing to go on his channel and have conversations with him. Now, Jacob and Father DeYoung, quite frankly, if you'll listen to their conversations, they're going back and forth on each other and developing and whatever. There's tons of places of agreement, right? And then there's clear demarcations of disagreement, right? And so, Jacob doesn't threaten me in that way. He just doesn't. And nor does he want, I would tell you, Jacob doesn't want me to stop doing what I'm doing. Now, the one thing I am appreciative of, and I think this little corner is really good at it, no matter which Christian tradition you're in, is there has been a very simplified form of Christianity and the Bible in the hands of people. So just you, yourself, and the Holy Spirit can get you into a lot of trouble. You really can. And that's why I think one of the things I'm thinking that's going to be a bit of a challenge for the church moving forward is at least in the time, even if it was awful Calvinism, as Jacob would call it, but at least at the time of the vocational pastor, there was a real sense of training. Not everyone was ordained. They took great care of trying to vet your character. They also invested in you in things like pastoral care, because quite frankly, most of what Paul does is not talk about theological issues. He is dealing with people in the messes of their lives and trying to be a source of love and wisdom and care and support. And most small church pastors, in the way, if you think about main lines used to come, churches were pretty small because there are lots of them, but a pastor could really shepherd a flock. But within those traditions, you could at least try and add some depth. The vocational pastoring provided at least some depth of some understanding. And we've lost a lot of that. And I have been greatly enriched by Hezi and Yosef. Yosef, by the way, Yosef he's a monster. That guy's you talk about.
That's the word I was going to use. He is a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He is. He knows.
And to some extent, and he'll love this because I've said this or whatever. Sometimes
I don't mean this, but in many ways, because of Torah, like, you know, Hezi, has a more of that, what I would say, Zevi Slavin mysticism to him. Would you agree with that?
Hezi and Zevi are good friends, right?
Yeah. But so I see that, and Yosef feels like to me, and I don't mean this as a, well, I don't know how to say this. Like, well, I would just say, not fundamentals, but the scriptures and the actual meanings of all those sorts of things really, really matter to him, and it drives him crazy when he hears, kind of some things that might be a bit more simplistic. And so I do think that what's happening in this little corner for all of us is we're diving deeper into scriptures and we're learning more. And it's not some of these soundbite theology, very surface level, just an exegetical, sort of a thing. Like, it's really trying to understand the depth of, like, a lot of, like, New Testament written in Greek. So many of these words have this really broad, they're trying to convey a very broad concept, right? And, based on our translations and which committee wanted to form a certain theological whatever, they would translate things a certain way. And you've got to be very careful with that. But in addition, one of the things I've learned, Father DeYoung talked about this, but it's not just him. Like, I hear this in Orthodoxy, and I've heard, I believe Hezi and Jacob talk about this. When Jesus would refer back to a point in Scripture, it wasn't his intent to just read this little soundbite. He was trying to bring in all the depth. Like, that was his shorthand, like saying relevance realization, something like that. He knew in talking to that, it's like, when I mean to that, it's like, I mean, take the whole thing, the whole context. And so I'm giving you a shorthand, but when I refer to this, it's the thing that's going to get you to understand this big thing that you should understand. And so, anyway, those are things that I think are really good about what we're doing. And so anyway,
here's a quick
Racco,
question.
but I would say Racco, who's jamming on Jacob
Yeah.
right here. Jacob's here. He would love to have a conversation with you. If you think he's, what is this? What did he call you? Ethno supremacist or something? If you want to come on and have a conversation with Jacob, I know he is more than happy to have a conversation with you right now.
Here's the question that I have for you, since it's a good group to ask this, because I don't think we get this opportunity to have quite this mix. Jacob wrote in the comments up, Judaism is the, what'd you say, Jacob? Superior religion?
It's superior to all other religions. Yes.
Yeah. Everybody here should be able to say that about where they're at and feel okay about it. The question then is what's the Lord doing in the TLC with that in mind? Because we've all been conditioned, with 2,000 years of history behind us, at least, to think that we can't get along, that we aren't part of a singular work of the Holy Spirit, or whatever. I'm using my Christian language now, but the Spirit of God is moving within us. And with that in mind, then, okay, if we're going to play with this a bit, there is an opponent that wants to undermine that work, which brings us into the realm of something Ron can get into, maybe spiritual warfare. What does that look like in the TLC? I tend to see this as a singular movement, but it's federalized, where Jacob says, can be very comfortable saying Judaism is superior religion. And if he catches some fish and brings them over into the Jewish net, I figure it's God. The concern I have, of course, that's kind of considered, if we go the reverse direction and we make more Rons that come here, that's kind of an existential threat, or felt to be an existential threat. But if there's enough movement back and forth, it may not feel quite so existentially threatening. But here's the bigger picture. So you got that problem. We got a little problem, but then we have a bigger problem that if this is a singular movement of the Holy Spirit, or whatever you want to call it, the Spirit of God, of the Lord, let's just call it the Lord at work between us, and we have an opponent that would like to break that up, then how do we move? How do we work as one while still being ourselves? Go.
I almost broke in to talk about this because this is so fundamental to everything that I'm doing. The big question, and we were talking yesterday on PBK's stream about this a little bit. The big question that people ask about me is if I was losing, like if I was a conduit for Jews into Christianity, as opposed to the other way around, right? Would I still participate in this little corner? And the fact is, I would only participate in this little corner if and see that if I was willing to say, hey, maybe that is an indication that something I'm saying is wrong. So that's part of being in a movement, right? Being together and actually moving with the other people around you, right? If you're not willing to move with the people around you, then you kind of needs to be like, I am not part of this anymore.
Well, and my priest noticed one of my comments. He didn't know that so I couldn't believe it. He found his way into a Paul Vanderklay video, and it was a little clip where he's talking to Roy Clauser, and Roy was saying basically Orthodox Christians and I can't remember, Calvinist, and somebody else got the concept of God right. Everybody else was wrong. So anyway, I made the joke, which is the Step Brothers joke. Did Orthodox and Calvinists just become best friends? And I put a smiley face there, and my priest, I got a text like within 5 minutes of posting that. And he goes, you do know that we have a massive difference with Calvinists. I said, no, yeah, I know. He said, if you'd only know some of the things I talk about.
You broke his image of you, Lance.
No, he's good. He knows.
Okay.
Well, one of the things that here's Jacob. So why am I here? And as an Orthodox person, who I'm going to say I'm, like I talked earlier, like I'm not an ecumenist, like I'm Orthodox, and that's why I'm firmly planting kind of my flag or whatever. But I kept running into particularly young men, and the number from the church 5 minutes away from my house in Kansas City that hadn't had a whole bunch of adult baptisms for a long time. All of a sudden, young men were walking into that church, and I could see they're new, and I could tell they didn't know what they were doing. And of course, surprise, surprise, I'm the one who wants to welcome them, right? That's what I do. Hey, what brought you here? Jonathan Peugeot, Jordan Peterson, like this space is whatever it is, and Paul's like leading a bunch of people in the Orthodox Church, Jacob. But I can participate in the space and feel very comfortable being an Orthodox person. And I'm seeing fruits in the place where I stand too. So like, that not necessarily I wouldn't be here because of that, but I can kind of where you were talking about, Jacob, like, so Jacob can stand here and in his role within the TLC, he feels comfortable with your channel and what you're doing, right? I'm standing here and I can feel very comfortable with what I'm doing. I probably, because of the way I talk and I want to afford, I don't disagree. Like there are times that I want to get in and disagree with certain people, but I don't have to be in on every argument that's going in on the TLC. Like I can put myself on background. I don't have to come in on everything, although that's what I want to do. But everyone has their chance to this, as long as they come in good faith, right? If you're willing to have a good faith conversation, allow others to speak, again, because Jacob's not sitting here and hounding me. He's encouraged me you have encouraged me in my own life. Like he's happy. I'm doing what I'm doing. He sees me as someone who's sincerely trying to seek God with all my heart, mind, body, and soul. And then the other thing where Jacob and I have, like, so when I hear you talking about he's the God for everyone and he's ultimately working out the reconciliation of the world and everything else, like, I'm like, yeah. So, anyway,
I saw the word proselytize. I think Hezi said we don't proselytize. I don't think it's about proselytizing. I think because it's people who enter this space. A lot of people who enter this space are entering it out of a need. So nobody necessarily
people-
has to be trying to. Nobody would be saying, "We're trying to make you into something." You're not. Lance isn't trying to make anyone Orthodox. Jacob isn't necessarily trying to make anybody Jewish. But as people find what they need in here, they're going to move to. They're going to gravitate towards what speaks to them.
Well, I've had evangelical friends talk about be very careful about who you fraternize with, and you shouldn't be exposing people to, scary ideas or whatever. And people have said this about Jacob. This isn't going to be shocking to him. Is that Jacob is a danger because he's quite frankly could get someone away from their Christian faith. Like so Jacob is a danger. Why are we why would we associate with Jacob? Like that thing's been said before, and I'm sure you've heard it, right, Jacob? And so the point is that we live and move out in a big scary world, and if you're going to have to learn how to handle combating ideas and everything else. But I have enough faith in God, I really do, that people who are honestly seeking and pursuing, and if they are trying to put things in practice with their life and really follow a path, like I love that Jacob said, a way, he has it. Like it's the Holy Spirit does the convicting, the moving, the calling. He's got the power, like all that stuff. Like that's not my pay grade. My pay grade is to try and be a transformed human being. And hopefully someone would ask you, hey, Lance, I want what some of you have. And then I could share my story. And I could tell my story, my experience, strength, and hope. People can believe it or not believe it. It's not up to me. I'm just here to carry a message. And the message is the story of my life. And then I like to, get around. And so it's not up to me, man. It's up to God.
Okay, all right, we're live here. I want to throw something at the end of that as well. This is to Jacob. You're the first Jewish person I've talked to since I've been saved that I haven't felt like I had to put my guard up. And to be honest, you confused me in a good way because your reaction to scriptures, I'm like, dude, that's cool. And I'm like, I jumped the fence, but the way you responded and respond to scriptures, I'll be like, I would like talking with you more in the future because I think you have a better messianic perspective than some of the people I've been around. And does that make sense to you?
Yes, but I have to say that has a lot to do with the fact that you haven't been exposed to Orthodox Judaism.
Okay.
Thing with right? Making a Hasidic Christianity around here, right? Because like the Hasidic movement is about actually okay, the path, your journey, right? And it's about God, right? And if God, like, this is how I put it to PBK, like, I know vast majority of the people I know, if they who are Orthodox Jews, if they sincerely believed that God wanted them to jump off a bridge, they would go jump off a bridge, right? And they would do it every day, right? They would find, okay, God said jump off a bridge. How do we jump off a bridge? When do we jump off a bridge? And so for me, if I become convinced that this is what God wants from me, right? My question is not whether or not I should do what God wants. I know sometimes I don't do it. I know often I don't do it, right? Just like I gotten up this morning and gone to the gym, and instead I decided to listen to this long 8-hour stream, right? Like, Okay, nobody's going to tell me that this was more productive than me actually spending and then coming and listening. Or I could have been listening to it at the gym. Like, this was my excuse for not going to the gym. Okay, I don't do everything I know I should do. But I know what I like. I try to make myself do what God wants me to do, right? So it's funny. Somebody on Pastor Tanner's Discord, I don't know if you guys know Pastor Tanner. He's kind of involved in this a little bit. Somebody asked about a famous letter that Rabbi Kaduri, who was the most prominent Kabbalist in the world, he died a few years ago, and he left a letter to be revealed a year after his death. And Christians somehow got it into their mind that in the letter, he was saying Jesus is the Messiah. And so somebody asked about this letter, not particularly me, on Pastor Tanner's Discord, and I jumped down. I shouldn't have done. But it really bothers me, this weird belief that some people have that Rabbi Kaduri, the most prominent Kabbalist in the world, might believe that Jesus is the Messiah, but then he wouldn't become a Christian? What world do you live in? But the thing is, I didn't realize how many Protestant pastors deconstruct and realize that if anybody finds out, they're going to lose their job, their pension, everything they ever had, right? And so they are boxed in to, oh, I went to a Bible college, I got an MDiv, I became a pastor, only job I am good for, and if I swerve from the orthodoxy in my denomination, even if I switch a little bit, right? I'm part of a Baptist thing, and suddenly or God forbid, I become a Unitarian, right? You're done, you're gone, right? And your life is ruined. I didn't realize how much that's a thing among Protestants. And that's what's helped me understand how people believe that about Orthodox rabbis. And there are some. There are Orthodox Jews, hopefully not rabbis, although it happens. There are Orthodox Jews who are in the Orthodox community so much that they pretend, right? But generally, people believe what they believe. Sorry for going on a whole long.
No,
it's great.
no.
It's great.
I
It's
like
helpful.
it. No, that's great.
Well, before I go, I'm cleaning up my office. Someday I'll get rid of the ladder and all the other crap. And I got this one. Maybe Lance will use it, put it in the thumbnail. So it really gives it flair, But
I love it.
They and I like it because it's more mysterious than it is actually telling. Because is it a fraud? Is it real? What are we actually looking at? And in fact, this is a negative, of course. This is the image of the negative. This is actually image of the shroud, It's the reverse image.
Oh, that's the Shroud of Turin?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, just a cheap little poster I picked up. And
I actually was wondering if it was a picture of you. No, seriously.
Like a big, yeah, no, it's Turin.
Okay.
Man, your days made. Jacob saw you as Christ-like, Mark.
There you go. I can die a happy man now. All right, guys. It's been a blessing. Thank you.
I should go.
Take care.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Well, Aaron's coming. Come on in there. Hey, I tell you, anybody else? I'll keep the space open, the door open for people. Aaron's joining in.
Jacob, good talking to you. See you guys.
Hey, Ron, thanks for. I know you poked your head in coming out of Lurker World. Oh, he left. Anyways, he's here. Maybe he's listening on the back end. I'm glad he jumped into this little corner. And
did I scare everyone away? Is that what happened?
No, they've Ron and Mark were probably have been on for a good 3.5, 4 hours, something like that.
Really?
They've been on for quite a while. Yeah.
My goodness. On their Saturday, their free Saturday. Should be going outside. Nice. That's good. How
so
are you,
what brought you in? I'm doing okay.
Oh, so I was just like I'm almost gonna go to bed, but I'm like baking some bread tomorrow morning, so I need to finish up some final stuff before I put it in the fridge. So I was like, and then I saw the live stream was happening, and I saw you guys, and I was like, oh, nice. So let's hear what you're talking about. But then the conversation happened. So I'm curious, how are you? Let me ask that first. Yeah.
No, I'm doing good. Luke, Jacob's coming back because he saw you came here. You keep
Just when I was ready to leave and do my homework, Aaron shows up.
Hey, Jacob, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm fine. But I was wondering what you were talking about. Kind of like I just saw it and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna jump in and just be quiet on the side. But then everyone unfortunately had to leave at the same time.
That's so funny. Yeah. I've been thinking about our conversation ever since you came on my channel.
That's nice. That's great. Me too, by the way. So I'm curious what you've been thinking about it.
So I've never read Heidegger, and just I mean a lot. When we talked, a lot of things just became a little bit more clear to me. So I have been becoming more interested in what Heidegger must have said. I'm still waiting for CW to tell me what he thinks of Halachic Man, because like he read it with commentaries and stuff, you know? And yeah, so I mean I've been thinking a lot about Halachic Man. So,
yeah,
what have
like,
you been thinking about?
No, so like by the way, like I think I mentioned Kierkegaard, right? Like I don't think necessarily Heidegger.
Oh,
but like,
Kierkegaard.
Yeah.
Sorry,
But,
I meant to say Kierkegaard and I said Heidegger.
That's fine. You can technically mix them up. Like there is some commonalities between those two, but yeah, no. For me, it's kind of like in the along those same lines, but also more specifically about, you know, now that I'm appearing a little bit more often in these live streams and you inviting me, and then the title of this video, it made me more aware in general of the Jewish corner of this little corner. So that's been really fascinating to kind of see, like, and I'm curious, like, I don't know, it's really wonderful to get to know like that you're both sort of like your own thing and you do your own readings together, and at the same time you obviously always jump in here. So I'm just curious, like, yeah, how do you see that, like that balance between that? Like, do you feel as outsiders here, or do you feel as like central citizens of this little corner? How do you see that?
So did you listen to the PBK stream yesterday?
No, unfortunately not. So I had plans and I've been meaning to catch up, but let me know, yeah, if there was anything notable.
So we actually discussed this.
Okay.
And and one of the things that, so sometimes people, and actually I wanted to talk to you, Lance, privately, but I might as well do it now. Explaining to you what I'm doing with Fountain of Comfort, because I know a few times you've mentioned, okay, so Jacob's got his Fountain of Comfort thing. And so when I was trying to get, that picture was donated by Karen Wong to the Joyful Mother of Children Foundation, which is what I was trying to organize more for the entire corner as an actual organization. And I assumed that Lance was thinking that Fountain of Comfort was another iteration of Joyful Mother of Children Foundation. And I have many projects, right? So Joyful Mother of Children was an attempt to actually get, thank you very much, was an attempt to get like this streaming stuff going.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, I tried to recruit a CRC pastor to run it, because that's not the type of thing that I, as a Jew, can do.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I do have my own thing, right? So actually, Fountain of Comfort is more a joint project between Eastern Orthodox Christians and Orthodox Jews,
Mm-hmm.
which is hopefully a way in which we can cooperate. But
Mm-hmm.
it's why I kind of limited it to Eastern Orthodox Christians.
Yeah.
Is because it's just too hard to
bridge.
Yeah. So, and the way Fountain of Comfort is focusing on mental health, because when I went to LoserCon, which is Lord of Spirits conference, that's what they called it, LoserCon. That's hilarious.
Great.
Yeah, my channel is just my name.
Mm.
You can click on one of my things, and yeah, you can just go to fatterecci.com. Go to Fatterecci at the YouTube channel. Fatterecci.com is my insurance business. If you want insurance, you can go to fatterecci.com.
Also from the Netherlands? Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I'm from the Netherlands. Yeah, it's actually Turkish. Okay, so yeah, Tim Burkhardt is the treasurer, and Yosef is the chair.
Hmm.
Like, we have a mix of Orthodox Jews and Eastern Orthodox on the board. Actually, Jules is Father Stephen's spiritual son, and Father Stephen has been very supportive of Fountain of Comfort.
Okay, that's great.
But it's because, as Father Stephen and Father Damick both said at Lord of Spirits, just because we disagree doesn't mean that we can't do charitable works together.
Yeah.
Right? And so Fountain of Comfort is about mental health, and it's not a religious organization. Right? And that's been one of my things is, okay, I have my Discord server, I have my channel, I have, I'm Jewish. That shouldn't mean that we can't work together in some ways, even if we're not working with each other in every way.
Yeah. I get it. That's good. That's a beautiful initiative. I hope.
Jacob,
yeah.
Yeah. No, go ahead. So what I was just saying, in terms of pointing to that, there are lots of things that are springing up around the TLC, and folks in the TLC are doing things. Some of those might be community related, YouTube related. Some of them might be Fountain of Comfort, right? Because this was born out of relationships you made after coming into this little corner and doing the things we do. So I see lots of different things. I know Christian Baxter has shared that he has this sense that he wants to build a community around his, CBYT and some things around that. And so that'll be awesome. Lots of different things are going to sprout up, around the corner. And I think what we want to do is not just channels and broadcasting and conversations. And then there's estuary that's going on, all sorts of things. That I think we want to continue to point to the people that are doing good works, and support our friends. So yeah, that's why. So when I refer to that, I understand it's a little bit different, but these are the exact sorts of things that we should encourage each other in doing. Because I think when people say, "Why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you doing anything?" Well, this is actually trying to help people. It's what we're here, right? So
Yeah, exactly. And it's also like, I don't know, there's something about this, like what Paul, like he kept referring to, like the hallway metaphor, right, of C.S. Lewis when he was in conversation with Vervaeke about what is it, like the Silk Road. And that's also to some extent what this little corner is, right? It's a hallway to then move to a room. And like for instance, now, Jacob, like what you've done is like you've shown the door to a very important room, but it makes sense that like the hallway is not the room itself. So I don't think it's like it invites passivity necessarily. Like it's more like, oh yeah, like let's have conversation on which rooms we want to get into, more or less.
Sometimes we talk about the flotilla, and you decide which which ship you're on, and like how you can be involved in the flotilla from your thing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's like the Grim Gris type metaphor, I think. Yeah. No, and that seems it too. That's nice. And so then in that sense, basically, if I get back to my question on like to what extent do you feel like an outsider, or to like someone like more like of the key players, let's say, I don't know, or if you're just like centrally involved in some manner, even by your religious affiliation in this little corner, does that like answer it then, that like that you do experience like, okay, I am very different than, like, let's say the general orientation here, but I feel the centrality in terms of being able to pursue projects together? Or is that a fair?
Well, that's why I couldn't be. So some people ask me what pastor to lead Joyful Mother of Children, right? It's like, because this is a Protestant space,
yeah,
right? My channel is my channel, and it's my space to do what I do, right? But ultimately, most of the people who are here are Christians, and they need to be comfortable. And yeah, I mean, for a lot of Christians, Jacob doesn't believe in Jesus. You know, it's like, well, if you don't believe Jesus is God, like, you're going to hell.
Yeah, I see.
Especially they can't say Jesus is Jacob has never heard of Jesus. I've heard of Jesus.
But don't they kind of like Good Samaritan their way out of that problem, or what is the, I don't know, like it seems, I don't know, it seems I'm not sure.
I think the key is like this isn't church, like, you know. So when we think about this or estuary, which also is not church, like, you know, this is not a replacement for church. It's a community of people that want to have good faith conversations, right, and seek some understanding, not agreement, but seek some understanding amongst each other. And it's kind of it's shining a light out in the world with respect to that. Now, Julian was on earlier. I don't know if you heard that, Jacob, where he talked about, it seemed to be some things that were coming up to the bubble. A lot of orthodoxy he had mentioned. And then he had, obviously it's Christian centric, but the fact of the matter is, like I said earlier, Paul's the main gravitational pull right now, right?
Yeah.
And so, of course, it's in Peugeot, and like you just think, and if you're the Jordan Peterson, he's talking about the Bible all the time, whatever, yada, yada, it's going to have that kind of a flavor to it. That's going to be the predominant flavor, so to speak. But I think the conversations like we're having here, you know, I think that it's, you know, it's not church.
Yeah.
So since it's not church, it doesn't have a confession.
But besides the fact that Paul is the central player, is there something about the form, or I don't know, the structure of this little corner that is by itself in its essence Protestant, if you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that the people in it are Protestant, but just the fact that we're like so open, and you know, like, and that, I don't know. I'm curious what you think.
So I have been one of the people who keeps on saying, no, we actually do have boundaries. No, there are people that I very actively try to either like disagree with very forcefully, including Nate and Luke, right? Because I think certain things are like, I have streams talking about how Calvinism is wrong and Martin Luther was an anti-Semite, right?
Yep.
And so there is some amount of, okay, if you can't play in this environment, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. We're cooking here, right? First. Second, there are times when you go too far, right? So when the whole Zionism thing, right? Like, I was trying very hard to talk to Food Truck Emily until she posted something on Twitter that made me go, oh, she wants all the Jews dead. No, that's not gonna work. Like, it was something about the 6-Day War, and she was like, yeah, without the United States helping, the 6-Day War would have only taken 30 minutes. And I was like, you're saying that like it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I have nothing to say to you after that.
Yeah. And have you? I'm curious. Like, aren't you then hopeful that it's maybe naivety, if that makes sense? Like that's just naive, and that you'll be able to talk to her and I don't know, like just share your perspective, and then maybe she'll change her perspective, or do you think it's not just naivety? It's like, I don't know.
I tried so many times. I messaged her privately several times. I said, hey, we can talk privately. We can do a video chat. I tried so many times. Chezi's tried. Look, she is married to, I believe, a Lebanese Christian. And they had certain experiences with Israel, and they have certain views of Israel that she's adopted. And like, yeah, no, she actually said that. I mean, I blocked her, or I would have, I considered retweeting and commenting on that tweet, because that was the tweet that I blocked her. That I'm like, this is too far. She's like, the 6-Day, without the United States and Britain, the 6-Day War would have lasted 30 minutes. She said that. Go find it on Twitter. She typed that into Twitter. Like, all the time, she's like, I'm anti-war, I'm anti-war. Yeah, she's anti-war until it comes to the Jews, and then if they all die, okay. So Racco is saying she didn't say she wanted all Jews dead. She just said it would have been better if the United States hadn't helped the Jews in the 6-Day War. Like, this is okay. I should probably.
And the beautiful thing I like about the TLC, which is, there are certain individuals that, for integrity reasons, decide that they can't communicate any longer. But it doesn't mean those individuals can't be a part of the TLC. You know what I mean? So on and so forth. And there are things that go to a certain level to where, I mean, we're like, Paul is loath, probably much more loath than Jacob would like it to be, loath to remove certain people, probably, or I don't know. Actually, Jacob, you're probably cool with that. But we do have the point. So, for example, there are certain people who come in the comments and all they want to do is just bomb ideological sort of things or whatever. Well, if you're willing to put your face on a screen and have a conversation, like Nate mentioned this earlier, fine, come in, we'll have a conversation. But there are times that I have that, I've just deleted people. And particularly what I don't like is when people really go after people personally, like they really just starting attacking them personally. And so, for instance, like my thing with Jacob is, and he knows this because I said it, is he called Nate, the co-founder of Grail Country, demonic. And I didn't like the fact that he called Nate demonic. So I disagree. I disagreed with that. But I'm friends with Jacob and I'm friends with Nate, and that's between those two. It's not between he and I, right? Because I have a history with Jacob, but that to me also that was between him and Nate, and not between whatever. And people can make their own decisions on that. And so I would just say this because I was on Twitter, which is fine, and Emily's free to come into her chat or whatever. I know Ezzy's wanting to reach out. She very much has a pro-Hamas, anti-Israel take on what's going on right now. It's very easy to see on her Twitter. That's where she's at. So, and she's entitled to that opinion, and and Jacob's entitled to be offended by that too.
Look, I don't try to I've tried very hard to not take that implication, but yeah, she's pro-Hamas. I'm sorry.
Rocco, jump in here. Rocco, you have a lot to say. It'd be really nice sometime if you would jump in.
Yeah, but that's the thing with trolls. They don't actually show their face and they don't use their actual names. Like I am who I am everywhere, right? Like my phone number's out there. You can come to my house. I will sit down and have a beer with you, right? Exactly. It's like, yeah, like, okay, whatever. How come I'm not afraid of getting killed?
Rocco, you're not going to get killed. We allow people in. Now, it may not be you. You're not going to probably be met with great agreement with Jacob, but that's okay. And what Ron and Mark, you guys were gone, and you got pulled back in.
I wanted to give some encouragement to Jacob regarding Emily. And maybe it's my Buddhism coming out. In Tibetan Buddhism, they have no problem with the idea of you taming and converting your demons. And I think I never count anyone out. I just, in my experience, I just can't. Both for my own life, but in what I've seen happen in others too. And maybe a prison ministry might be up your alley, Jacob, if you want to find out how people can get converted. Well, you're in it, you're doing work in a big way, yes, with psychologically counseling and so on.
Yeah, no, I mean, prison ministry is actually one of the things we talked about at LoserCon. Like, that's one of the things that Fountain of Comfort is actually going to try to do. But if you're trying to do that work, you have to know where to put in your effort and when to stand off and be like,
I understand, and Emily maybe she's taken that step too far for you, and now it's for her to mend that bridge if it's ever to be bridged at all.
Let's just say if I were Jewish or Israeli, her timeline would be a challenging one to follow.
Can I jump in on this one? Hey, Jacob.
Up has a lot of credibility here. He says Rocco is no troll.
Okay. Hi, Rocco, whoever you are. Like, me and Mark were talking about this earlier, like how to navigate the war and being Jewish and being a possible target. And I've been in situations where I'm thinking, oh man, this might be my moment. Like, and this is like in Muncie and in Kansas City, where I'm like, okay, something bad might be happening right here, right now. And it's live. And I may be dead. And how am I going to act? Am I going to be in fear? And I'm glad to be talking to you because I want you. Am I going to be in fear and hate my enemy? Or am I going to really love them? Am I going to put up or shut up and carry my cross, love my neighbor as myself, bless those that curse me, and pray for those who spitefully use me? And I will speak now as a guy who met Jesus. Like, if it wasn't for the Spirit of God in me, I'd be like, let's lock and load and let's rock and roll. But, dude, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth doesn't stop there. It just goes bat crap crazy and bad. So the reason I jumped in is for Food Truck Emily. Like, I didn't know about her. I like her. Like, I don't know her that well, but and I'll finish up with this. Like, I have another friend who's a New Ager, and she's married to an Islamic fella, and she converted to Islam, and she was all pro Palace, or from the river to the sea. And we were friends 20 years, and I'm like, dang, is my friend about to smoke me or let her husband? And my question to me was, okay, let's say she is. Am I going to stop loving her? And it ain't easy, and it ain't fun.
Okay.
And also, social media is not the place to be expressing. And I'm talking about not just her, but in general, like social media, that ain't the place to say what you think about a lot of stuff. And I think a lot of times people should just shut up. But here we are.
I think this is one of the places where Christians misunderstand Jesus the most.
Okay, no, man. All right, dude, lay it on me. All right, let's go.
So, Mark 12 is one of the two places where I'm looking in the Christian Bible, and my mouth is just literally open. Like, how is this in the Christian Bible, and why have we been disagreeing for 2,000 years? Like, what have we been disagreeing about? And it became very clear to me, because Christians have no idea what Judaism is. And they have their beliefs, and they read it like, so, okay, Mark 12. A lawyer, I believe it says, comes and asks Jesus, what is the greatest commandment?
Right.
And Jesus lays out what has been taught by Judaism since the very beginning, and is fundamental. Like, you could not say something more clearly 100% Jewish than what Jesus answers in Mark 12, which is, the first commandment is Shema Yisrael, right?
Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Right. V'ahavta et Hashem Elokecha b'chol levav, right? And then he makes the obvious hekesh, which I can explain at one point, right? V'ahavta, right? So two verses which start with the exact same word, right? V'ahavta, and you shall love, right? You shall love the Lord your God. V'ahavta et re'echa kamocha. You shall love your neighbor or companion or friend as yourself, right? And those are the twin commandments, right? Loving your enemy is in the Bible. Like, it's in the Jewish Bible. That it's some sort of innovation. It's not.
I don't think it is. In that, like, I agree with you in terms of I think it's fair when you say the innovation. I think it's something that I think the fact that it is what has always been revealed. I think it's just what's always been revealed, right?
Yes, that, like, loving your enemy is fundamental to teaching of Judaism. But what does it mean? So the way Hillel explains it, and why I went to Mark 12, is because Hillel, like, so Father Stephen's new book on Paul, right? He talks about the centrality of Gamliel in Christian teaching, right? Because Gamliel is the last person that both Jews and Christians claim as a teacher.
Can you give me that name and explain that?
Christians often refer to him as
Acts 5.
Gamaliel.
He's in Acts 5.
He's in Acts 5. Gamaliel, right? So Gamaliel the first, right? He's in Acts 5. Orthodox call him Saint Gamliel, right? He was the grandson of Hillel, right? And Hillel, he said, "V'ahavta ve'ohev et habriot," right? Be somebody who loves the creations. And as the rabbis explained, what does it mean? Love creations. Love someone for no other reason than the fact that God created them, right? The fact something exists is like you have to love that thing for the very fact that it exists, right? Because God created it. If you're a monotheist, right? Whatever it is, God created it. Nobody else created anything other than God, right?
Even if you're a Trinitarian, we don't disagree on that point.
So, like, okay, but what does it mean also to hate, right? Because it says, Oave Hashem sinu ra, right? Those who love God hate evil, and it's in the command form. The word hate is in the command form. Hebrew only has 4 tenses: completed action, active action, and incomplete action. Those are past, present, future, and command. Those are the only 4 tenses in Hebrew. It's in the Hebrew. Sinu ra, hate evil, right? There is a time for hate, but what does hate mean? The word sinu, right, is spelled with sin and nun, right? You can also interpret that with shin and nun, which means shin and nun is actually tooth, and shana means to change. Shoneh means to change, right? So you have to be the way. It's funny. Actually, this is where I believe Jesus shows up in the Talmud.
Well, but Jacob, also just to be fair, I think what you're talking about, it also that bad thing, mixing metaphors, but it's the fact of you can still hate evil while also loving and praying, love your enemies.
You have to.
Yeah, 100%.
You have to do both. You have to do both, right? And that's why it's actually in the Talmud, it's talking about. It says you push with one, you push with the left hand and you pull with the right? And
the left hand and the right hand of God, the sheeps and the goats, like this stuff's everywhere. Yep.
I'm just not following. I'm not tracking the Mark 12 reference though, Jacob. I'm not.
So the reason I went Mark 12 was love your companion, right? Love your neighbor, right? The way Hillel teaches that is Ohev et habriot. Love creatures. And Mark 12, like that teaching with Jesus is quoting Hillel. Jesus is just quoting Hillel. That's why, like, there's no disagreement. It is in no way new. Jesus is quoting Hillel. In
So
Mark
how do Christians misunderstand?
First of all, they believe that it's something different than what the Old Testament taught. Right? It was pure Marcionism, right? Oh, like Judaism taught something different, and now we're understanding something new.
Well, that I would put that more in the realm of folk Christianity. I don't think that's serious students. Serious students of the Bible have never thought that. I mean,
correct. But I mean, I think that does happen. First of all, and second, when you hating your enemy doesn't preclude all of the other things that are in the Old Testament, including tooth for a tooth and eye for an eye. Now, we never interpreted that as literal, tooth for a tooth and eye for an eye. That,
No,
that,
and now you're thinking Matthew 6, right? Jesus throws that out. I think it's Matthew where Jesus really goes after. You used to think it was tooth for a tooth, eye for an eye, and it's like, no, it's going to be something else. He's teaching something else. Let me make sure of the reference here. Sorry, go ahead.
The Jesus I have encountered in the Gospels is thoroughly rabbinic, and to the degree that Christians think Jesus is teaching something other than Judaism, like I can't think of anything right now that I would reject it. Right, Rabbi Tovia Singer's great line. The Christianity is filled with many new and wonderful things. The problem is the wonderful things are not new, and the new things are not wonderful.
Right. Well, it's the exact reference. I was wrong about the chapter. It's 5, Matthew 5:38. You have heard that it was said, eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on your right cheek, turn to them turn to the other, etc. I don't see that as I don't interpret that as I interpret that not as him jettisoning Judaism or saying he was giving us a new commandment. I see him as taking us. I see him kind of going against a more basic, poorly read form of Judaism. I mean, don't you think there are Jews that, if I see that I certainly see that in the prophets.
I think Jesus was speaking to Jews who didn't understand Judaism.
Okay.
And that
but
there are
also
Jews who misunderstand Judaism, that's fine.
Plus that cheek thing, if the custom at the time, people who were of a higher elite status could strike you with a certain hand on your cheek, and basically the thing was, by turning the other cheek was like, is almost shaming the other person to be like, you're going to treat me like this? Yeah, here's the other one. Why don't you go ahead and do that? It was speaking to a specific custom that was that they were subject to. And the whole, you had to carry a Roman soldier something like a mile. It's like, fine, you know what, he wants to do it, carry it 2 miles. Like they weren't supposed to let you do it for more than a mile. Like it was this silly thing. And it's like, okay, fine. No, I'm going 2 miles. A lot of that is a lot of defiant stuff in face of oppression.
Well, okay, so does your Jesus flip over the tables in the temple or not?
Yeah, but he does it with love, okay?
Right.
No, I know. No, Jacob, Father Thomas Hopko agreed. Like when he was talking about us and our anger, he pointed to that exact thing, and he's like, Jesus had righteous anger. But Jesus can tell what's righteous so much easier than we. Like we get in trouble trying to figure out what's righteous and isn't because we have anger problems. So we should err on the side of really being careful of our anger.
And
so Father Thomas Hopko pointed to that same thing.
I don't want to step on your mic, Lance. And in conjunction with that, Jacob, with war, like, I mean, it's one thing if someone smacks you, you're like, all right, that hurts, that sucks. But when someone's aiming a weapon at you or threatening you in a very possible real way, that's where, for me, I'm going, okay, this is where I'm going, okay, love those that bless those that curse you, pray for those who spitefully use you, and maybe you're going to get smoked. This whole thing started off when you said that's an incorrect understanding.
So, okay.
And that's what I'm interested in.
Okay, so as a Christian who believes that Jesus is God, you have to believe that Jesus could have stopped the Romans from killing him, an innocent person, and he didn't. Right? Believe that.
He gave his life. That's an important thing, is he gave his life up voluntarily.
See, that's the thing. I don't believe, I believe that would have been immoral.
Well, Ron and I came on this thing when kind of almost touching on this subject on the limits of what the whole turn your other cheek thing is. I mean, Lance, I jumped in because, kind of reviving our last discussion on the subject of war and peace and all that. And I think Jesus, you act like you understand Jesus, Jacob, and I if you do, you're way ahead of me because he leaves me befuddled at times. I'm constantly finding myself in. He plays with contrasts in ways that I can't quite navigate. I can't. This is one of those sections. I think I have an understanding in a broad sense on how to move forward with that. Go ahead. Someone else is going to talk. I'm going to stop.
I encountered a Jesus who was thoroughly Jewish and Talmudic, and who I did not find any different from any other rabbi.
And I think though, from what should be a proper Christian viewpoint and perspective, that should make complete sense to anyone, right? And when he says I didn't come to replace one dot or one jittle, but to fulfill, and he definitely broke frames. He broke expectations. And I think, Jacob, what from your perspective, you would look at this and say, holy cow, this is not what we did anticipate or do anticipate, right? And so I understand that's a diverging point for us. But one of the things which is really, again, I would just say this, it started, I resonate with so much of what you and Hezi and Yosef are talking about, more than I ever have, Jacob. And part of it's been born out of actually the liturgies I'm participating in. There are some things that would make your toes curl. I get it, Jacob. But there is so much that I'm participating in that I'm mapping on better than I ever have before. Clearly, we have divergences. And if y'all want to know what the big O Orthodox convergences are with Jacob or whatever, you can watch a number of live streams and they discuss them. And neither one holds back. And I love it.
Can I add one thing? First of all, Jacob, I would be very curious to hear you talk to my dad. Not necessarily that he's a dogmatic Christian in that sense, but just because, just in a positive, open way, because he has just deeply studied the historical Jesus. So maybe at some point that can be arranged, because it would just be interesting to see how much that aligns. And then the second thing that I was thinking about, that's maybe more my philosophical mind running off, but so Spinoza has this argument, that basically against miracles, because he believes that, God works by necessity. So God creates the laws in the universe, so he wouldn't contradict himself, right? That's more or less the gist of his argument against miracles. So he says okay, God wouldn't act against his own nature. And I think there's when you were just saying that, that it's voluntary, then I'm reminded of what Pajot sometimes talks about, the pattern needs to play itself out, right? And it's almost Jesus sort of working against that, the pattern of the story as it works itself out at that point kind of seems the question is it immoral? Because it's also maybe wrong to think that he was in some ways able to just go against it. You know what I mean? So I'm actually, but maybe this is putting me at a heretical position as a Christian to say maybe he wasn't able to go against it, but not necessarily he wasn't able to go against the Romans, but he wasn't able to go against what he was supposed to do, in that sense. Yeah.
Well, the breaking the pattern, Jess's whole Job series, and what Jess talks about all the time is Job breaks a pattern too, an understood pattern, that you would think, right? Here's all this wisdom, if you did this should be it or whatever. And, very early book that broke that pattern. There are patterns. There's paradox. There's a lot of paradox.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So, I just want to let everyone know I've got about 10 more minutes that I can.
Yeah,
keep
me too.
open.
Me too. I need to. Yeah, that's good.
All right, this is the last time I'm leaving. Guys, Jacob,
Bye, Ron.
We need to form a support group for those who
So we got addiction issues. Aaron, how old are you, Aaron? Do you mind me asking?
Yeah, I'm 27.
27. So you have just a very young face.
Oh yeah. I look yeah.
Aaron's a smart one. He's one
But
of the
no, that's the
smartest.
thing. It's like, well, you're smart for 27, but boy, if you look like teen or something. I was like going, oh my gosh, how much has this kid read? Yeah,
no, I'm 27. Yes. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that.
Very bro. Yeah, no. It's all you guys are humbling for me. You guys are way ahead of me on everything.
Like the same, exactly. Like I feel the same towards all of you. So
all right, thanks, Lance. Thanks, Jacob. God bless you all. Aaron.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks for
good
Mark
luck and have a good weekend.
Carrying the conversation for a while. Jacob, you two jumping in. It's 9 hours and 13 minutes. We made it here today, folks. I didn't anticipate that, but hey.
At some point, I guess one of us will exercise the other. Lance, we'll take the peacenik out of you, or the warmonger out of me. One of our demons is going to get expelled, and we'll find out which one goes first at some point.
Well, I think you and Ron have been great additions as you guys have started to jump in. I love to see it. Aaron, I see you a lot over on Jacob's channel. So, and I like your peripheral Grail Country. Hey, Upcycle.
That's amazing. That's crazy.
Upcycle. Wow.
This man is out here supporting the TLC. Like, from over there, a good Greek man supporting so much. I know that Nate would appreciate that. It helps him. He pays for a lot of things around Grail Country, so I know that's appreciated. Certainly not necessary, but my man, Ups, you are amazing.
And throw in a plug.
Racco, I just want to say this. I love that you participate. Racco's all over the TLC. He spends a lot of time on. He comments a lot in the Grim stuff, funny guy or whatever. But if Jacob was here and some of those things were being there, I'm always the person that if you're going to really go after someone on screen, I always like to invite someone to come in and join in the conversation.
Two quick things, Lance. Two quick things before we run out of time. Right. First thing, just back to the did anybody notice the fact that it's often overlooked that the whip Jesus fashions when he goes into the temple, it's made out of grass. Were there not temple guards with real swords on the site, and he's going in with something basically made out of reeds, papyrus or some sort of. So he's going in with he's hardly beating the place up, I mean, yet it's so that's just that. And then second, don't forget the pitch estuary meeting, the conference for everybody. Get your tickets.
Oh, also get your tickets for the Breakwater Festival if you're in Europe.
That's true too. Thing. Yep. Promote all the TLC stuff. All right, guys. Take care.
Good. Take care. Good night. Oh, good day. I guess for me, good night. Okay.
Aaron asked a bunch of questions, which would take me years to answer. So I will just say it all goes back to Mark 12 and Deuteronomy 6:4, and it answers the questions you asked, which are beautiful questions. But it would take me at least half an hour to start on.
Okay, I get it. And unfortunately, neither I or Lance have that time at the moment. But it is something that I would be interested in talking about. And also that's the thing. I'm curious, how much are you? Yeah, I think you are interested in historical reality too, right? Besides, let's say, what we can find in the biblical accounts. Yeah. So you would be interested then also in I'm not sure if he has time at the moment, but in talking to my dad, kind of just to hear he might actually be able to confirm lots of what you think too, because he doesn't have he's not married to he didn't try to find a certain type of Jesus when he was trying to get to know him, just like you weren't, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So. No, I think it's incredibly important. That was one of the things that I've constantly told Christians, if they found Jesus's body, like Jesus's tomb, and we historically knew that, this is definitely Jesus's tomb, right? And this is his body, right? This would that change your Christianity? And if you say no, I think you've just lost the trip.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for me, and Paul even says it, if this resurrection isn't true, oh, woe is us. My faith is based on that
Well,
element.
so like just to kind of like defend myself, because in my conversation with Brandon, I kind of did also point to the other view that I was surprised to hear Justin Brierley more or less say that, but he was kind of like, he would no longer be a Christian at all, and I'm kind of like, I'm trying to find sort of an in-between way where it's not so much that the resurrection or whatever like doesn't matter, like, because clearly it does, but at the same time also that I do understand that there's way more to be found besides that, even though I understand that it's indispensable, if that makes sense. Like it's like it's necessary, but it's not like because it's necessary then all of the value is contained in that specifically. But
Well, it goes back to what Yosef said yesterday on PBK's stream, which is PBK says a Christian is somebody who trusts Jesus more than themselves, and a Jew would say we trust God more than ourselves. And like when you're saying when you stick to Jesus as opposed to God, I think you're making a huge mistake.
All right. Well, Jacob had the last word. He loves it. We'll play a little branding on our way out from our good friend Jess, and I appreciate everyone for stopping in and being a part. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lance. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jacob.
Covering yourself with a light as with a garment, stretching out the heavens like a tent. He lays the beams of his chambers on the waters. He makes the clouds his chariot. He rides on the wings of the wind. He makes his messengers winds, and his ministers a flaming fire. He set the earth on its foundations so that it should never be moved. You covered it with the deep as with a garment. The water stood above the mountains. At your rebuke they fled. At the sound of your thunder they took to flight. The mountains rose, the valleys sank down to the place where you appointed for them. You set a boundary that they may not pass, so that they might not again cover the earth. You make springs gush forth in the valleys. They flow between the hills. They give drink to every beast of the field. The wild donkeys quench their thirst. Beside them the birds of the heavens dwell. They sing among the branches. From your lofty abode you water the mountains. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of your work. You cause the grass to grow for the livestock and plants for man to cultivate, that he may bring forth food from the earth, and wine to gladden the heart of man, oil to make his face shine, and bread to strengthen man's heart. The trees of the Lord are watered abundantly, the cedars of Lebanon that he planted. In them the birds build their nests. The stork has her home in the fir trees. The high mountains are for the wild goats. The rocks are a refuge for the rock badgers. You made the moon to mark the seasons. The sun knows its time for setting. You made darkness, and it is night, for all the beasts of the forest creep about. The young lions roar for their prey, seeking their food from God. When the sun rises, they steal away and lie down in their dens. Man goes to his work and to his labor until the evening. O Lord, how manifold are your works! In wisdom you have made them all. The earth is full of your creatures. Here's the sea, great and wide, which teems with creatures innumerable, living things both small and great. There go the ships and Leviathan, which you formed to play in it. These all look to you to give them their food in due season. When you give it to them, they gather it up. When you open your hand, they are filled with good things. When you hide your face, they are dismayed. When you take away their breath, they die and return to their dust. When you send forth your spirit, they are created, and you renew the face of the ground. May the glory of the Lord endure forever. May the Lord rejoice in his works. Who looks on the earth and it trembles, who touches the mountains and they smoke. I will sing to the Lord as long as I live. I will sing praise to my God while I have being. May my meditations be pleasing to him, for I rejoice in the Lord. Let sinners be consumed from the earth, and let the wicked be no more. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Praise the Lord.